Chapter 5106. Roar! Roar! Ruthless, ruthless. Everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings turned around and saw such a tragic scene. They were instantly enraged. They raised their heads and roared. Without hesitation, they shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of them at the same time. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the netherworld furnace soared into the sky and reached the edge of an abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. It destroyed a large number of battleships stationed in the void outside the planet. All the captives of the Green Rock clan who escaped the planet were sucked into the cauldron. There were tens of millions of them. Moreover, as these tens of millions of experts of the Green Rock clan were sucked into the cauldron, the netherworld furnace immediately emitted a terrifying cracking sound. This was the sound of the grinding stone in the cauldron starting to grind the flesh and blood into paste. That's such a scene, just imagining it was enough to make one's head explode with anger. It was absolutely unbearable. Roar! Roar! Ruthless, ruthless. Everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings were completely unable to react. Now that he turned around and saw such a tragic scene, he was instantly enraged. He raised his head and roared. Without hesitation, he shook his shoulders and shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of him at the same time. This time they did not activate the Battle Haga's power in their chests because their target was different from before. Netherworld, the netherworld furnace was not made of flesh and blood. Whether it was the tide of time, the weeping soul ripples, or the shockwaves formed by the power of the void, they did not have much effect on it. Only the invisible shockwaves of the blood mosquito Battle Haga, mixed with the alloy spikes, might be effective. However, the netherworld furnace itself was made of some kind of extremely strong metal. It did not have flesh and blood. Even if these alloy spikes could penetrate the netherworld furnace, it would not be of much use. Therefore, the 4 heavenly kings rushed out this time and only surrounded the netherworld furnace from 4 different directions. Then, when they got close, they immediately punched out an existence that was like a magic treasure made of some kind of extremely strong metal. Only by destroying it with absolute power could they solve the problem. Hua! Walala! The netherworld furnace had a spirit. Facing the encirclement of the 4 heavenly kings, its figure paused for a moment, but it did not show the slightest fear. The 10,000 million miles long rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron like a giant python in the starry sky waved in an instant, splitting into 4 groups and attacking the 4 heavenly kings. Although it wasn't a true cosmos expert, it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit. Therefore, it had the ability to attack autonomously. Furthermore, its combat strength wasn't weak. It could basically match an existence at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. For although the combined forces of the great heavenly kings similarly had the ability to fight a first-stage heavenly Tao realm expert head-on, their true cultivation realm had yet to reach the heavenly Tao realm. They were only peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of the perfection realm, which was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. The netherworld furnace had split the 10,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron into 4 groups, attacking the 4 heavenly kings separately. Its goal was clearly to separate the 4 heavenly kings, so that it could defeat them one by one in the shortest amount of time. Otherwise, once the 4 heavenly kings joined forces, they would have the ability to fight a first-stage heavenly Tao realm expert head-on. If both sides were to continue fighting, it would be very difficult to see a decisive result in this battle in a short period of time. Roar! Boom! Walala! Su Heavenly King Kong raised his head and roared. With a wave of his right arm, a huge fist like a meteor blasted out. In the blink of an eye, it broke hundreds of the more than 2,000 blood-black rune chains, but that was all it could do. The remaining 2,000 or so rune chains were like spiritual pythons in an instant. As they coiled nimbly, they tightly wrapped around the huge figure of the void heavenly king in just a short breath. At a glance, it was simply like a dumpling too tight. Roar! Kachacha! Su Heavenly King Kong was unwilling to give up. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. The power in his body was pushed to the limit as he struggled crazily in the void. Even more so as for the void battle talisman on his chest, it was emitting a blazing light at this moment. This was clearly a sign that the void battle talisman's power was being activated. Under their combined strength, A third of the 2,000+ black rune chains that tightly wrapped around his body were instantly broken. But even so, there were still more than 1,000 rune chains that wrapped around the Void Heavenly King's incomparably huge body. It seemed that he had already used all his strength. The last 1,000 or so rune chains that were still wrapped around his body were unlikely to be able to break free. A similar scene was playing out on Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King Time, and Heavenly King Crying Soul. The 10,000 rune chains on the outer walls of the Netherworld Cauldron were all incomparably thick and solid, reaching a length of 1,000,000 zhang. Moreover, they were as agile as space serpents. Now, facing the 4 heavenly kings who were rumbling towards them, these 10,000 rune chains were divided into 4 and completely wrapped around the 4 heavenly kings. Only just a small number of runic chains was enough for the 4 great heavenly kings to directly break free. However, with over 2,000 chains entangled together, they were truly too sturdy. Even if they used all of their strength, and even used the kinetic energy of the battle claws that had been fused into their bodies, they were only able to break apart a third of the chains. It was almost meaningless. Because after breaking off a third of the rune chains, their situation was the same as before. Their movements were restricted and they were wrapped like dumplings. The two sides competed with each other, and this scene continued for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. During this period of time, the runic chains that wrapped around the bodies of the 4 great heavenly kings would occasionally emit cracking sounds, but it was only a small number, and it was unable to turn the situation around. Gradually, the 4 heavenly kings started to feel a little tired after struggling with all their strength. And in the other 2 battlefields in the void, the Emperor Beast was fighting with the Blood-Winged Tiger, and the Old Pig was fighting with the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. The 2 sides fighting in these 2 battlefields were evenly matched, and it was impossible to have a result in a short time. So therefore, the 4 heavenly kings couldn't count on the Emperor Beast and the Old Pig. Front in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, numerous abandoned stars were filled with numerous experts of the Devil Hall. There was no lack of experts from the primordial era amongst them. For example, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already stepped into the primordial exalt realm. But even they, who had the strongest cultivation, were only second-order desolate supremacies. They were only at the initial stage of this realm. Against the Netherworld Furnace, which had the combat strength of a first-order Heavenly Dao realm expert, they were clearly unable to shake it. Furthermore, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were still in seclusion. They probably didn't know the situation in the outside world, and that the 4 heavenly kings were in danger. Whoosh, walala. At this moment, after feeling the 4 great heavenly kings' struggling strength gradually weaken, the Netherworld Furnace finally made a new move. Its rune chains slowly retracted and lifted up. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 great heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Boom! Rumble. The situation was extremely dangerous. It could be said that it was a matter of life and death. At this moment there was a shocking explosion high in the void. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary Heavenly Dao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated. Whoosh, walala. As the 4 heavenly kings' struggle gradually weakened, the Netherworld Furnace made a new move. Its rune chains slowly shrank and lifted. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Although the 4 heavenly kings weren't lifeforms of flesh and blood, but electronic and mechanical lifeforms, their massive bodies were modified time and time again. They used a large number of materials from the remains of ancient lifeforms. Even more furthermore, the 4 races of kinetic energy that fused into the 4 heavenly kings' bodies were rather extraordinary as well. This included the various top-grade cosmic metals used in the 4 heavenly kings' bodies, as well as some other special materials. The Netherworld Furnace could absorb all of them. To it, these were also the best resources. If it were to throw the 4 heavenly kings into the huge furnace, they would instantly perish under the crushing pressure of the millstone. Boom! Rumble. At this moment, the situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. It was definitely a 1 in a million situation. And it was also at this moment that a turning point appeared. Void high in the sky, there was a shocking explosion. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated at this moment, and in the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation suddenly appeared. The only possibility was that the treasure-devouring body had successfully broken through. As for the mutation of the heavenly tribulation, it seemed to be expected. What sort of existence was the treasure-devouring body? In terms of monstrous talent, it far exceeded Yi Xian's actual body. It would be strange if his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation did not mutate. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. As the terrifying tribulation cloud appeared high in the sky and churned, in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, a star instantly exploded. With a deafening boom, the entire planet was blasted into pieces. Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere. A figure shot out from the rubble like a shooting star. His speed was extremely fast, and he headed straight for the outskirts of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, which was also where the battle was taking place. This figure was none other than the treasure-devouring body. His body did not seem eye-catching, being that of an ordinary human expert. He was completely incomparable to the massive astral beasts that spanned tens of millions of kilometers. However, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was extremely astounding. Such as today, having just broken through and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, his cultivation level was naturally only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But for some reason, when they turned around and saw the treasure-devouring body, even the third stage heavenly Tao realm sanguine winged tiger, and the fourth stage heavenly Tao realm jade-eyed golden-eyed beast felt a sense of trepidation. They felt an extremely strong sense of dread. Heaven's Tao realm experts were already at the pinnacle of life's natural order. Their divine perception was extremely sharp. For the two of them to have such feelings towards the treasure-devouring body was enough to show how powerful he was. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. The treasure-devouring body was extraordinary. His body was formed from the Khanate devouring crystal, and his bloodline was purer than a Khanate ferocious beast. It was close to that of a chaos fiend celestial. Same Ash was absolutely invincible under his realm. Even more so as for that, even though he was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he could still easily suppress existences at the third or fourth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. And it was precisely because of such a heaven-defying bloodline that the treasure-devouring body was so confident all these years. He roamed the outside world alone to temper himself and grow. However, he never relied on any cardinal treasures or powerful divine powers. Against any enemy, he only relied on pure strength and the instinct of the treasure-devouring body to fight. On this point, even Yi Xian could only sigh at his inferiority. There was no way he could compare. Roar! At that moment, as his figure shot over like a shooting star, he arrived in the void where the battle was taking place in the periphery of the forbidden grounds of the magic hall. The treasure-devouring body raised his head and roared as he charged straight for the netherworld cauldron. Boom! Rumble. Far up in the sky, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. The vast expanse of sky was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud as though doomsday had arrived. Even the void was trembling as a result. Typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations would definitely not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Typical mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existences would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. In fact, that was indeed the case. When the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sensed the surging tribulation lightning above their heads, they were no longer calm. They seemed to want to escape, but they were held back by the archbeast and the pig demon. Compared to the two of them, the archbeast and the pig demon could also be injured by the tribulation lightning. However, the pig demon's skin was tough, while the archbeast had an alloy combat body made of special metals. In comparison, it clearly had the advantage. For example, today, they had forcefully left the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast behind. It was clear that they wanted to use their injuries to exchange for their deaths. Boom! Crash! Gotcha! In a blink of an eye, the treasure-devouring body appeared in front of the netherworld cauldron. Without any hesitation, he punched the netherworld cauldron. Although the Netherworld Cauldron had combat strength at the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, the treasured devouring body was no ordinary Heavenly Dao realm expert. This punch instantly caused the Netherworld Cauldron to tremble. It was completely no match for the treasured devouring body. The strength of the punch left it alarmed as though it was being crushed. Hua! The clanking sounds of chains rang out. Half of the thousands of rune chains that had originally bound the 4 heavenly kings were instantly broken. The 4 heavenly kings had escaped and did not continue to fight. They simply did not dare to linger here. Bihi's cultivation base was only at the great perfection of the 9th stage of Desolate Supremacy, which was half a step into the Heavenly Dao. This kind of cultivation base could not even withstand the ordinary Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation, let alone the devouring treasure body, which was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. They immediately retreated to the depths of the forbidden zone in the magic hall. They avoided the tribulation clouds that enveloped a region of 5 billion kilometers and watched from afar. Crash! The sound of chains rang out as the Netherworld Cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. They looked exactly the same as before. The only difference was that the blood-red runic patterns on the 10,000 runic chains seemed to be dimmer than before. Netherworld, the cauldron's 10,000 chains and the massive cauldron's inner and outer walls had a large number of obscure runic patterns. These runic patterns represented the power of its domain. For example, the runic patterns on the 10,000 chains had dimmed significantly. Some of the runic patterns were so dim that they were nearly invisible, as though they had been extinguished. It clearly represented that the Netherworld Cauldron's power had been damaged. It was the same as when a Cosmos expert was injured. It was afraid. As the broken chains reconnected, the Netherworld Cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasured devouring body. It was too afraid of him. Crash! Lock! The sound of chains rang out as the Netherworld Cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. Immediately following that, the Netherworld Cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasured devouring body. It was too afraid of him. If Yi Xian were to see such a scene, he would probably be shocked speechless. For example, today, Yi Xian was already a powerful existence at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. If he were to punch out, his strength would definitely exceed the treasured devouring body, which was only at the 1st level of the Heavenly Dao realm. For example, although the treasured devouring body was monstrous, no matter how monstrous it was, its combat strength was only equivalent to the 4th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. But in fact, if Yi Xian were here, the result of his punch would definitely be different. At the very least, the Netherworld Cauldron would definitely not become so fearful just from the might of that punch, to the point of wanting to retreat immediately. Orsu Tianji's Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation was probably one of the factors that made it fearful. After all, this was a mutated Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Its might was not to be underestimated. But this reason was still somewhat far-fetched because the Netherworld Cauldron was not like other Starry Sky experts. Although it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit and had its own consciousness, its body was still just a cauldron that resembled a magic treasure. Furthermore, it was forged from a special kind of extremely strong metal. Like the Shenong cauldron, it was a primordial treasure of the era. Although this Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation was terrifying and its mutated might was even stronger, to an existence like it, it was definitely less of a threat than a living creature of flesh and blood. Clearly, it was not enough to make the Netherworld Cauldron want to escape immediately. If unsurprisingly, the reason why the Netherworld Cauldron was so fearful should be related to the treasured devouring body. The treasured devouring body did not have any powerful abilities, nor did it have any treasures accompanying it. Its devouring bloodline was its strongest means. Netherworld, the cauldron had given birth to a cauldron spirit, and its cultivation level had already reached the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Its divine perception was extremely sharp. It was fine if it did not come into contact with the cauldron previously, but when the treasured devouring body's punch landed on the cauldron's wall, both parties had intimate contact without any obstruction. It was enough for the Netherworld Cauldron to keenly grasp something from the punch, Unfortunately, although it realized the danger and wanted to escape, what kind of existence was the treasure-devouring body? Its fighting spirit was shocking, and even Yi Xian was inferior to it. It naturally could not let the enemy in front of it leave. Boom! Rumble! Gotcha! At this time, the churning tribulation clouds high in the sky had become even more violent. Amidst the shocking rumbling of thunder, a crisp sound that made one's heart tremble resounded. Within the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered a distance of 10 billion miles, a blood-colored lightning finally struck down. With a diameter of 50 million miles, it was terrifyingly thick. The invisible aura of destruction that emanated from it caused even heavenly Dao realm existences to change their expressions. Good. Only one such blood-colored lightning bolt struck down, and it was locked onto the treasure-devouring body. It did not strike where the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast were fighting. This made the two old fellows secretly heave a sigh of relief. Although it was a mutated heavenly Dao lightning tribulation, the treasure-devouring body did not take it to heart. He had a body that was formed from the purest innate devouring origin crystal. The power of his bloodline was too powerful, and he could even devour the power of lightning, turning it into resources to boost his cultivation. But this time he clearly didn't plan to directly rush into the sky and enter the tribulation lightning to devour the power of the lightning. Turn around glancing at the sky, the treasure-devouring body's shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly shot up, charging towards the mouth of the cauldron. Look, this posture clearly indicated that he was going to enter the interior of the netherworld cauldron. If that was really the case, once he entered the interior of the netherworld cauldron, no matter where the netherworld cauldron fled, the tribulation lightning from the tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky would definitely lock onto the netherworld cauldron and chase after it. The netherworld cauldron might not be afraid of this, but it was extremely afraid of the treasure-devouring body. At the thought of the treasure-devouring body entering its cauldron, the cauldron spirit sensed it, and the entire cauldron that was as huge as a star trembled slightly. Immediately after, as the treasure-devouring body shot towards the mouth of the cauldron, a blood-colored light screen immediately appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, sealing the entire mouth of the cauldron. This was clearly condensed by the power of the netherworld cauldron's domain, and its purpose was to block the treasure-devouring body outside, preventing him from entering the cauldron. Whoosh! Just as the blood-colored light shield appeared, the devouring treasured body arrived. The moment it touched the blood-colored light shield, its body suddenly froze. However, immediately after, there was a dazzling 7-colored light radiating from the devouring treasured body's body. This is when the layer of blood-red light encountered this layer of dazzling rainbow light. It was as if ice and snow had encountered the scorching sun. In an instant, a large hole was melted into it. The treasure-devouring physique that had just stopped abruptly entered the netherworld cauldron through the big hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Crack. Boom. Rumble. Walla. In the next moment, the blood-red lightning bolt finally struck down from the sky. Although the netherworld cauldron was like a giant star, the diameter of this blood-red lightning bolt was 50 million miles, almost the same size as the netherworld cauldron. An incomparably large bolt of blood-colored lightning instantly enveloped the entire netherworld cauldron. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, and the cauldron spirit could feel it. Under this level of tribulation lightning, the entire cauldron began to tremble violently. The 10,000 rune chains on the cauldron crazily danced, and the clanking sounds entered one's ears. This was only the first bolt of tribulation lightning. There were a total of 9 heavenly Dao tribulations, and everything in front of them was clearly just the beginning. After a short 3 breaths of time, the boundless sea of lightning finally dissipated. The main body of the netherworld cauldron was unscathed, but the talisman markings on the 10,000 chains on the outside of the cauldron had clearly dimmed a little. All of the chains drooped down, giving off a feeling of powerlessness. It was clear that they had suffered some damage from the terrifying might of the tribulation lightning. At this moment, the netherworld cauldron spirit was definitely on the verge of collapse. Today he was just too unlucky. He was fine earlier, but in the blink of an eye, a heavenly Dao realm expert with a special bloodline forcefully barged into the cauldron. Furthermore, the other party had just broken through, and was undergoing his heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. And because of this fellow's special bloodline, His heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was also extraordinary. It had already mutated, and now that this person was hiding in the cauldron, it was clear that he couldn't escape. He had to brace himself and help him endure the 9 waves of mutated, heavenly Tao lightning tribulation from beginning to end. Boom! Rumble! Crack! It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down in the forbidden area of the palace. The battle between the blood-winged tiger and the arch-beast, the old pig spirit and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was still ongoing. High above their heads, the tribulation clouds that enveloped the void for billions of miles were still churning violently, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one shudder. Boom! Rumble! Crack! It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down Walala. The netherworld cauldron. The cauldron was struggling, and the runic chains outside the cauldron's walls were waving crazily. Its body was originally like a giant star, but now it was rapidly shrinking. When the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, the nether cauldron, which was as large as a star, had already shrunk to a circumference of only 100,000 feet. However, it still could not escape the lock of the tribulation lightning. The blood-red tribulation lightning fiercely smashed onto the walls of the cauldron, causing the entire cauldron to tremble violently once again. However, it was still fine. After all, it was a primordial treasure of the era, forged from some kind of mysterious and powerful metal. Moreover, the existence that personally forged it was the will of the heavenly Tao of a large world, so its strength could be imagined. Crack! At the same time, inside the nether cauldron, after entering the cauldron, the devouring treasured body's shoulders shook and directly arrived in front of the huge millstone inside the nether cauldron. Just now, the nether cauldron's divine might had sucked in all 20 million Azure Rock clan captives on an abandoned planet. Immediately after, the sound of the millstone rotating could be heard from inside the cauldron. By this time, when the devouring treasured body entered the cauldron, the bone-chilling sound had already disappeared and could no longer be heard. After all, it was only 20 million Azure Rock clan captives with low cultivation bases. In a short period of time, they had been ground into bloody paste by the huge millstone inside the cauldron. Look! Seeing all this, a cold light flashed in the devouring treasured body's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and touched the huge millstone. The moment his fingertips touched it, from the center of his palm, there was clearly a blazing light shining. What was strange was that when the blazing light on the devouring treasured body's palm lit up, the huge millstone also suddenly lit up with a blood-red light. As if attracted, the two lights instantly merged together. The aura of this blood-red light was extremely strange. It had the aura of Yixian's bloodline, and also the aura of the headless infant corpse. However, it was extremely obscure and deeply hidden, covered by an extremely dense aura of fierce beasts. Also only Yixian's original body, or the devouring treasure body, could sense it. Even the nether cauldron was deceived. Otherwise, it would not have allowed this blood-red light to exist in the core of the cauldron. All of this was thanks to the headless infant corpse. When Yixian entered the depths of the origin of all evil star area in the first universe of the 3 main dimensions of the starry sky, he gained the trust of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. With the help of the primordial porcupine, he sent a drop of essence blood to the nether cauldron. In this way, he gained the nether cauldron's approval, which allowed him to enter the depths of the origin of all evil star area without being affected by the pressure of the nether cauldron. Clang! The nether cauldron's ferocious face had not yet appeared when it accepted the drop of essence blood and recognized Yixian's identity as the primordial little demon ape, the descendant of the origin of all evil ancient wild beast. Exactly. In the drop of essence blood that was sent to the nether cauldron, the headless infant corpse was mixed with a wisp of the heavenly way's power. However, it was extremely obscure and was covered by the strong aura of the primordial demon ape. It was hidden from the nether cauldron and was not detected by it. This was a backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the nether cauldron. Yixian knew about this, and the devouring treasure body as his avatar naturally knew about it as well. For example, when the devouring treasure body entered the nether cauldron's body and reached out to touch the huge millstone inside the nether cauldron, the drop of essence blood was activated. The backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the blood was fully activated. Coupled with the unique power of the devouring treasured body's devouring bloodline, at this moment, from the center of the devouring treasured body's palm, a wisp of blood-red light instantly burst out and entered the outer wall of the millstone that the palm touched, and immediately spread out in all directions. Buzz! At this moment, a strange buzzing sound rang out. As the blood-red light from the devouring treasured body's palm spread out rapidly, the originally dense and obscure runes on the huge millstone were instantly shaken. From near to far, these runes quickly dimmed. The speed was too fast. In just a breath, some of the obscure runes around the devouring treasured body's palm had gone from dimming to disappearing, directly disappearing. This huge flesh millstone was the core of the nether cauldron. The obscure runes on the millstone represented the consciousness of the cauldron spirit that was born in the nether cauldron. For example, the devouring treasured body used the arrangement left behind by the headless infant corpse to display its unique devouring bloodline to the extreme. It was currently devouring these obscure runes, which was equivalent to devouring the consciousness of the cauldron spirit. Once all of this was over, the spirit refinement of the nether cauldron would disappear, or it would be completely refined by the devouring treasured body. At that time, the nether cauldron would no longer belong to the primeval heaven's eye, and would be taken away by the devouring treasured body. This, the direct refinement of the nether cauldron from the inside, was extremely thorough, to the extent that there was no possibility of reversal. From then on, the nether cauldron to the devouring treasure body was like the farmer god's cauldron to the Yixian. With a thought, it would be as easy as controlling an arm, and it would be difficult to separate. Walala. Screech. The nether cauldron spirit naturally sensed everything that was happening inside the nether cauldron. At this moment it was truly panicking. The 10,000 rune chains outside the cauldron's walls suddenly waved even more crazily. The nether cauldron, there was even a sky-shaking screech coming from inside its body. This was the cauldron spirit's shriek. It realized that the crisis of destruction had arrived. In reality, the nether cauldron was not too afraid of the devouring treasured body's heavenly tribulation lightning. Even if the devouring treasured body entered the cauldron's body and forcefully pulled the nether cauldron to bear the lightning for it. However, it was originally an era's most precious treasure of the desolate era. It was not a living creature of flesh and blood, but was forged from some kind of mysterious and powerful metal. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning could slightly damage the nether cauldron, it could not harm its foundation. It would be able to recover in a short period of time. But everything that was happening inside the nether cauldron was different. The huge millstone was densely covered with countless cryptic runes. They were the embodiment of the cauldron spirit's consciousness. Right now, they were being rapidly devoured, as if the cauldron spirit was being refined. But once this process was completed, although the cauldron spirit would still exist, it would no longer be the current cauldron spirit. It would be as if it had been reborn, and the devouring treasured body's divine soul and aura would change owners. Unfortunately, although the cauldron spirit resisted all of this and was unwilling to appear in the end, it clearly could not do anything. It could not stop the devouring treasured body from proceeding. Boom! Rumble! Kacha! High up in the void, the sky-shaking rumble of thunder resounded once again. Within the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered 10 billion li of the void, another blood-red bolt of lightning struck down. It was 50 million li in diameter, and in an instant it completely submerged the nether cauldron that was only a million li wide. Kacha! At this moment, with the devouring treasured body refining it from the inside and the heavenly tribulation lightning crushing it from the outside, the nether cauldron spirit once again let out a sky-shaking screech, revealing endless despair. Kacha! At this moment, the nether cauldron spirit once again let out a sky-shaking screech, revealing endless despair. Its situation was too critical. It had never succeeded before. Now, with the devouring treasured body refining it from the inside and the heavenly tribulation lightning crushing it from the outside, it would not be able to hold on for long. Chapter 5107. Boom! Rumble! Kacha! High up in the sky, the thunderous roar resounded once again. Cage. Another blood-red bolt of lightning struck down from the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. It was 50 million kilometers in diameter, and it instantly struck down. The netherworld furnace, which was now only 1 million kilometers in diameter, was once again completely engulfed. Heavens, there were a total of 9 waves of tribulation lightning, and this was already the 7th one. Although the netherworld furnace was not damaged by the tribulation lightning, the furnace spirit had to go all out in the face of such terrifying power. Otherwise, the furnace body could be damaged. This was its main body, and it absolutely could not allow such a situation to happen. In fact, everything that happened inside the furnace body was more serious, but it involved the furnace spirit's main body, so it had no way to resist. Thus today, on the huge millstone inside the furnace body, more than half of the countless dense and obscure runes that originally covered it had been obliterated. This was the core of the netherworld furnace, and as more than half of the runes were obliterated, the power of the netherworld furnace would be greatly affected. At this moment, there was no longer the sound of chains rattling in the air. Netherworld, the 10,000 rune chains on the exterior of the furnace were all dangling powerlessly. The 10,000 Zhonglong chains were all dangling downwards, and the runes on the chains had already completely dimmed. Like dead vines, they merely swayed slightly under the impact of the invisible force in the air. Boom! Kacha! The clouds rolled, and the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, completely submerging the netherworld furnace in an instant. At first, the furnace body was still shaking violently, but then, as if something had happened to it, it suddenly paused and there was no more movement. At this moment, the obscure runes on the huge millstone inside the furnace body were completely devoured, and not a single one was left. This meant that the furnace spirit of the netherworld furnace had been taken away from the main body of the netherworld furnace, and had been swallowed into the treasured body of Devour to begin refining. This refining process had actually started when the first rune was devoured. Now, as the last rune disappeared, the countless runes refined by the treasured body of Devour were completely completed. Hum! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the eyes of the treasured body of Devour burst out with a blazing light. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the huge millstone in front of him and disappeared. Rumble! In the next moment, the netherworld furnace that was motionless like a dead object suddenly started to shake. An expanse of blood-red light suddenly appeared on the enormous millstone within the furnace, and it swiftly split apart to derive boundless obscure talisman markings. Everything happened too quickly. In just a short moment, the smooth outer wall of the millstone, without a single obscure seal pattern, was covered by countless blood-colored seal patterns in an instant. At first glance, it seemed to be no different from before the devouring treasured body devoured it. But in fact, if one took a closer look, they would find that the countless blood-colored runes that appeared around the outer wall of the millstone were completely different from before. All of them had new changes. They were more ancient and profound. The heavenly Tao realm's cultivation aura did not change, but what emanated was clearly the soul and bloodline aura of the devouring treasure body. Walala? Buzz! Amidst the low humming sounds, the 10,000 rune chains hanging down powerlessly like dead vines on the outer walls of the netherworld furnace instantly blossomed with boundless golden light. The countless runes densely covered on the chains seemed to have come alive, and instantly became lively. The 10,000 rune chains seemed to welcome a new life at this moment. They completed a transformation and once again waved around like a giant python in the starry sky. From this moment onwards, the netherworld furnace was still the netherworld furnace. Its cultivation strength was comparable to a level 1 heavenly Tao, and its original power had not changed. Instead, because of the integration of the unique bloodline power of the devouring treasured body, it became stronger and obtained new abilities. At the same time, from this moment onwards, the netherworld furnace was no longer the netherworld furnace of the past. It no longer had anything to do with the primeval heaven's eye. Just like how Yixian refined the Shenong cauldron, it was completely refined from the inside out, and could no longer be separated from the devouring treasured body. Boom! Rumble! High in the sky, the mutated tribulation clouds that covered billions of miles of the void began to churn restlessly again. This was the rhythm of the last wave of lightning tribulation. That was Even if it was an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the last wave of tribulation lightning would definitely be the strongest. For this mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the situation was not only the same, but it was obviously even more intense. The final ninth wave of tribulation lightning would instantly extract all the lightning power in the vast tribulation clouds that covered billions of miles of the void, and turn it into a single wave of tribulation lightning, and strike down. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint air-breaking sound came from the mouth of the reborn netherworld furnace, and a figure shot out from the furnace. It was the devouring treasured body. Without hesitation, with a wave of his hand, the huge netherworld furnace turned into a blood-black light in an instant, and entered the devouring treasured body's glabella and was absorbed into his body. First, the netherworld furnace was still an enemy, so it was natural to lead the lightning to strike it. But now it was different. The netherworld furnace had been refined and became the life treasure of the devouring treasured body, so there was naturally no need for that. In fact, this last wave of tribulation lightning with the most terrifying power had another use for the devouring treasured body. With this thought in mind, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately looked at the blood-winged tiger that was entangled with the arch-beast. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm, and had already stepped into the mid-stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although the last wave of tribulation lightning was the strongest, it was basically impossible to kill it with just one wave of tribulation lightning. However, the blood-winged tiger was different. He was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 3rd and 4th level, the 3rd level was still considered the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. The mid-stage and early stage were two completely different concepts. If this final 9th wave of tribulation lightning was an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, it would probably be unable to wipe it out. But now, it was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, and the arch-beast that was devouring the treasured body would instantly strike when the tribulation lightning struck down. Instantly killing the blood-winged tiger was a foregone conclusion. Rumble! Kacha! The next moment, the sound of thunder boomed, and it was extremely agitated. At the end of the rumbling, the tribulation cloud that enveloped the void for 10 billion miles instantly disappeared. And high in the void, a blood-colored tribulation lightning bolt that was over 50 million miles in diameter had already struck down. Swoosh! With a cold glint in his eyes, the treasured body of devouring immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. When he appeared again, he was already on the back of the blood-winged tiger. Swoosh! A weak sound of the air being torn apart was heard. With a cold glint in his eyes, the treasured body of devouring immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. In the blink of an eye, when his figure appeared again, he was already on the back of the blood-winged tiger. Rumble! Kacha! At the same time, the sound of thunder boomed, and it was extremely agitated. Boom! At the end of the rumbling sound, the entire tribulation cloud that covered an area of 10 billion kilometers instantly disappeared. High up in the sky, a blood-red bolt of tribulation lightning that was more than 100 million kilometers in diameter came crashing down from the sky. Roar! Too shameless! Sensing the arrival of danger, the blood-winged tiger's body trembled violently. At the same time as it raised its head and roared, an extremely shrill divine sense sound was transmitted, resounding throughout the entire star field. Without any hesitation, he wanted to activate the power in his body and teleport away. This was a mutated heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, and it was the last wave of the 9 waves of tribulation lightning that was the most powerful. Now, the blood-colored tribulation lightning bolt that was crashing down from the sky above was over 50 million miles in diameter. Even though he was in existence at the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm, and not someone who had just entered the heavenly Tao realm, facing such a terrifying tribulation lightning, although he would not die, he would definitely be severely injured on the spot and would no longer have the strength to fight. If that was the case, not to mention the treasured body of devouring, just the Emperor Beast would be able to completely finish him off with a single punch. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die in such a way to help others withstand the lightning. Therefore, teleporting away and escaping the aura of this terrifying tribulation lightning was the only choice. There was no need to think about it. Unfortunately, although his reaction was fast, he was still one step too slow. Devour, the treasured body of devouring, was also Yi Xian's doppelganger. And the Emperor Beast was also Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. They were all doppelgangers, so there was no problem of communication between their consciousnesses. At such a close distance, whatever the treasured body of devouring was thinking was what the Emperor Beast was thinking. Their thoughts were completely synchronized. So therefore, the two's cooperation was flawless. Just as the blood-winged tiger activated the power in his body and was about to teleport away, the treasured body of devouring and the Emperor Beast moved at the same time. Boom! The Emperor Beast was the most direct. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he raised his right arm that was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky and directly attacked the blood-winged tiger. At that moment, the treasured body of devouring was standing on the blood-winged tiger's back. His movements were extremely strange. He also raised his right hand, but instead of punching, he spread his fingers and pressed them on the skin on the blood-winged tiger's back. A blood-red light gushed out from the treasured body of devouring's palm and entered the blood-winged tiger's body. Instantly, his body shook violently as if his soul had been fixed. His consciousness immediately fell into chaos. Although, however, this kind of confusion only lasted for a moment. The blood-winged tiger's eyes quickly regained their clarity, but it was already too late. In an instant, it was enough for the blood-red tribulation lightning to strike down from the sky. Then this blood-red light that entered the blood-winged tiger's body not only caused its consciousness to be temporarily confused, but at the same time, the treasured body of devouring also transferred its own aura over. Swish! At the same time, the treasured body of devouring had already activated the power in his body and teleported away. And the blood-red lightning that came crashing down from the sky directly smashed into the blood-winged tiger's head. His skull exploded, and a dazzling golden light bloomed from inside. However, he was not dead yet. He was only seriously injured and lost his fighting strength. Rumble! Bam! It was also at this moment that the Emperor Beast's right arm, which was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, reached out and punched the blood-winged tiger in the face. Amidst a shocking explosion, the blood-winged tiger's head instantly exploded, and its entire body was completely blown into a cloud of blood under this terrifying force that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear. Swish! Hundreds of millions of miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The treasured body of devouring appeared and turned to look. Seeing that the blood-winged tiger had fallen and the lightning had dissipated, his heart relaxed and he immediately waved his hand. An invisible majestic force surged out, enveloping the majestic blood mist that had exploded from the blood-winged tiger's body. In an instant, it turned into a ray of blood light and entered the treasured body of devouring's body. Previously, Yi Xian already had 15 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed the blood-winged tiger, he had obtained another one. In the future, once the treasured body of devouring gave this unrefined blood bead to Yi Xian, he would have 16 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Clang, however, now that the treasured body of devouring had obtained the netherworld furnace and completely refined it, the netherworld furnace was of the same grade as the Shenong cauldron. It was also a primordial treasure of the era. Although there was no Shenong 9-colored flame in the netherworld furnace, there was a flesh and blood millstone. Even if it could not refine the blood bead formed by the explosion of the blood-winged tiger's body into a more pure vicious beast blood essence. However, the treasured body of devouring could activate the flesh and blood millstone in the netherworld furnace, but it could refine it into an existence similar to the all-evil origin liquid, but its grade and medicinal effects were even more astonishing. Therefore, the heavenly law blood bead formed by the explosion of the blood-winged tiger's body might not be handed over to Yi Xian. He would use it wherever he needed it. On this side, everything had come to an end. The mutated heavenly law tribulation of the treasured body of devouring had dissipated, the netherworld furnace had been refined, and even the blood-winged tiger had been killed. As for the 20 vicious beasts and the desolate sovereign, they had long been killed by the 4 heavenly kings. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it all happened in a short period of time. Far away, the battle between the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and the pig demon was still hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Their cultivation levels were equal, with both of them being powerful existences at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In a battle at this level, any carelessness would instantly result in a disadvantageous situation. Therefore, ever since the battle began, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast had focused all its attention on the pig demon. It did not care about anything else, nor did it have the time to care about anything else now, with the fall of the blood-winged beast, especially the roar of unwillingness before he was killed. The old pig spirit and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast in the void hundreds of millions of miles away, who were concentrating all their attention on the fierce battle, immediately noticed the situation of the battle here. Woo! With just a probe with his perception, the pig demon understood everything. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. It was filled with joy and smugness, while the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast turned around and saw that all the battles in the void had come to an end. Not only did the 20 ferocious beast mighty figures in desolate supremacy all perish, even the blood-winged beast was the same. Even the netherworld furnace was gone. Such a result was unexpected to him. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast trembled and let out a roar filled with endless horror. Devour the treasure-devouring body and the emperor beast exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they shook their shoulders and turned into two beams of light, shooting forward. This was clearly the rhythm of joining forces with the pig demon to kill the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Screech. In a short period of time, the blood-winged beast had died and the netherworld furnace had disappeared. Such a result was unexpected to the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. His body trembled as he raised his head and let out a roar filled with endless horror. Seeing this scene, the treasure-devouring body and the emperor beast exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they shook their shoulders and turned into two beams of light, shooting forward. Look! This posture was clearly the rhythm of joining forces with the pig demon to kill the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. In such a dangerous situation, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't handle it alone. If there were no accidents, the final result of its death was almost certain. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's cultivation level was at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. While among the 3 experts who were about to surround him, the pig demon was in existence at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Previously, he had been evenly matched with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and was not the slightest bit weaker. In addition, although the treasure-devouring body had just broken through to the 1st level of the heavenly Tao realm, his true combat strength was also comparable to the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. In addition to the emperor beast, although it was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm, it could fight a 3rd level heavenly Tao head-on without being at a disadvantage. With the 3 of them joining forces and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast having lost all will to fight, the result was obvious. In fact, the situation he was facing now was clearly far from this crisis. Whoosh! Whoosh! Walala! His figure transformed into two beams of light that shot out. The treasure-devouring body's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his hand. A few moments later at the same time, a blood-black beam shot out from the treasure-devouring body's hand and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-black cauldron as huge as a star. It was the netherworld furnace. Netherworld furnace? That's impossible. How did you refine it? The netherworld cauldron flew across the sky, blocking the right side of the void. In the other 3 directions, the old pig spirit, the emperor beast, and the devouring treasured body were all in place. In an instant, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, who was surrounded from all sides, cried out in alarm. Previously, when he didn't see the netherworld furnace, he thought that it had temporarily left the place. Now that he suddenly saw it being summoned by the treasure-devouring body, he finally realized what had happened. Although the netherworld furnace's furnace spirit's combat strength was only comparable to the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was a primordial treasure at the level of an era. It was forged with a mysterious and powerful metal, and it was personally forged by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Ordinary heavenly Tao realm experts, even those at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the 7th or 8th stage, as long as their cultivation level wasn't stronger than the primeval Heaven's Eye, it was impossible for them to erase the primeval Heaven's Eye's brand and forcibly refine the netherworld furnace. However, everything was in front of him. Although the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't figure out how the treasure-devouring body did it, the facts in front of him couldn't be ignored. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expression on his face changed drastically again. His body trembled violently as his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Only just facing the pig demon, the treasure-devouring body, and the emperor beast was already extremely worrisome. There was basically no chance of survival. If now, with the addition of the strange netherworld furnace, it was like adding oil to the fire, adding frost to snow. Facing such a situation, he naturally couldn't have any desire to fight. No, with some hesitation, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast immediately pushed the strength in his body to the limits. He was about to immediately teleport and escape. Although he didn't know if he could succeed under such circumstances, he had to at least give it a try. Humwalala. A deep buzzing sound rang out, accompanied by the clattering of chains that shook the heavens. At this moment, the netherworld cauldron moved. The entire cauldron, that was as huge as a star, trembled slightly. The 10,000 rune chains on the cauldron's exterior instantly soared into the sky, interweaving into a mysterious pattern in the air. An invisible pressure spread out, forming some kind of mysterious domain that sealed off the void within a radius of 100 billion miles. Only just the sealing force formed by the netherworld cauldron's domain was clearly unable to stop the force teleportation of a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. But at that moment, Pig Spirit, the devouring treasure body, and the Empyrean beast's suppressive auras emanated, augmenting the sealing force in a formless manner. Instantly, it reinforced the sealing force, making it impregnable. Roar! The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared at the sky. His voice was extremely shrill and filled with endless indignation. He had tried using all his strength, but the void within 100 billion kilometers was completely sealed. Unless his cultivation level reached the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm's 7th stage, there was no way he could tear apart the invisible sealing force. In other words, he was now completely trapped. Teleportation was ineffective, so there was no way for him to escape. No matter what happened next, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. As for whether he could withstand it, that was another matter. Roar! Awoo! At that moment, the Emperor Beast and the Pig Demon moved. They raised their heads and roared as they charged at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Emperor Beast, the beast continued punching out with his right arm that was like a pillar that held up the sky. The void along the way rapidly collapsed. It was obvious how terrifying his strength was. Swish! At the same time, the huge mantis wings on its back slowly flapped, causing ripples to appear in the air as a dazzling sharpness spread out invisibly. The old pig spirit was still the same as before. His 60 million miles long body stood up like a human, and his pair of huge black hooves were waving in the air. He looked so agile that it was hard to tell which of his hooves was the real attack. The devouring treasure body did not stop. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, his entire body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The latter's body was too huge. Like the pig demon, it was 60 million kilometers long. Compared to it, the devouring treasured body's human form was insignificant. It was clearly the difference between a star and a speck of dust. It was too inconspicuous. Here at this time, his figure silently appeared, and the aura in his body was completely concealed. The place where he suddenly appeared was in the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast's blind spot, so the moment he appeared, he was not discovered by the other party at all. While at this critical moment, the devouring treasure body's eyes seemed to flash with a faint light. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly punched below the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's left rib. In an instant, the devouring treasured body's right fist burst out with a blazing blood light. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast finally sensed his position, but it was too late. The former's right fist burst out with a blazing blood light directly entered his body. It was unknown what kind of strange power was unleashed, but the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's originally extremely clear huge eyes fell into confusion in an instant. Boom! Boom! Bang! At this moment a loud noise shook the sky. The Emperor Beast's fist directly smashed into the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's back. The sound of bones cracking rang out, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a rain of arrows. Blood splattered in the void. As the devouring treasure body made his move, he quietly punched below the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's left rib. The blazing blood light burst out of his right fist directly entered the former's body. It was unknown what kind of strange power this blazing blood light had unleashed. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's originally extremely clear huge eyes fell into confusion in an instant. Boom! 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 A loud explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. The Emperor Beast's fist directly smashed into the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's back. The sound of bones cracking rang out, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a rain of arrows. Blood splattered in the void. He did not die. He didn't fall, but his attacks didn't end there either. Bang! 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 Crack! Crack! Without waiting for the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast to regain his senses, the pig spirit, who was walking on two legs, used his huge black hooves to strike his head. It wasn't just one strike, but one strike after another. It was like the beating of a drum. The pig spirit was clearly ruthless. His huge black hooves were the toughest part of his body. Now that they were being waved around like the wind, it was impossible to see their shadows. It was a dazzling sight. It directly increased the strength of his hooves, and when he struck down in a concentrated manner, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head cracked open as a dazzling light bloomed from within. After all, he was a powerful existence at the heavenly Tao realm. His sea of consciousness was like a blazing sun, blinding and dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Amidst the clanging of the chains that covered the sky and earth, the enormous netherworld cauldron that was like a star swung the 10,000 rune chains on the outer walls of the cauldron down from the sky. It was like a giant seal that fiercely smashed onto the back of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head. Whoosh! If it was in its peak condition, it would have been fine. But now, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was on the verge of death. Its entire head was cracked, and a corner of its blazing knowledge sea was exposed. Its consciousness had long since fallen into chaos. How could it have the consciousness to mobilize the energy in its body to defend itself? Whoosh! With a single blow, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Without any suspense, the huge body of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, which was 50 to 60 million miles long, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Whoosh! 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 The monarch beast and the treasured devourer body turned around and charged toward the green-eyed golden-eyed beast. It had only been less than 10 breaths since the green-eyed golden-eyed beast's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was compressed into a blood bead by the treasured devourer body. Whoosh! 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 Division. Other than that, there was also the primordial supreme treasure, the netherworld furnace, the 20 great beasts, and the desolate sovereign. Now, this small elite team from the primordial forbidden grounds had been completely annihilated without exception. It could be said that they had been completely annihilated, and it was an extremely miserable sight. Originally, the netherworld cauldron was a supreme treasure of the primordial era personally crafted by the primeval heaven's eye. So the primeval heaven's eye should have sensed something when the runes on the huge millstone inside the cauldron were devoured and refined. But in reality, that wasn't the case. Otherwise, he would have torn through space and descended here a long time ago. Now that the battle was over, the fact that the primeval heaven's eye had yet to appear could only mean one thing. The fact that the primeval heaven's eye was completely oblivious to the fact that the netherworld furnace had been taken away meant that it was impossible for it to know what had happened in the forbidden area of the magic hall. Son of, on one hand, it was because the primeval heaven's eye was too far away from this place. But more importantly, it was because the treasured body of Devour had a strange method of devouring the countless runes on the huge millstone inside the netherworld furnace. It was related to the unique bloodline of the treasured body of Devour. In addition, the headless infant corpse had taken the opportunity to leave a blood-colored brand inside the netherworld furnace to conceal the secrets of heaven. Naturally, it had successfully escaped the detection of the primeval heaven's eye. Otherwise, no matter how far away he was from the forbidden area of the magic hall, once he sensed that the netherworld furnace was being refined, the primeval heaven's eye would definitely rush over in a rage. As such, if he arrived at the forbidden area of the magic hall before the treasured body of Devour succeeded, the former's refinement process would be affected. Whether or not it would succeed in the end was really a different matter altogether. All of these were just ifs. In the face of established facts, the so-called ifs would always be pale and powerless. That all of these were impossible to exist. The truth in front of him was that everything had come to an end. The invasion of the forbidden area of the Great Desolation had ended tragically. The primeval heaven's eyes planned to surround the netherworld furnace and attack the reinforcements had also completely failed. Oh woo! A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to behave atrociously in the forbidden area of the magic hall? Don't they know that the magic hall's pig tyrant is here? They're really courting death. At this moment, as the battle ended, the old pig tyrant raised his head and let out an earth-shattering howl. It was filled with boundless arrogance and disdain. The entire forbidden area of the magic hall could hear it clearly. At this moment, no one knew what the countless experts of the 6 great armies in the large number of abandoned stars in the demon hall's forbidden grounds were thinking. However, after devouring the precious bodies and the emperor beasts, including the 20 ferocious beast almighties and the desolate sovereign, the 4 great heavenly kings who were watching the battle from afar in the void seemed to be too lazy to care. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The 4 great heavenly kings moved at the same time. Their incomparably huge bodies transformed into 4 faint rays of light. In the blink of an eye, they shot over and entered the body of the emperor beast. The emperor beast didn't stop for a moment. It immediately shrunk its body, and with a shake of its shoulders, it entered the giant planet that it was previously guarding. Until, with the treasured body of Devour, a faint light flashed in its eyes. With a wave of its hand, it kept the netherworld furnace into its body. After that, it directly returned to the cavern star in Yixian, where the Black Palace was located. In a few abandoned planets slightly further away, a fleet of battleships sailed over. They arrived at the void near the planet that was previously destroyed by the netherworld furnace, and cleaned up the wreckage of the battleships that were floating in the void. 1. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. The entire forbidden area of the magic hall had regained its previous tranquility. It was as if everything that happened just now had never happened. Chapter 5108. In the vast dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot out, streaking across the dark void. After a short while, it stopped abruptly hundreds of billions of miles away, and Yixian's figure appeared in the void not far away. A source nest star could be seen. This was the target of Yixian's arrival this time. Here. After approaching the source nest star, Yixian waved his hand, and 2 rays of light shot out. This time the figures of Shi Wanjin and the black-robed desolate sovereign appeared. Counting the time, it had been half a year since he last left the forbidden area of the magic hall. During this half a year, Yixian had not stopped, rushing between the source nest stars that he had encountered and marked with interstellar coordinates. This time he had brought out nearly 100 of his subordinates, but now half a year had passed, and more than 30 of his subordinates had successfully entered the source hive stars one after another, stealing the heavens. Every time Lion Wanjin gnawed out a small hole in the invisible barrier of a nesting planet, there would be a rumbling sound of thunder coming from the dark void within 100 billion miles of the nesting planet, and each time it was louder than the previous one, it would be louder and louder. But until now there were still no other unforeseen events. He was already familiar with the road, so there was no need for him to waste his breath. After his figure appeared, Yixian suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light shot out, rushing towards the source nest star in front of him. An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and this ray of light shot out, abruptly stopping 10 million miles above the source nest star that was hundreds of millions of miles away. Gaze. The familiar scene in the line appeared again. It was a layer of hazy barrier that was about 1,000 feet long. Shi Wanjin's eyes flashed with anticipation, and with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. When he arrived in front of this barrier membrane, he first took a deep breath, and then as if he was eating, he bent down and gnawed on it. This time it only took an hour and a half to finish. A small hole was gnawed out of the barrier membrane in front of him, and an incomparably pure energy aura was emitted from it. How is it? Are you confident? Yixian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned to look at the black-robed desolate sovereign. Basically, the chaos demon gods born from the source hive star all have blazing and powerful chi and blood. Astral ferocious beasts are more suitable. This was clearly a reminder to the black-robed desolate supremacy that he was a remnant of the primordial era. Compared to the ferocious beasts of the starry skies, his flesh and blood did not have an advantage. It was best to consider carefully, or once heaven stealing failed, the final outcome would be unpredictable. This is a great opportunity, and I am willing to risk my life for it. I hope we can meet again in the future. Zhou, the black-robed desolate sovereign, was already prepared. When he heard this, a dim light flashed in his eyes. When the voice of the divine sense was transmitted, his figure had already shot out. In the blink of an eye, he entered the small hole and disappeared into the source hive star. Buzz! A low humming sound sounded at the same time. As the black-robed desolate supremacy rushed in, the fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was instantly restored to its original state. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Almost at the same moment, at the end of the dark void in the extreme distance as expected, there was a muffled sound of thunder. It lasted for about 3 breaths, and then it strangely stopped again. Hung, 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 hung. Although there was no so-called will of the heavenly Tao in the Meng void, its level was still far above that of the great desolate world. Not only did Yi Xian steal the heavens once or twice, it was fine. For example, when he first sent Shueben, Mosquito Butcher, and the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit into a source hive star 3 times, there was no abnormal reaction. But later on, when he did the same thing many times, the power of the primordial void's operation law had a reaction, and the rumbling sound of thunder was actually the power of the primordial void's operation law, carrying out a kind of warning. However, perhaps because he had heard too much recently, not only did Yi Xian not have any reaction, but even Shi Wanjin had a look of indifference. His eyes even revealed a look of satisfaction and enjoyment. In the past half a year, he had gnawed on more than 30 source hive stars, close to 40. Although he only gnawed on a bit the size of a soybean each time, they were all the purest primordial chaos power of different attributes. Short in just half a year, Shi Wanjin's cultivation had already broken through, smoothly stepping into the first level of the heavenly Tao realm. 10 days ago, under Yi Xian's protection, he had successfully passed his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Such a terrifying speed was absolutely unimaginable in the past. It was all because he had gnawed on the invisible barrier of the source hive stars in the past half a year. Therefore, Shi Wanjin was already very happy with this matter. Swish, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian kept Shi Wanjin into his body, and then rushed to the next source hive star without stopping. In an instant he disappeared into the dark void at the end of his vision. Similarly, on the right bank of the Milky Way, in a dark void about 500 billion kilometers away from the edge of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, 2 figures walked out of the void and appeared. The 2 figures were none other than Longjing and Primeval Heaven's Eye, who had transformed into the form of an elder. They had rushed to the right bank from the left bank of the Milky Way 2 days ago, but they did not approach the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. Instead, they lay in wait in the void 500 billion kilometers away, waiting for news of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds to arrive. Hung the desolate Heaven Path's green-eyed eyes plan was to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements. This from his point of view, with the blood-winged tiger, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, and the netherworld cauldron leading the 20 ferocious beasts and the desolate supremacy, the desolate wilderness forbidden grounds, which only had a desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, was definitely not their match. The moment this elite team from the desolate wilderness forbidden grounds arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, they instantly crushed them, causing the entire Magic Hall's forbidden grounds to fall into complete chaos. Once the news came out, they would lay in wait in the parallel void and pay close attention to everything here, guarding the main path, and waiting for the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, to return in a hurry. Then, one in the light and one in the dark, they would set up an ambush to capture and kill. However, after arriving here, they had waited for 2 full days, but there was still no news from the forbidden grounds of the Magic Hall 500 billion kilometers away in the void. It was as if nothing unexpected had happened. Calculating the time, the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast should have arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds 4 or 5 days ago, and they had already entered the inner void of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds for a few days. No matter what, this should not be the case. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even the green-robed elder transformed by primeval heavens, I had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. And not far away, the red-robed elder transformed by Longjing furrowed his brows. At this time he finally could not help but turn to Tiandao's green eye and say in a muffled voice, "Fellow Taoist Green Eye, that elite team of yours seems to be a little unreliable. After waiting for 2 full days, there was no movement in the forbidden grounds of the Demon Hall 500 billion kilometers away. Even the green-robed old man, who was the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, had a suspicious look in his eyes. Thus, not far away, the red-robed elder transformed by Longjing furrowed his brows. At this time he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned to look at heavenly Tao's green eyes and said with dissatisfaction in his tone, "Fellow Taoist green eyes, that elite team of yours doesn't seem to be very reliable. They must have encountered something on the way here, and were unexpectedly delayed." A hint of embarrassment appeared on Primeval Heaven's Eye's face as he casually replied. In his opinion, this was obviously the only explanation. From the forbidden grounds in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, had to first rush to the end of the left bank of the Milky Way, and circle to the right bank of the Milky Way through the endless dark void before heading to the forbidden grounds of the Magic Hall. However, even if a heavenly Tao realm existence were to rush over at full speed, it would still take about a month or so. In addition, along the way one would need to pass through many forbidden grounds and remnant star regions. The left bank of the Milky Way was fine, but all the forbidden grounds and remnant star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way were incomparable to the left bank. However, any forbidden ground or remnant star region on the left bank of the Milky Way was definitely not simple. Including Primeval Heaven's Eye, which had a total of 11 heavenly Tao realm existences presiding over it, none of them could be ranked in the top 10. They could only be ranked in the 40s or 50s. From this it could be seen. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast would encounter some accidents along the way as they rushed over from the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way. However, Primeval Heaven's Eye was not worried about their safety. After all, the forbidden grounds were not weak. Furthermore, the Netherworld Cauldron was an extraordinary primordial treasure. If they were no match for it, it was not a problem for them to tear through the void and escape with the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. As for the possibility that they had arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden ground 500 billion kilometers away, Primeval Heaven's Eye had never considered it. Even Longjing did not think so. This was because it was absolutely impossible. With the Netherworld Cauldron, the sanguine-winged tiger, and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast around, if they had already arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden ground, there would definitely be chaos there. How could it be so calm? But then again, since the sanguine-winged tiger and company had been delayed along the way, it was hard to tell if they would be able to rush over in a short period of time. As such, they naturally could not wait foolishly like they had for the past 2 days. Then, why not turn around and head to the Magic Hall's forbidden ground and make a move personally? However, that would only cause the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, to be vigilant. Rather than that, it was better to go in the dark and search for traces of him in the endless dark void in front of the right bank. If it was any other time, this would naturally be impossible. The dark void in front of the right bank was too vast. Blindly searching without any clues or guidance was simply asking for trouble. However, in fact, this was not a problem at all. Because as long as the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, made a move to steal the heavens, the nearby void would definitely rumble with the sound of thunder. This was a warning from the primordial chaos. For Primeval Heaven's Eye and Longjing, this kind of rumbling thunder that appeared out of nowhere was also a guide to roughly determine the location of the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. After making the decision, Primeval Heaven's Eye and Longjing did not hesitate any longer. They immediately set off, shooting towards the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The two of them had transformed into the form of survivors. Their bodies were very small, and even their cultivation auras were concealed, making them extremely inconspicuous. First it was agreed that they would go in the dark and in the light. This way, if they were to find the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, it would be easier for them to lower their guard. Therefore, at this moment, not only did the dragon whale conceal the aura in its body, it even concealed its figure. He was a powerful existence at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, and he wasn't far from the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. If he deliberately concealed his figure and restrained his aura, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to detect it if he didn't carefully investigate. As for Primeval Heaven's Eye, he only concealed his cultivation aura to prevent it from spreading and being detected by the other party from too far away. The entire primordial chaos void was just too vast. The Milky Way stellar domain only occupied a corner of the primordial chaos void. Even though Longjing and primeval heavens I were powerful existences at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, they were extremely fast and had been constantly searching. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After more than half a month, they still weren't able to find Yixian's whereabouts. They didn't even hear the rumbling of thunder in the air. This clearly it was because they were too far away from Yixian. This was because, according to accurate intelligence, Yixian would send a subordinate to a nesting planet every 3 to 5 days. Although Primeval Heaven's Eye and Longjing did not know how Yixian found a nesting planet every 3 to 5 days, they were certain that Yixian would not stop so easily. In fact, over the past half a month, they had been searching aimlessly. They had encountered 2 or 3 nesting planets in the vast and endless dark void. However, as they did not have Yixian's means, they were unable to break through the invisible barrier that enveloped the nesting planets. It could be said that it was useless even if they encountered it. Therefore, they ignored it completely. Rumble. Just as the two of them were getting impatient, a rumbling thunder suddenly sounded from the void on their right. It wasn't loud, indicating that it was still extremely far away. However, at the very least, it meant that Yixian was in that direction. The green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao and the eyes of the dragon whale burst forth with light. Their minds shook, and they didn't hesitate any longer. They instantly pushed the power in their bodies to the limit, and with one bright and one dark, they rushed in the direction of the rumbling sound. Black in the dark void, a single source nest star stood silently in the void. Distance about 5 billion kilometers away from the nesting planet, a figure could be seen. It was none other than Yixian. He had just arrived. At that moment, he suddenly waved his hand and shot out a beam of light towards the nesting planet in front of him. Next, in an instant there was a low buzzing sound, and a hazy barrier of about 1,000 meters appeared above the nesting planet 10 billion kilometers away. Lion Wanjin's entire figure instantly turned into a beam of light and blasted away. He reached the barrier and leaned down to bite it. A small hole was gnawed out of the barrier in front of him, and the energy within it was incomparably pure. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out from Yixian's side and disappeared into the depths of the source nest star. Rumble. A thunderous sound immediately came from the end of the dark void on the right. Yixian didn't intend to pay attention to it at first. However, this time he seemed to have sensed something suddenly. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed softly. He subconsciously turned to the dark void behind him. Xiao. As Yixian turned around, a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard from the extreme distance of the dark void behind him. The figure of a remnant expert wearing a green robe appeared, and he was currently rushing over to this side with extreme speed. This remnant powerhouse was very unfamiliar. Yixian had never seen him before, but the cultivation aura emitted from his body was not weak. Like Yixian, he had reached the 8th level of the heavenly path realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly path realm. No, for some reason, the moment he saw this person from afar, Yixian felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He felt like he had encountered a lifelong enemy. Under suspicion, he took a deep look at the other party. Then he no longer hesitated. He directly activated the perfect vibration of mental power secret technique, channeled the power in his body and teleported away. If he teleported directly, there would definitely be fluctuations in the void. Unless Yixian activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body, this remnant powerhouse of the 8th level, who had the same cultivation strength as him, would definitely be able to follow the void fluctuations caused by the teleportation and find his whereabouts. But now, he first activated the perfect vibration of mental power secret technique to hide his body and all his aura. Then, after he flew away, he quietly teleported away. Naturally, there was no trace to follow. Or Su Xiao was stronger than him. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly path realm. He could more or less catch a trace of it, but this remnant powerhouse of the 8th level, who had the same cultivation strength as him, was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Yixian did not take this matter to heart at all. After leaving quietly, he rushed to the next source nest star marked with the interstellar coordinates in his memory. Xiao! Roar! After a while, a ray of light shot over. It was Primeval Heaven's Eye. As soon as his figure appeared, He immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Find after more than half a month, he finally found the other party with great difficulty. He even saw Yi Xian's figure in the distance in the void, but in the end, he still let the other party escape again. And moreover, not a single trace was left behind in the void, so there was simply no way to trace it. Next, it was likely that it could only be like before, like a headless fly, searching everywhere in this vast and boundless dark void. Boom! In extreme anger, the unwilling primeval heavens I suddenly waved his hand and punched toward the source nest star in front of him. Within this source nest, it was obvious that Yi Xian had just sent a subordinate under his command and had already successfully stolen the heavens. If he could destroy it, he could at least solve the problem of the heart's eye. Buzz! With the violent power of his punch, there was an incomparably low buzzing sound in front of him, and a layer of translucent membrane barrier appeared. It seemed thin, but under the bombardment of his terrifying punch, not even the slightest ripple was aroused. Damn it! It's too tough. It's condensed from the laws of the primordial chaos. My full-strength punch was unable to shake it in the slightest. How did that damnable bastard send his subordinates in? With such a result, the corner of the eyes of the green-robed expert transformed by primeval heaven's eye twitched, and he roared in exasperation. He was originally the will of the heavenly way of a large world. He had no emotions, was high above, and looked down on all living beings. Basically, there would not be such a moment of anger. However, things were different now. The untainted wilderness world had long been swallowed up by the endless turbulence of the void. He was no longer the so-called incarnation of the heavenly Tao of a large world. In this primordial chaos void, he was merely an even more powerful starry sky expert. This change in state of mind had imperceptibly made his temperament more humane, and he was no longer as cold and arrogant as the heavenly way of the heavenly way. Of course, encountering Yi Xian, a supreme evildoer who gave people a headache, and suffering in the hands of him time and time again was also one of the reasons. You can't blast it open. At this time, although the figure of Long Jing did not appear, and his aura was not obvious but his voice was heard. But the scene just now at least proves that the information is true. That guy does have the mysterious means to send his subordinates into the source nest star. Moreover, since we have found him just now, then we only need to search in the surroundings. His next target is definitely nearby, and it is impossible for him to ignore what is close at hand. What we need to do is to get as close as possible before he escapes next time. Only then can you find an opportunity to attack and restrain him so that he can't leave. As for the rest, leave it to me to wait for the right opportunity. When he spoke up to hear, Long Jing's voice paused for a moment, and then he spoke once more. His tone clearly revealed a wisp of gratification. Moreover, even though he escaped this time based on his reaction when he turned around and saw you from afar, he clearly didn't recognize you. This is a pleasant surprise. Why don't you think about it carefully and see if there is any value in using it? Yes, that guy did not recognize me just now. Reminded by Long Jing, primeval heavens, I immediately reacted, and frowned as he muttered softly, "This is indeed something that can be used." Soon he seemed to have made a decision. Without hesitation, his figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the dark void in the distance to the left. Dragon Long Jing's figure did not appear, and his aura was not obvious either, but he was like a shadow, following primeval heaven's eye closely. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. More than 100 days and nights, to the experts of the starry sky, especially to the late stage of the heavenly path realm like primeval heaven's eye and Long Jing, who were not far from the peak of the heavenly path great perfection of the 9th stage, it was no different from the blink of an eye. But that was only normal. Until, over the past year, be it primeval heaven's eye or Long Jing, they had a feeling of physical and mental exhaustion. Over the past year, they had not stopped for a moment, and had been running for their lives in the vast and endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. Since they first saw Yi Xian a year ago from a distance of billions of miles in the distant void, they had gritted their teeth and persevered, searching everywhere. After careful calculation, they had seen Yi Xian 6 times, both near and far. No, they did not see him, but heard the rumbling of thunder. They rushed over but missed the number of times, as many as a dozen times. But even so, primeval heavens, I still failed to find an opportunity to take action. The closest they had been to Yi Xian was 400 billion kilometers away. Although as a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, they could deliver a punch from such a great distance, it was clearly meaningless. This matter in fact, the subsequent few times, primeval heavens I had transmitted a voice transmission from a great distance away, expressing its goodwill, hoping to have a chat with Yixian. However, the other party did not buy it. This matter, under such circumstances, it was even worse for them to suddenly take action before they even met at close range. If they had known that this would happen, they would not have begun. But now, after a year of torment, they were truly unwilling to give up. All they could do was grit their teeth and persevere. Phew! In the dark void, the sound of air tearing sounded as a figure came from afar and came to an abrupt halt. Before 5 billion kilometers away, there was a source nest planet that stood silently in the void. This planet was Yixian's next target. More than half a year had passed since he first encountered the azure-robed elder with an extremely suspicious background. Over this period of time, Yixian had exchanged glances with the other party from a great distance. There were even 2 times when the azure-robed elder, whose cultivation level was extraordinary and had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the same time as Yixian at his peak combat strength, took the initiative to transmit a voice transmission while approaching. He expressed his goodwill, hoping to keep Yixian for a chat. But strangely, every time he saw the other party, Yixian would immediately feel a sense of alarm. Furthermore, he had an extremely unpleasant feeling towards the other party, to the point of revulsion. It was precisely because of this that he did not stop at all. He completely ignored the other party and shot a cold glance at him before immediately activating his psyche mystic technique, perfect oscillation. He concealed his body and all his aura before leaving for more than half a year. He had been traveling through the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way without stopping. Every time he arrived at a source nest planet that he had previously marked with an interstellar coordinate, he would send one of his subordinates into the planet to begin heaven pilfering. From the very beginning, Yixian had sent quite a number of subordinates into the source nest planets. They included the Empyrean Seal Lightning Spirit, Mosquito Butcher, Shueben, Elephant Fox Ferret, Ing Tai Li Mosquito Flying Centipede, and Old Freak Silverde. There was also the Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, Azure Ox, Yulinglong, Howling Moon Mastiff, Longxiang, the Black-Robed Desolate Sovereign, Mingjiu, the Three-Clawed Wirm, as well as Langgang Lai Ji Jinghong Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian Medusa, and Lion Badeo. Finally, there were dozens of ancient powerhouses from the Ferocious Beast Army, and the Blood Dragon Clan, Green Rock Clan, and Battle Lion Clan. The total number of people was 98. Now, in the first half a year, plus the half a year after meeting the old man in green robe, a total of more than a year had passed. Among these 98 people, all of them had been sent into the source nest planets by him. I, the only one who was still in the space of the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body, was the only ancient powerhouse from the Battle Lion clan. I too send this ancient powerhouse from the Battle Lion clan to the source nest planet 10 billion miles away in the void ahead to carry out heaven pilfering. Yixian's operation this time could be considered to have been completed successfully. In more than a year's time, including the original Shueben, the original Mosquito Butcher, and the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's Seal, the number of subordinates that Yixian sent to the Origin Nest Star had reached 98. Matter in fact, if his power clone and the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body that entered a source nest planet before him to carry out heaven pilfering, the number of existences that Yixian's camp had entered the source nest planet to breed had reached 100. Entire in the boundless primordial chaos void, there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods born in this era. Yixian's camp could occupy 100 of them, which was 1/30th of them. This was already an extremely shocking number. Even when he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. Although he didn't use the heavenly Tao to calculate the limit of heaven pilfering like the primeval heaven's eye, but the number of 98 was already extremely sensitive. 99 was the limit, and Yixian had vaguely guessed it. Matter therefore, after this attack, Yixian would not continue to take risks. In fact, in the past month or so, every time he sent a subordinate into a source nest planet to carry out heaven pilfering, the thunderous roar of the primordial chaos void would sound like a warning, and it was indeed stronger than before. This kind of situation did not allow him to continue. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out and rushed towards the source nest planet in front of him. Then an incomparably low buzzing sound rang out, and a hazy barrier of about 1,000 feet appeared in the sky above the source nest planet 10 billion miles away. Just like before, Shi Wanjin immediately transformed into a ray of light and shot over, crouching down in front of the barrier. Very quickly. Soon, a small hole was gnawed out of the barrier in front of him, and a terrifying energy aura was emitted from it. The mighty figure of the battle lion race, who had been waiting beside Yixian, instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot over. Scuttle after entering the source nest planet. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumble. As expected, as soon as all of this was completed, the sound of thunder immediately came from the end of the dark void in the distance. Yixian's heart tightened. After confirming that there were no other changes besides the sound of thunder, his heart that was in his throat slowly calmed down. This is the last time. If you continue doing this, something will definitely happen. Turning to look at Shi Wanjin beside him, Yixian immediately stared at him when he saw that Shi Wanjin still seemed unsatisfied. Then, he waved his hand and stored him into the Shenong cauldron. This fellow had gnawed at a bean-sized barrier from 98 source nest planets. This was the purest power of the primordial chaos laws. Over the past year, he had advanced from the desolate supremacy realm to the heavenly Tao realm. His harvest was already heaven-defying. After doing all of this, just as Yixian was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. A dark glint flashed in his eyes as he subconsciously turned to look at the dark void behind him. At the end of his line of sight, a figure was approaching. It was none other than the suspicious azure-robed expert who had been chasing after him for more than half a year. Fellow Taoist Yi, please wait. I have no ill intentions. I have something to discuss. At this moment, the azure-robed elder clearly saw Yixian's figure. As though worried that he would immediately escape, he sent a voice transmission as he flew over. Chapter 5109. Fellow Yi? Yixian's heart skipped a beat, and an idea flashed through his mind. If it was in the primitive world, there would be many people who knew his true name. However, in this expanse of the primordial world, the outside world merely knew of the ferocious and renowned Starry Sky ferocious ape. This human's identity as a remnant expert was fake, and was caused by an incarnation. This at the next moment, Yixian's eyes swept over the green robe on the other side, and he suddenly understood. Although he had a rough guess, he did not show it on his face. Just like before, he glanced at the other side coldly, and then hid his figure, restrained his aura, and turned around to leave. Originally, Yixian didn't plan to attack again, but now he changed his mind. He had already attacked 98 times, and if nothing unexpected happened, 99 should be the limit. In other words, the next time he stole from the heavens, the power of the laws in the primordial chaos void would definitely react. If so, it would be exactly what he wanted, and he could let the old thing behind him take the thunder. He just did not know if the punishment of the chaos void would be able to directly wipe out the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yixian's heart instantly palpitated with excitement. This was clearly the rhythm of burying the heavens. 99 was the limit. Previously, Shi Wanjin had already attacked 98 times. Therefore, if he attacked again, there would definitely be a new change in the power of laws circulating in the Grand Mist Void. If there were no accidents, it would most likely be a heavenly punishment like the lightning tribulation. After guessing that the green-robed old man who had been chasing him for half a year was most likely the incarnation of the primeval heaven's eye, Yixian suddenly had a bold plan in his heart. That was to use the power of the chaos void to send the primeval heaven's eye to the western paradise like burying the heavens. He did not know whether it would succeed, and there was no way to predict it, but there were no benefits and no harm in this matter, so it was completely worth a try. Dang, however, it wasn't completely without risk. Although Yixian didn't directly steal from the heavens and gnaw off all of the invisible barriers that enveloped the 98 nests, it was the lion 1,000 gold that was the size of a bean. But according to Yixian's estimation, if the power of the chaos void really sent down a heavenly punishment, it would definitely not just lock onto Shi Wanjin. It was very likely that it would lock onto a large area of the void, and all the living beings in this area would be wiped out. Therefore, all Yixian needed to do was ensure that the green-robed expert that the great desolate heavenly Tao had transformed into entered the heavenly punishment region. According to his estimations, This heavenly punishment region should be within 100 billion kilometers. Now there was a problem. How to ensure the safety of Shi Wanjin and himself? However, the heavenly punishment zone was bound to be locked down by the primordial chaos nomological forces. If not, what was the point of a heavenly Tao realm expert teleporting away in a short distance of 500 million kilometers? Teleportation was definitely impossible in the heavenly punishment area. But it was still unknown if the interstellar coordinate jump ability, attached to Yixian's system, could be activated successfully. If it could be activated, it would naturally be perfect. After the heavenly punishment was activated, he could wave his hand and store Shi Wanjin into the farmer god cauldron's internal space before escaping, leaving primeval heaven's eye to withstand the lightning alone. Even if that old thing did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But if the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yixian's system could not be activated, it would be a little troublesome. Yixian pondered for a long time before finally deciding to take the risk. After all, he still had the farmer god cauldron. If he really could not leave, he could just take refuge in the farmer god cauldron. Furthermore, primeval heaven's eye was the same as his current peak combat strength. He was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Yixian had the farmer god cauldron's protection and the Rai D seal. Even in a head-on battle against the heavenly punishment, he had the advantage over primeval heaven's eye. Besides, he had a strong intuition that this was definitely the best opportunity to cheat the primordial heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Furthermore, the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body should not disappoint him most of the time. He acted based on his intuition. If he was afraid of the slightest thing, how could he be considered a starry sky expert? What was the point of searching for the supreme great Tao? Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian instantly made his final decision. Therefore, after activating the perfect oscillation mystic technique and concealing his body and aura, Yixian did not teleport far away. Instead, he silently lay in wait not far away. Yixian knew the locations of the nearby nests, but what he needed to confirm now was which direction primeval heavens I would choose to continue his pursuit. After confirming, Yixian would rush over in advance. Then when he was sure that the other party was approaching, he would let Shi Wanjin take that final bite. Soon primeval heaven's eye was close. When he looked around and saw that Yixian was nowhere to be seen, he immediately flew into a rage. After a while he seemed to calm down. His eyes flickered with a green light as his expression kept changing. He seemed to be transmitting his voice via divine perception. Did he have a helper? Hiding in the dark? Yixian's heart stirred as he instantly sneered. No, after a long time, the green-robed old man set off again, shooting toward the right. Tens of billions of kilometers away in this direction, there was indeed a nest star. Yixian calculated the time it would take for primeval heaven's eye to arrive there. Without hesitation, he immediately teleported again and again, rushing toward the nest star with all his might. Whoosh! After arriving, he directly waved his hand and summoned Shi Wanjin from the space inside the Shenong cauldron. Shi Wanjin turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of the nest star. Didn't you say it was over? This is the 99th time. Didn't you say that it was very likely that heaven's punishment would descend? When he saw the nest star in front of him, Shi Wanjin was stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face and he looked puzzled. Indeed, it is very likely that heaven's punishment will descend, but this time what we want is for heaven's punishment to descend. Xian nodded and continued. However, this time you might have to work a little harder. Keep biting, but you have to bite slowly. Don't bite through the last bite until the target is within 100 billion kilometers. Listen to my instructions and bite through the last bite. After that, he roughly explained that the primeval heavens eye would arrive soon and that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to trap that old thing. One hearing that the primeval heavens eye could be attracted, Shi Wanjin's eyes instantly lit up. Although he said that he was also in danger, but with Yixian here, he was completely fearless. Not to mention this time, not only was it very likely that he would be able to trap the primeval heavens eye, but at the same time, he could also gnaw on another piece of the invisible barrier that was the size of a soybean. This was of great significance to him. Previously it was said that 99 was the limit. Including this time, he had eaten 99 soybeans. Each one was condensed from a different law of the primordial chaos. With these 99 soybeans, he would be able to completely refine them after he returned to seclusion. He would definitely be able to improve his lightning poison tribulation physique to another level. Swish! After making up his mind, he immediately took action. Shi Wanjin immediately rushed over to the nesting star in front of him. As an invisible barrier with a radius of 1,000 feet appeared, he immediately gnawed on it, but he didn't intend to bite through it directly. While he stopped when there was only one bite left, and waited for it to recover a little before continuing, always maintaining a level where he could bite through it in one bite. This time it was indeed difficult for him, because the primeval heavens did not arrive until 2.5 hours later, and Shi Wanjin was dawdling for 2 more hours. What? He actually directly gnawed on it with his teeth? Where did this guy come from? Where did he get such good teeth? Billions of miles away, the primeval heavens suddenly saw this scene and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming softly. Then without hesitation he rushed forward, and in just a few breaths, he had already entered the range of 100 billion miles. Following closely behind, the hidden Longjing also did the same. In the next moment Shi Wanjin took the last bite. Rumble! An earth-shattering rumble sounded. Primeval heaven was angry. What? He actually directly gnawed on it with his teeth? Where did this guy come from? Where did he get such good teeth? Hundreds of millions of miles away, a beam of light shot over. It was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. When he suddenly saw this scene, his expression froze for a moment before he cried out involuntarily. His voice was filled with shock and horror that couldn't be dispelled. Of course, there was also a pleasant surprise. He never expected that the reason why Yi Xian was able to send his subordinates into the nests one by one was using such a jaw-dropping method. This existence at the first level of the heavenly Dao realm truly had good teeth. He could even gnaw through the invisible barrier of the nests formed by the pure laws of the primeval heavens void. This was truly heaven-defying. There was really no one else like him. Therefore he was pleasantly surprised because he had hit the jackpot this time. Previously he would rush over after hearing the rumbling thunder. But Yi Xian had already completed stealing the heavens, and would immediately escape before he could approach. This time it was different. It should be a coincidence that he was able to find a dead rat. Before Yi Xian and his subordinates, who had heaven-defying teeth, were able to complete their task, they had unexpectedly met them. Brain. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval heavens instantly realized that this was the best opportunity. If he missed it, there would definitely not be another one. Following that, he didn't think too much about it. Without any hesitation, he immediately launched an extremely fast approach. In just a few seconds, he had already entered the range of 50 billion kilometers. Following closely behind, the hidden Longjing did the same. It was also at this moment that a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he secretly gave the order. Shi Wanjin was surprised as he immediately took the last bite. Hum! Rumble! A low rumble sounded. A deep buzzing sound sounded, followed by an earth-shattering boom. This time it wasn't far away but right above the source hive star. Yi Xian was enlightened. He knew that he had guessed correctly. This was the 99th time he and Shi Wanjin had attacked. Therefore, with this final bite, a tiny hole was bitten through the invisible barrier that enveloped the primordial chaos star. Primordial chaos was finally enraged. Accompanied by buzzing and rumbling sounds, an invisible mystic force instantly enveloped the void. Within a 500-kilometer radius, the void forces were in chaos. This was a sign that teleportation could no longer be used. Roar! At that moment, the Longjing, who had been hiding and converging his aura, appeared from the void under the influence of this invisible force. He had already manifested his bloodline true body, so when he appeared now, he was in his true form. The Longjing was 25 million kilometers in size. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. A water elemental Khanate realm beast? You are the Longjing on the left bank? Yi Xian had already come into contact with so many Khanate realm beasts. He could count the number of beasts he had killed on his fingers. Naturally, he could instantly identify the Longjing's identity as a water elemental Khanate realm beast from the aura emanating from its body. Furthermore, with the Longjing revealing his true form, Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment before he immediately figured out his origins and background. He was only short of the water essence origins in his second collection of the 5 elemental herbs. Previously, Yi Xian knew that there was a water elemental Khanate realm beast in the Longjing Forbidden Zone on the left bank. However, as the other party's cultivation level was too high, Yi Xian wasn't confident of killing it in one strike. Therefore, he temporarily put the matter aside and planned on finding trouble with the Longjing in the future. However, he never expected to encounter the other party here today. Furthermore, the Longjing had long colluded with Primeval Heaven's Eye. One of them was in the open while the other was in the shadows. Both of them were in no way weaker than Yi Xian at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. I think this Longjing definitely has some special bloodline divine ability. It's clearly trying to capture and kill Yi Xian. It's no wonder it's been so reluctant to part with him for half a year. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Without another word, he waved his hand and stored Shi Wanjin into the Shenong treasure cauldron's space. One instantly, as Shi Wanjin loosened his mouth, the soybean-sized hole in the 1,000-foot-long barrier above the nesting planet immediately healed under the influence of the primordial chaos void laws. But the rumbling thunder and buzzing sound in the void did not disappear. The primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment had already been activated, so it was impossible for it to stop there. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, attached to the system in his body. To his great surprise, it was successfully activated this time. Fellow Taoists, enjoy it slowly. I will be leaving first. Whoosh! Yi Xian turned to look at the green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao and the dragon whale that were rumbling towards him. The corners of his mouth curved into an extremely playful and mocking smile. Whoosh! At the same time, a different buzzing sound rang out. His entire body instantly condensed into a point, and with a flash it disappeared with a sharp sound. It was no longer visible, and not a single trace was left behind. There was no trace at all. What? This is impossible. At this scene, the figure of the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had rushed 20 billion miles away, stopped abruptly. A pair of green eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He exclaimed, "The void is clearly sealed, and there is no way to teleport at all. What kind of divine ability is this? To think that he could still withdraw and flee. Fellow Taoist Green Eye, don't you think you're a little too much for making one accident after another?" The Longjing was also dumbfounded. His face was as gloomy as water, and he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. He said bluntly, "It seems that I've really been blind this time. You're just like that elite team of yours. Both of you are unreliable." Boom! Rumble. Just as the Longjing finished speaking, the continuous rumbling of thunder in the sky suddenly became louder. Looking up, there was clearly not a single bit of tribulation cloud, but the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. In the dark, there was a formless and terrifying destructive force that condensed above the two of them. Its power was so strong and majestic that even the late-stage 8th stage primeval Heaven's Eye and the Longjing immediately felt their scalps go numb and their hearts skip a beat. The desolate Heaven Path's green eye immediately appeared and turned into a huge green eye that was as large as a star. His eyes flashed as he looked at the Longjing, and the voice of his divine sense sounded, "Fellow Taoist Longjing, I'm afraid we're really going to be screwed this time. It's clearly not the 99th time yet, but the primordial heavenly punishment has come early. Let's just leave it to fate." After saying that, the huge green eye that was like a star instantly shot to the left. It was clear that he had abandoned the dragon whale and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the heavenly punishment had yet to descend to see if he could escape this situation. Seeing this scene, the Longjing was so angry that his body trembled. He roared like thunder. "Damn old thing, too shameless, really unreliable. Fellow Taoist Longjing, I'm afraid we're really going to be screwed this time. It's clearly not the 99th time yet, but the primordial heavenly punishment has come early. Let's just leave it to fate." Looking at the Longjing on the side, as soon as the huge green eye spoke, its figure flickered and blasted to the left. It was clearly abandoning the Longjing and trying to see if they could escape before the primordial heavenly punishment came. At this moment his heart was on the verge of breaking down. He had originally calculated that it would be the worst-case scenario, but according to the information he had gathered in the past half a year, Yi Xian had only stolen the heavens 70 times. There were still more than 20 chances left. Otherwise, he and the Longjing didn't need to continue the chase, because it was useless even if they caught up. However, although his calculation was correct, the information he had was not very reliable. The error was as high as 20 times. Of these 20 times, 3 of them were used to help Shueben, the mosquito butcher, and the lightning emperor's seal to steal the heavens. However, there were still 20 or so errors, which were completed at the edge of the dark void in front of the right bank of the primordial void. Because it was too far away, even if the rumbling of thunder could be heard, no one could hear it, so it was missed. Thus it was too late to say anything now. The culprit, Yi Xian, had already left, leaving him and the Longjing to carry the lightning. The primeval heavens, I definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Now was not the time to vent his anger. Although the void had been sealed and he couldn't use teleportation, according to his estimates, this sealed void should only be around 100 to 200 billion kilometers. Only if he could rush out of this area before the primordial heavenly punishment and teleport away, he should be able to escape this calamity. Although he knew that his chances were slim. After all, the primordial heavenly punishment was not easy to fool. However, since the primordial heavenly punishment had yet to descend, he couldn't just wait here, could he? While as soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed to the left on his own. He had calculated in his heart that there would be a higher chance of success if they split up. However, in the eyes of the Longjing, this action was not very pleasing. Look, when he saw that the primeval heavens I didn't say anything, he immediately turned around and fled. The Longjing was so angry that his body trembled. He roared like thunder. Damned old thing, you're too shameless. None of you in the primordial heavenly punishment are reliable. He was really angry. When the primeval heavens I had found him, they had talked about it well. The plan could be said to be very thorough. Furthermore, the primeval heavens I had said that he only needed to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Until on the surface he would fight with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to create an opportunity. This could be said to be awe-inspiring righteousness. If not, the Longjing would not have nodded so easily and agreed to join forces with an unfamiliar expert of the same level. However, but what happened next was obviously not the case. No. Whether it was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao, the primeval heaven's eye, or his subordinates, in short, this group of people who came out of the primordial heavenly punishment world were all unreliable. First, after arriving at the forbidden area of the magic hall, he waited and waited, but the so-called elite team that he had arranged did not appear. There was simply no one who could drag a bottle of oil into the basket for such a big matter. Tight then, he followed the primeval heaven's eye and wandered in the dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way like a headless fly for more than half a year. It was not easy for him to finally catch the master of the magic hall at a close distance and have a chance to make a move. However, in the end, the result was that he accidentally fell into a trap and was tricked by others. And the responsibility for this result was obviously all on the head of the primeval heaven's eye. He had been paying attention to this matter all along. From the time he found the Longjing, he had been paying close attention to the strange movements in the dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, and recorded them one by one. He even used the heavenly Tao divination secret technique to make a deduction and came up with a 99% result. But now, according to his deduction and all the information he had before and after the operation, the heavenly punishment of the primordial heavenly punishment world was clearly far from descending. There were at least 20 chances to steal the heavens. But all of this had already happened. Whether the result of the 99% result was wrong or the information collected before and after the operation was wrong, all of this was the responsibility of the primeval heaven's eye. Now that they were out of the great Dualuzi, it was naturally his responsibility. However, this guy poked the great Dualuzi. Not only did he not say a single word of apology, he actually turned around and fled. This was clearly the rhythm of leaving himself behind to take the thunder, and by some time for him. How could it be just unreliable? It's simply shameless. Roar. Green's eye, you old fogey, for today's matter. This supremacy is not done with you. These thoughts flashed through Longjing's mind as he felt his chest tighten. He was so angry that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to delve into all of this. Danger was about to descend, so it was best to escape first. Anger as he roared, he immediately turned around and fled in the opposite direction. He had made up his mind to be the same as the green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land. As long as he rushed out of this invisible sealed area of 100 to 200 billion kilometers, he could instantly teleport away and escape this calamity. But a distance of 1 to 200 billion kilometers was just a matter of 2 to 3 seconds for Heavenly Tao Realm experts, especially terrifying existences at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao Realm. What he and the primeval heavens I were competing for was the time difference. Whoever escaped first would be able to successfully restrain the primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment. As such, the chances of escaping this calamity would be much higher. No, needless to say, the two old fogies' cultivation levels were indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, with the life and death crisis looming, they no longer held back. The energy in their bodies was pushed to the limit, and in less than a second, they had already rushed to the edge of the sealed void. At this speed, they only needed half a second to rush out of the sealed void. When that happened, they could immediately teleport away. Even the primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment couldn't keep chasing after them. Unfortunately, many things were just a hair's breadth away from happening. The two of them were indeed very fast, and they had indeed seen the opportunity very early. However, they ultimately failed to fight for that last half a second. Chapter 51:10. Boom! Rumble! A woo! Just as the two of them reached the edge of the sealed void and were about to cross it, the heavenly punishment of the primordial void finally descended. At that moment, the sound of thunder shook the heavens, but there was no tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning. Everything was like an illusion. It didn't seem to exist on the surface, but in fact, there were two invisible and terrifying forces that instantly blasted the primeval heavens Ai and Long Jing, who were fleeing in different directions. In an instant, the two old fellows were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Their shrill cries shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble! A woo! At that moment, accompanied by the thunderous roar, although there was no tribulation cloud in the sky, no thunderbolt, and no bolt of tribulation lightning, there was an extremely terrifying force descending. Just as the green eye of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land and the dragon whale rushed to the edge of the sealed void and was about to cross the boundary, the heavenly punishment of the primordial void had finally descended. Everything in front of them looked like an illusion, as if nothing existed on the surface. But in fact, there were two invisible terrifying forces. In an instant, they fiercely bombarded the two old fellows who were fleeing in different directions. In an instant, their huge bodies were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Shrill and miserable howls entered the ears of the two old fellows. It was too tragic. It was just one strike, and there wasn't even any thunderbolt or tribulation lightning. But the primeval heavens Ai and Long Jing were already half dead. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies instantly dropped by half. This was clearly a sign that they were seriously injured. It was indeed the heavenly punishment of the primordial void. It was invisible, but its power was extremely terrifying. Even the mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation from the devouring treasure body was far from this power. The heavenly punishment's power had most likely risen to a higher level. It was a power above the heavenly Tao realm. If not, it wouldn't have been able to reduce the primeval heavens Ai and Long Jing to such a state with just one strike. He knew that they were all late-stage existences at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. Roar! 3. As this wave of heavenly punishment fell, the primeval heavens Ai and the dragon whale finally rushed out of the edge of the sealed void with the help of this terrifying force. After feeling that the void around them suddenly loosened, the two old men's eyes instantly burst out with surprise. Without the slightest hesitation, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a ruthless howl. In an instant, they fully activated the power that had fallen into decline in their bodies. They were really scared now. That attack just now came out of nowhere and there was no way to dodge it. Namely, no matter how powerful the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was, one could at least see the trajectory of the lightning bolts and tribulation lightning bolts. At the very least, one could sense the terrifying power crashing down. However, the primordial heavenly punishment that had struck them did not leave a single trace behind. They did not sense anything at all before it struck them. They merely felt as if they had been locked onto by a mysterious force. Furthermore, what was even more serious was that the heavenly punishment's power was just too terrifying. Only after it struck them did they truly sense its might. It was definitely a terrifying force that exceeded the heavenly Tao realm. Although it was shocking on careful thought, it was to be expected. The primordial chaos void's level far exceeded great worlds like the primordial wilderness. The heavenly Tao wills of existences like the primordial wilderness great world were instantly reduced to the level of ordinary heavenly Tao realm experts in the primordial chaos void. Compared to other cosmos experts, they were only slightly stronger in terms of cultivation level. Just this point alone was enough to tell the difference between them. As such, the strongest heavenly Tao realm forces of such great worlds would naturally fall to the pinnacle of the pyramid in the primordial chaos void. Although they were still powerful and left others looking up to them, they were definitely no longer at the strongest level. While, at present, the heavenly punishment that the primordial chaos void had sent down was most likely at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos void's power level. It was at least a full realm stronger than the heavenly Tao realm or even more. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye and Dragon Whale had no idea what this realm was. However, there was one thing they knew. If another wave of similar heavenly punishment powers were to come, they would definitely be heavily injured and on the brink of death. They might even lose the chance to escape and could only stay there and struggle. If another 2 waves were to come, the third wave of heavenly punishment's power would descend upon them. Without any suspense, they would immediately perish on the spot. Phew! With fear, the 2 of them activated teleportation in an instant while fully activating the power in their bodies. Accompanied by 2 extremely weak sounds of breaking through the air, the green vertical eye that was as huge as a star and the dragon whale that was as big as it turned into fine light in the blink of an eye and disappeared on the spot. Boom! Rumble! Just as the 2 of them left, the rumbling sound of thunder rang out in the void again. Part 1. The second wave of heavenly punishment descended. It was still formless, without any lightning or tribulation. However, the void where the primeval Heaven's Eye and Dragon Whale were standing collapsed into a black hole. Immediately after, under the influence of the primordial chaos void's laws, it quickly repaired itself. Thus, fortunately, the 2 old fellows had escaped quickly. Otherwise, the second wave of heavenly punishment's power would clearly be stronger than the first wave. Their previous estimate of being able to withstand 3 waves of heavenly punishment's power was clearly wrong. Looking at the second wave of heavenly punishment's power, if it struck them, it would be enough to kill them on the spot. They would not have the chance to see the third wave of heavenly punishment's power descend. Very quickly, soon as the aura of living beings in the void disappeared completely, the rumbling thunder in the void also stopped. This was clearly the rhythm of the dissipation of the heavenly punishment. After all, the primordial chaos void was not like the primordial world and the other great worlds, where the will of the heavenly Tao had a concrete incarnation. Therefore, after not being able to sense the aura of living beings in the targeted area, the so-called heavenly punishment instantly stopped. Shio! In the distance to the right, in the dark void a trillion miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a huge green vertical eye like a star appeared in an instant. It was the primeval Heaven's Eye. In his current state of serious injury, a distance of 1 trillion miles in the void was already the limit of his teleportation with all his strength. Here, as soon as his figure appeared, the primeval Heaven's Eye immediately extended the power of his divine sense behind him. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities, and that the invisible heavenly punishment of the primordial chaos void had not locked onto him, he let out a long sigh of relief, and the heart that was in his throat instantly fell back. Damn it, this time I was almost killed by him. After confirming that he was out of danger, a cold light flashed in the huge vertical eye's eyes, and great hatred immediately surged into his heart. A low murmur sounded, revealing endless resentment and monstrous resentment. Not only did I waste half a year without any results, I even offended a Long Jing of the same cultivation level as me. It's really a double loss. This matter is definitely not over yet. With that last sentence, he no longer hesitated and instantly tore open a crack in the void. His figure flashed, and he rushed into it, disappearing from sight. No matter how much he hated him, he couldn't go to the forbidden area of the magic hall to find trouble with Yixian. The most important thing now was to return to the forbidden area of the great desolate land and recover from his serious injuries. Xiao? In another direction, in the void a trillion miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the void. The Longjing's huge body that was like a star instantly appeared. Roar! As soon as he appeared, the Longjing raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. Face compared to the primeval heaven's eye, the resentment in his heart was even stronger. Apart from the master of the magic hall, Yixian, he also had a strong resentment in his heart towards the primeval heaven's eye that couldn't be dispelled, but now was obviously not the time to take revenge. The power of the Hongmeng heavenly punishment just now was too terrifying. In just a moment he was seriously injured. Now that his cultivation level had dropped by nearly half, he had to immediately rush back to his nest to treat his injuries. Until after the master of the magic hall, Yixian, and that shameless primeval heaven's eye, recovered from their injuries, he had plenty of time and opportunity to find trouble with them. By unexpectedly, the two of them had a forbidden area under their command. Even if the monk could escape, the temple couldn't escape. Hiss! All this flashed through his mind, and the Longjing didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and rushed towards the right bank of the Milky Way. Until, after reaching the right bank, he still had to rush to the end of the right section of the right bank. From the end of the right bank, he had to go around the endless dark area to the left bank of the Milky Way, and then go to the Longjing forbidden area, which was located at the intersection of the middle and right sections of the left bank. No, the journey was extremely long. Even if he was in peak condition, he would need about a month or so. Now that he was reborn, he was afraid that he would need more than 2 months. He really couldn't delay any longer. Whoosh whoosh, with a flash of light, Yixian's figure instantly appeared in the void. This time, he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. The interstellar coordinate jump point wasn't the base camp of the Source Nest star, but near the Source Nest star that nurtured his strongest doppelganger. Until this Source Nest star nurtured Yixian's doppelganger. At the same time, this Source Nest star was also the most powerful demon god among the 3,000 chaos demon gods, nurtured by the Hongmeng Void for the opening of the next era. Yixian had recently returned to the Source Nest star's base camp several times. Everything was normal, so he wasn't worried. However, this Source Nest star that nurtured his strongest doppelganger hadn't appeared for a long time. He took advantage of this opportunity to come and take a look. The interstellar coordinate jump point that he imprinted here wasn't far from the Source Nest star. After the jump was completed, Yixian circled the Source Nest star once. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he immediately felt relieved. Without hesitation, he immediately tore through the void and rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left bank of the right bank. This time, the primeval heaven's eye brought all the creatures of the entire chaos world into the Hongmeng Void. The forbidden area of the chaos world was located on the left bank of the Milky Way. Yixian had already been there twice. If there was no other reason, the primeval heaven's eye naturally wouldn't come from the left bank to the right bank. After all, there was a Milky Way star field that couldn't be directly crossed between them. It was too far to go from the ends of the Milky Way star field to the right bank. But now that he had come to the right bank, he must have known the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall. First, when the Hongmeng heavenly punishment descended, Yixian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, attached to the system in his body, and left that place. Naturally, he didn't know what happened after that. Although it was said that the Hongmeng Void's heavenly punishment was definitely extraordinary, he still had a feeling that this time, whether it was the primeval heaven's eye or the dragon whale that joined forces with him, it was unlikely that they would directly fall under the Hongmeng heavenly punishment. At most, they would be seriously injured. Under this situation, these two old fellows were in a rage. Coupled with the fact that they knew the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall, Yixian was really worried that they would fly into a rage out of humiliation, and drag their seriously injured bodies to the forbidden area of the magic hall to take revenge. Therefore, Yi Xian had to rush back as soon as possible. As long as he was around and the two old fellows were seriously injured, they could just fight. Yi Xian was completely unafraid. Similarly, they were on the right bank. It wasn't too far from the Source Hive planet that nurtured his strongest avatar to the forbidden area of the magic hall. But even so, Yi Xian took 7 days to reach the edge of the forbidden area of the magic hall despite rushing at full speed. In front, the space in the surroundings was completely silent. There didn't seem to be any unforeseen events, causing Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, to instantly return to normal. Swoosh! Rumble! After entering the forbidden area of the magic hall, there was the sound of something tearing through the air ahead. There was even the rumbling of thunder. Pig Spirit, the devouring treasure body, and the Empyrean beast had all rushed over. The three of them were the 3 heavenly Dao realm experts that presided over the forbidden area of the magic hall. Naturally, they were the first to sense Yi Xian's arrival. They have actually broken through. The Empyrean beast cultivation level was still at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Yi Xian was not surprised. To reach the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm was clearly not something he could achieve in less than 2 years. However, after nearly 2 years, Pig Spirit and the devouring treasure body, who were only at the perfected Desolate Supremacy 9th stage back then, now had the combat strength of the heavenly Dao realm. It left him rather gratified. The devouring treasure body was fine since he was only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Even if his combat strength was heaven-defying, allowing him to match a 4th stage heavenly Dao, his own cultivation level had only broken through by 1 stage. However, Pig Spirit was previously at the perfected Desolate Supremacy 9th stage, but now he had reached the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was clearly an increase of 4 minor stages. It left Yi Xian somewhat flabbergasted. However, he quickly came to a realization. From the looks of it, the old fellow must have figured out the final 3 transformations of the Fiend Pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine power. Together with his cultivation level breaking through, his overall combat strength had increased by 4 minor stages. But in fact, his own realm was the same as Yi Xian's. He was still at the Desolate Supremacy realm, and had yet to enter the true heavenly Dao realm. Phew! With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot out and instantly transformed into Shi Wanjin's figure. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was that of a 1st stage heavenly Dao realm warrior. Ao Wu. What's the situation? This fellow was only at the early stage Desolate Supremacy 2 years ago. Why is he now at the 1st stage heavenly Dao realm? Pig Spirit's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. As though he had been agitated, he raised his head and let out a long howl. His face was filled with displeasure. In 2 years, his overall combat strength had increased by 4 minor stages. He was originally feeling smug about it, but he never expected Shi Wanjin to increase by nearly an entire realm. It was truly a huge blow to him. Hurry up and enter seclusion. Refine all the 99 candies you previously devoured. Xian completely ignored Pig Spirit as he exhorted Shi Wanjin. Perhaps after you completely refine them, your cultivation level and strength will increase explosively once again. He did not plan on leaving Shi Wanjin behind. He was going to be the 4th heavenly Dao realm expert to preside over the magic hall's forbidden zone. While Yi Xian was not around, Shi Wanjin did not speak further. He was indeed in urgent need of seclusion, so he immediately turned and entered the depths of the magic hall's forbidden zone. He found an abandoned planet and began his seclusion. Ao Wu. What candies are so powerful? Eating 99 of them allowed him to break through a major realm? After Shi Wanjin left, Pig Spirit let out a long howl and immediately came in front of Yi Xian. He said with a bashful face, "Boss, this pig is gluttonous. This pig wants to eat candies too." Ao Wu. What candies are so powerful? Eating 99 of them allowed him to break through a major realm? Seeing Shi Wanjin's departing back, Pig Spirit let out a long howl and immediately came in front of Yi Xian. Clearly he was extremely excited as saliva nearly flowed out from the sides of his long beak. He begged Yi Xian with a bashful face, "Boss, this pig is gluttonous. This pig wants to eat candies too." There was really no one else like him. The old fellow's peak combat strength was already at the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, but he still had such a look on his face. It really made Yixian blush. He could not be bothered with him and directly rolled his eyes. Oh? Looking at the treasured devouring body, Yixian instantly understood everything that had happened in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone more than half a year ago. His expression instantly turned gloomy as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The primeval heavens, I actually sent the netherworld cauldron and 2 heavenly Dao realm existences. The treasured devouring body and Empyrean beast were his devouring avatar and electronic avatar to begin with. There was no need to elaborate on the details and final outcome. Just a thought was enough for Yixian to understand everything. That's good too. Who knows if that's what fortune means? As he muttered softly, a cold light flashed in his eyes again. However, there is a saying that goes, "It is impolite not to reciprocate." My Devil Hall's forbidden area is not a place that anyone can casually come and take a stroll. There are some things that you have to pay the price for doing. At that moment, Yixian made a decision. While the primeval heavens I and Longjing were heavily injured by the primordial chaos heavenly punishment, he would make a trip to the primordial chaos forbidden zone and Longjing forbidden zone. There was no reason for him to suffer in silence after being schemed against by those 2 old fogies. The final outcome was another matter, but at the very least such motives definitely required an eye for an eye. This was a firm stance. Otherwise, others would think that he was a pushover. Resolution after making up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. After exhorting a few words to Pig Spirit, he immediately rushed out of the Magic Hall's forbidden zone and headed straight for the endless dark void at the end of the left bank of the Milky Way. Then he circled around and headed for the left bank of the Milky Way. There were 2 targets. The primordial chaos forbidden zone was located in the middle of the left bank, while the Longjing forbidden zone was located at the intersection between the middle and right bank. Yixian circled from the left bank of the right bank to the left bank. The first place he arrived at was the primordial chaos forbidden zone, but he didn't plan on going there first. Even if he passed by, he wouldn't stop. His target was the Longjing forbidden zone, which was further away. After all, the Longjing was a connate ferocious beast of the water attribute. The dragon pearl in its body was the only thing missing among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts that Yixian had collected for the second time. Thus therefore he would first head to the Longjing forbidden zone, kill the Longjing, and retrieve the dragon pearl in its body. After that, he would rush to the primordial chaos forbidden zone. Considering that the 2 old fellows would need time to return, Yixian wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely traveled forward. After 2.5 months, he finally arrived at the Longjing forbidden zone, which was located at the intersection between the middle and right bank of the left bank. Without hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. His body instantly transformed into a beam of light and rushed into the Longjing forbidden zone. Roar! 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 There was naturally more than one heavenly Dao realm expert in the Longjing forbidden zone. Just as Yixian's figure entered the star domain, there was an earth-shattering roar and roar in the void in front of him. 11 powerful auras of heavenly Dao realm experts soared into the sky and rushed toward him at the first moment. The leader was none other than the strongest expert in the Longjing forbidden zone. The 8th level heavenly Dao realm Longjing. It's you? Master of the Magic Hall Yixian? How dare you come to my forbidden area of the Dragon Whale by yourself? Are you tired of living? Look, when it came to Yixian, the fury in the Dragon Whale's heart was aroused. It instantly emitted the sound of its divine sense, and the entire Dragon Whale forbidden area was clearly visible. It revealed a sense of pleasant surprise that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. In his opinion, Yixian coming alone was clearly like a lamb in a tiger's den. Walala. Yixian didn't pay attention to him at all. As Nianji's figure disappeared, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the space where he originally stood. His figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Roar at the same time, as his body collapsed and turned into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void of the universe. The 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demon rose from the sea of blood in an instant. They expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they reached a size of 60 million kilometers. They were the body of flesh and blood, the body of bones, and the body of black fog. Corpse. The body of bones had no flesh and blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Although the body of black fog was also in the form of a violent ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely two purple lights, which made it look extremely strange. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sea of blood avatars had already condensed, catching everyone off guard. Furthermore, the cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than the 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Tao. Phew! At this moment, the 11 heavenly Tao beasts of the Longjing Forbidden Zone had already charged within 100 billion kilometers. The fastest was the Longjing, which was within 100 billion kilometers. A cold glint flashed in its eyes as a 9-colored beam of light flashed from the black fog avatar's glabella. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly transformed into a boundless 9-colored sea of flames. Phew! Walala! The wind howled as the 9-colored sea of flames moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, it circled around and extended behind the Longjing, transforming into a gigantic fireball with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. It enveloped the Longjing's body, making it invisible. Longjing. After all, the Longjing did not know much about Yi Xian. It was completely unprepared for such a move. Caught off guard, it was instantly trapped with some hesitation. The moment the 9-colored fireball condensed, Yi Xian's 3 sea of blood avatars had already charged into the fireball. They no longer cared about the situation outside. Rushing into the ball of flames, before the Longjing could regain his senses, the eyes of the skeleton burst out with an incomparably blazing purple gold light, and a strange aura spread out like a raging river. He suddenly raised his left arm. The empty left palm shone with golden light as a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was simple and ferocious. Clench! In the middle of the palm was a 2-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, biting down on the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. The 2 strange beasts opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the 2 wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. This was the most powerful ability that shook the untainted land, the heaven-falling bow. In addition, the hands of the body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped, and 2 beams of light shot out. Its left hand held one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the heavens, and its right hand held the big-headed black rod that was transformed from the Shenong medicinal pestle. The fog avatar directly hid in the void, waiting for an opportunity to move. This was clearly the rhythm of the 3 avatars moving together to trap and kill the Longjing. Chapter 51:11. Magic Hall Master Yi Xian? You are indeed the rumored cosmic berserk ape from the right bank. With its body trapped in the 9-colored fireball, Longjing's gigantic eyes flashed with a cold glint. Its gaze flickered as it glanced between the berserk ape and the skeleton avatar. Language in his voice, there was a touch of unyielding arrogance that couldn't be dispersed. This time you should have come for this sovereign's dragon pearl, right? You actually dared to charge from the right bank to the left bank alone. You are truly unbridled. Are you stalling for time? It's useless. The strongest of the 10 heavenly Tao old monsters outside the fireball is only at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If you can't even charge out of the fireball, how can they charge in? Yi Xian sneered as the berserk ape spoke with a mocking tone. Or could it be that you are waiting for a peak heavenly Tao expert from a certain forbidden land on the left bank to rush over upon hearing the news? Unfortunately, even a peak heavenly Tao expert at the 9th stage of perfection cannot ignore the 9-colored divine flames. By the side, the skeleton avatar did not make a sound. However, its left arm was raised high as it conjured its powerful divine power, heaven-falling bow. Even the energy arrow on the bowstring appeared. It was held by 3 fingers on its right hand as it knocked the bowstring. Only as soon as he released his grip, this incomparably terrifying golden arrow would instantly shoot out and destroy his opponent. Only the reason why it had yet to take action was because it was waiting for an opportunity to kill in one strike. This time, Yi Xian had indeed planned on using the powerful divine power of heaven-falling bow from the very beginning. It was not just a means of deterrence. After all, Longjing was at the same peak combat strength as Yixian. It was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm and was not far from the 9th stage of perfection. It was even slightly stronger than Yixian. Against such an existence, even if Yixian used the Blood Sea mystic technique to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars to fight him 3 times, it was impossible for him to kill Longjing in a short period of time. But he couldn't delay for too long. There were still 10 powerful heavenly Tao realm experts in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Zone. After killing the Dragon Whale in the 9-colored fireball, Yixian would very likely have to face the combined assault of the 10 heavenly Tao realm experts. This would definitely take some time. When the time came, the heavenly Tao realm experts in the surrounding Forbidden Lands would rush over. Yixian would be placed in an extremely passive situation. If the void was sealed by the combined might of a large number of heavenly Tao realm experts, Yixian would be in an extremely passive situation. Just like what had happened in the demonic wolf forbidden area, it had caused the void to be in complete chaos, and even the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body could not be used. That would be really troublesome. Therefore, he had to deal with the dragon whale as soon as possible. His only option was to use the Skyfall Bow. But now Yixian was already at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If he were to use the heavenly meteorite bow at full strength, he would be able to kill a peak heavenly Tao 1 stage higher, much less an 8th stage heavenly Tao of the same cultivation level. However, there was a prerequisite to this. The arrow had to hit the target. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Dragon after all, the dragon whale was a powerful existence that was close to the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. The space within the fireball was not small. If he were to be vigilant, the arrow might not hit the target if the skeleton avatar were to casually attack. There was only one such opportunity. Therefore, Yixian had to wait for the right opportunity. He had to ensure that the only arrow he shot would not be dodged by him. Boom! Everything flashed through his mind like lightning. As his voice faded, Bao Yuan had already taken action. With a slight shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a meteor beam. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the dragon whale. With his left hand holding the Shenong treasure cauldron, he smashed down like a gigantic seal. Humph! A glint flashed in the dragon whale's eyes as he let out a cold snort. With a swing of his gigantic tail, his massive and slightly bloated body instantly twisted, dodging the strike. At the same time, the big-headed black stick that was dragged behind Bao Yuan's right hand was also swung up diagonally. From bottom to top, it was aimed at the dragon whale's waist. The latter's figure immediately rolled in the void. Seeing that he was about to avoid the attack, the black fog that had been hidden in the void appeared at this moment. Quietly, he walked out of the void silently. His eyes were shining with a dark light. He happened to block the path of the dragon whale's rolling body. He raised his fist and punched. Damn it! Roar! The dragon whale was furious. He roared angrily, and his rolling body instantly stopped. Also at this moment, the skeleton avatar that had been raising his left arm to condense the strongest magical power, the fallen sky bow. As a cold light flashed in his eyes, the bow in his left hand instantly bloomed with a blazing light. Buzz! Without hesitation, accompanied by an incomparably low buzzing sound, the skeleton avatar released his right hand that was holding the energy arrow on the bowstring. Rumble! Bang! A golden beam flashed. It was so fast that it ignored the distance in the void. Just as it left the fallen sky bow, it vanished. When it reappeared, it was already on the right side of the dragon whale's massive body. Nothing happened. There was a moment of suspense as it entered his body. Golden light flashed, and then it exploded with a loud boom. It happened so quickly that even a powerful heavenly Tao realm 8th stage dragon whale did not have the time to let out a tragic cry. As the golden beam burned, his massive body was instantly reduced to a blood mist. In the blood mist there was a faint light blue bead. It was the size of a nascent soul's fist, and it emitted an extremely pure ethereal aura. The light blue bead was clearly the dragon ball in the dragon whale's body. It was also the last item of the 5 elements connate origins that Yixian needed. If it was used as a 5 elements medicinal catalyst, it would be the water catalyst origins. Phew! Bao Yuan, a ghastly glint flashed in the ape's eyes as he immediately waved his hand. He shot out a boundless invisible force that swept up the blood mist that was rapidly dispersing and temporarily kept it in his body. He would later send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, so that he could begin the blood essence condensation. At the same time, the light blue bead the size of a nascent soul's fist flew over and landed in Bao Yuan's hand. He held it in his palm and fiddled with it for a few moments. With a flip of his hand, the dragon ball vanished as it was put away by Yi Xian. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the strange sound of splashing water rang out. The skeleton avatar, who was a little dispirited after shooting that powerful arrow, and the two Blood Sea avatars of the Black Fog avatar collapsed at the same time. Their bodies transformed into a sea of blood as they rapidly condensed. In a blink of an eye, they turned into a weak blood beam that shot over and entered Bao Yuan's glabella before vanishing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the huge 9-colored flame ball that covered 100 billion miles of space completely collapsed at this moment. A dazzling 9-colored flame sea appeared in the void and also rapidly condensed. In less than a moment, it had already turned into a weak point and entered Bao Yuan's body. Blinking in the blink of an eye, everything in the outside world was reflected in his line of sight again. In the area covered by the flame ball, the dragon whale had already disappeared, and only the figure of Bao Yuan was still there. Holding the Shenong cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hands, he looked around with a fierce light in his eyes. Huff! A strange sound came, and the huge 9-colored flame ball that covered 100 billion miles of space completely collapsed, turning into a 9-colored flame sea that quickly condensed. In less than a moment, it had already turned into a weak point and entered Bao Yuan's body. Everything outside the flame ball was reflected in his line of sight once again. And in the area enveloped by the flame ball, the dragon whale had already vanished. Only Bao Yuan's figure remained. With the Shenong cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hands, he looked around with sparkling eyes. Everything was reflected in his eyes. The 10 powerful heavenly Dao realm beasts that had been gathered in the void around the flame ball trembled violently. Immediately following that, they let out shocked exclamations and furious roars that sounded like a tidal wave. Roar! Screech! Darn it, where did Lord Dragon Whale go? Why is there no trace of him? There's clearly a faint smell of blood in the void. It's none other than Lord Dragon Whale's bloodline aura. Could it be that Lord Dragon Whale has already perished? How is that possible? In such a short period of time, just 3 to 4 seconds, an extremely powerful 8th-stage heavenly Dao was reduced to dust just like that? Not a single strand of hair was left behind. Skyfall Bao. It must be the Skyfall Bao. That skeleton fiend ape disappeared. It must have shot the Skyfall arrow to kill Lord Dragon Whale. Roar! Immediately take action. We absolutely cannot let him leave. This sovereign has already sent a message. The galactic berserk ape that wreaked havoc in the demonic wolf Forbidden Land has appeared once again. The heavenly Dao realm experts from the surrounding Forbidden Lands will soon rush over. He won't be able to escape. All we need to do is hold him back for a while. In at most 4 hours, the few heavenly Dao realm experts from the demonic insect Forbidden Land on the left will arrive. Screech! Boom! Rumble! Then with a final angry roar, the 10 heavenly Dao realm beasts no longer hesitated. They instantly attacked in unison as they charged at the berserk ape. 10 This old fellow was at least at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, while the strongest had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Such as today, Dragon Whale's death infuriated all of them. In order to restrain Yi Xian and prevent him from leaving, all of them pushed the strength in their bodies to its limits. Now that they had attacked, their might was truly extraordinary. Just like that, even the void collapsed as thunderous booms shook the heavens. After all, 10 heavenly Dao realm experts were attacking at the same time. The scene was truly extraordinary. Demonic insect Forbidden Land? As he ruminated on the Forbidden Land's name, a dark glint flashed in the berserk ape's eyes. As the name implied, if there were no surprises, the strongest heavenly Dao presiding over the so-called demonic insect Forbidden Land was likely a space zerg. And space zergs typically like to live in groups. Therefore, the demonic insect Forbidden Land probably had more than one heavenly Dao realm zerg expert. All this while Yi Xian hated the space zergs the most. This was because they were truly difficult to deal with. All of them had all sorts of special bloodline divine powers that were impossible to defend against. It would have been fine if it were any other heavenly Dao beasts, but if it were the space zergs, the consequences of being held back here were unthinkable. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system. With a flip of his hand, he put away the Shenong cauldron and the big-headed black rod in his hand. His massive body that was 60 million kilometers in size rapidly shrank. In a blink of an eye, the berserk ape form vanished, revealing his human form. Whoosh! An extremely weak sound of air being torn apart sounded. A faint light enveloped Yi Xian's figure, and in a flash he disappeared. Roar! Screech! Caught off guard, the 10 heavenly Dao beasts of the dragon whale Forbidden Land flew into a rage when Yi Xian escaped. They raised their heads and roared furiously. After all, they were inexperienced, and their understanding of Yi Xian was extremely limited. If that wasn't the case, the 10 powerful heavenly Dao beasts only needed to push their cultivation to the limit, turning into an invisible pressure that stacked on top of each other. In an instant, the void would fall into complete chaos. At that time, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yi Xian's system would not be able to be activated, let alone teleport. He could only be forced to stay here and deal with it. Unfortunately, the opportunity had been missed. Yi Xian unexpectedly left with ease. Even if they reacted now, they were already regretting it. In the dark void near the Source Nest's base camp, whoosh! A weak sound of air being torn apart sounded, and Yi Xian's figure walked out of the void. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight to the giant abandoned star in front of him. He directly entered the star core of the star and withdrew his aura. After entering the star core, he immediately waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron. With a flash of light in his eyes, he directly stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian waved his hand again. In an instant, a large number of faint sounds of air being torn apart rang out. Rays of light shot out from his body and hung in front of him. He planned to go into seclusion again, and what was floating in front of him now were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Among them, there was the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. However, what was different from before was that among the cultivation resources that Yi Xian took out this time, there were 3 blood-colored beads the size of pigeon eggs. They were the heavenly Dao blood essence. Previously, he already had 15 heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands, and this did not include the 2 that the Devourer treasure body had used to kill the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eye beast. Because the Devourer treasure body had the netherworld furnace, the blood beads that were compressed by the majestic aura formed when the heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts exploded were also of great use to him. As for Yi Xian, after killing the dragon whale, he obtained another heavenly Dao blood essence, bringing the total to 16. Now that he took out 3 and was ready to consume them, he only had 13 heavenly Dao blood essences left. That's right, during this seclusion, he did intend to consume 3 heavenly Dao blood essences to test the effect. No, he had just broken through once a long time ago, and the time for another breakthrough had not come yet. However, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. The primeval heavens. I already knew the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall. Although he had successfully killed the dragon whale and obtained the final water origin dragon pearl that he needed, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. However, now that he had returned to the right bank, even if he were to rush to the forbidden area on the left bank, it would take him more than a month. By then, the primeval heaven's eye's injuries would have already healed. Furthermore, the matter of the dragon whale being killed would definitely make the primeval heaven's eye wary. Even if Yi Xian rushed to the forbidden area, it was unlikely that he would be able to kill it so easily. As long as the desolate heaven path's eye was not removed, it would always be a huge problem for Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's understanding of him, that old bastard would definitely set his sights on the forbidden area of the magic hall after several failed schemes against Yi Xian. This Yi Xian had to guard against this matter. As such, his current cultivation level at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm was insufficient. He had to break through to the 8th level of the desolate supremacy realm in the shortest amount of time possible. While now that the time for a breakthrough had yet to come, The only way to successfully break through to the next level while in seclusion was to consume the heavenly Tao blood essence. This time, in order to forcefully break through to the 8th level of the desolate supremacy realm while in seclusion before the time was right, Yixian could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. Taking out 3 heavenly Tao blood essences at the same time was definitely a huge expenditure. Even Yixian felt the pinch. After all, the heavenly Tao blood essence would definitely be the most important ingredient in the pill formula in the future, when refining a level 31 heavenly Tao treasure pill that exceeded level 30. This various thoughts flashed through his mind, causing Yixian's emotions to fluctuate. During seclusion, this was clearly a taboo. He quickly became alert, and after shaking his head with a wry smile, he calmed his emotions down slightly. Following that, then he took a deep breath and activated the Farmer God Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Like a cow chewing on a peony, he swallowed them all into his stomach and rapidly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble. In a breath of time, the resources that he swallowed instantly melted within his body, and there was no suspense in what happened next. The clanging sound of chains came from within Yixian's body, and a majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder that covered the sky and covered the earth. From this moment onwards, he entered the most critical moment. Especially this time, he forcefully broke through in seclusion, so he did not dare to be distracted. With great concentration, he immediately began to circulate the energy continuously until it was completely refined. Gradually, Yixian's entire mind was immersed in it, forgetting the existence of time. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river disappeared in Yixian's meridians, completely integrating into his soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. This shackle chain represented the resistance of the 8th level of the desolate supremacy realm. As long as the chain was torn apart, this seclusion would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Just like this, now is the time. As the last great cycle was completed, Yixian's mind flashed, and he immediately made his move. Let's go. He was pleasantly surprised. Perhaps it was because the energy of the 3 heavenly Tao blood essences was too boundless, but this time, he had only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack, and the shackles had already broken with a sound. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu Arts Realm breakthrough. Current realm. 8th level of the primordial supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the physical body's Qi and blood realm breakthrough. Current realm. 8th level of the primordial supremacy. Before the system notification finished, Yixian had already opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a flash of joy. 8th level of the desolate supremacy. He had finally broken through. Previously, Yixian was a 7th level desolate supremacy. Once he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would instantly reach the 8th level of the desolate supremacy. And if he used this ability to the 9th transformation, his cultivation strength would once again soar to the 9th level, which was a large realm. That was the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. And now, with his successful breakthrough in seclusion, his cultivation strength had reached the 8th level of the desolate supremacy. 1. Once Yixian activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation strength would instantly reach the 9th level of perfection, which was the peak of the desolate supremacy. And every transformation of the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape would increase his cultivation by 1 level. As such, after entering the 9th transformation, Yixian's strongest battle strength would reach the 9th level of perfection of the heavenly Tao realm, which was the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Even the primeval heavens, I was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. It was still a distance away from the 9th level of perfection, which was the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Also, in other words, Yixian's strongest battle strength had already surpassed the primeval heaven's eye after his successful breakthrough in seclusion this time. Furthermore, he had the Blood Sea secret technique. If activated, 3 Blood Sea avatars would instantly form, and each avatar would have the same battle strength. Under this situation, if he were to encounter the primeval heaven's eye again, 3 peak heavenly Tao realm experts at the 9th level of perfection would join forces to kill him. If there were no accidents, Or if the primeval heavens I had some stronger mystic technique that he had yet to use, there would be no suspense in killing him. This, in fact, on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were plenty of ferocious beasts, forbidden grounds, and remnant stars. Although there were Heavenly Tao realm experts, there was absolutely not a single one at the peak of Heavenly Tao at the 9th step of perfection. That was even on the left bank of the Milky Way, which was half a level higher than the right bank. There were definitely less than 100 peak Heavenly Tao realm experts at the 9th level of perfection. From this point of view, the present Yixian could roam the stronger and deeper left bank of the Milky Way without fear, much less the right bank of the Milky Way. Peak Heavenly Tao realm combat strength? I finally reached it, he muttered. As he muttered, Yixian subconsciously clenched his right fist. As he sensed the boundless and terrifying power in his body, a look of excitement and joy appeared in his eyes. However, this is clearly not the end. Not long from now, I just need to break through once more. My cultivation realm will reach the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy realm. After consuming a Heavenly Tao treasure pill and successfully breaking through, I will truly step into the Heavenly Tao realm just like the devouring treasure body. Upon saying this, his voice suddenly paused as a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately frowned subconsciously, because he suddenly thought of something. Although the Heavenly Tao realm was not suppressed in the primordial chaos void, what about the next realm after the Heavenly Tao realm? If the next realm after the Heavenly Tao realm was suppressed, then even if Yixian made another breakthrough, his cultivation level would reach the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy realm. After swallowing a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, and going into seclusion to allow his cultivation to truly step into the Heavenly Tao realm, he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his body. Furthermore, when he used the 9th transformation, Yixian's peak combat strength would probably still be at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm back in the primordial chaos great world. Regardless of his cultivation level, the strongest combat strength he could reach was only the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy realm. The only difference was that the primordial chaos great world suppressed the Heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. But here the cultivation level suppressed by the primordial chaos void had increased by an entire realm. This time, Yixian did not know what the next realm after the Heavenly Tao realm was. He naturally had no way of determining if this realm was the strongest realm in the primordial chaos void. If that was the case, this realm would definitely be suppressed. Yixian's strongest combat strength could only reach the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, at the 9th level of the Devil Ape transformation. But if the realm after the Heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest realm in the primordial chaos void, then this suppression might not appear. The suppression would only appear when the strongest realm in the primordial chaos void was reached. From the looks of it, I'll have to make another trip to the left bank. Perhaps there will be some peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao realm in the Forbidden Grounds and the strongest stellar domain. I wonder what the realm after the Heavenly Tao realm is. With that said, he no longer hesitated. He stood up and walked out of the farmer god cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he instantly stored the cauldron into his body. Whoosh! A weak sonic boom sounded. Without any hesitation, Yixian stood up and walked out of the farmer god cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. He had decided to make another trip to the left bank. Perhaps there would be some peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tao realm in the Forbidden Grounds and the strongest stellar domain. He wanted to know what the realm after the Heavenly Tao realm was. Again, or perhaps he knew that in the primordial chaos void's environment, there were still a few realms after the Heavenly Tao realm. This matter could not be delayed. If he didn't figure out the situation, Yixian wouldn't even have a clue as to what the great realm after the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was. He probably wouldn't even be able to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. With his cultivation speed, it would not be long before he officially stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm. There was no need to refine the level 31 Heavenly Tao treasure pill for the time being, but the derivation of the pill formula had to be carried out as soon as possible. Furthermore, he still needed time to gather the refinement materials. After leaving the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion, Yixian rushed to the nearby Source Nest's headquarters. However, he did not enter. He only circled the surroundings, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he immediately left. Source in the Source Nest's headquarters, Gue Hai Dao, Zhongqingyu, and the other subordinates were all in seclusion to raise their cultivation levels. He had just left not long ago, so if there was nothing important, there was no need to disturb them. After circling around, Yixian immediately rushed to the end of the right bank of the Milky Way. Not long after, he entered the vast dark region in the distance. He did not stop and traversed it. In half a month, he arrived at the end of the right bank of the Milky Way. If today he was already at the peak of the perfected heavenly Tao realm at the 9th step. His speed was much faster than when he was at the 8th step of the heavenly Tao realm. Otherwise, it would take him at least a month to rush here from the Source Nest's headquarters. Now, it had only taken him about 20 days. Liuxian's seclusion wasn't short this time. Took him about a month. In addition, it took him another 20 days to rush from the right bank near the Source Nest's headquarters to the left bank's right bank. In total, it took him nearly 2 months. But even so, the right bank of the Milky Way's left bank was still in a state of turmoil. All kinds of heated discussions could be heard at any time in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star domains on the left bank's right bank. As for the target of the heated discussion, it was naturally the galactic berserk ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank but had now arrived on the left bank. To be precise, the berserk ape didn't wreak havoc in the other regions of the left bank. For example, he rarely ventured into the left bank's right bank. It was extremely close to the right bank's right bank even though it was considered to be in the left bank's middle bank. Only the left bank's right bank had been tormented by the infamous galactic berserk ape over the past few years. Back when he first collected the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst, Yixian had visited 2 extremely powerful forbidden grounds on the left bank's right bank. He had even wiped out all the upper echelons of the forbidden grounds during the battle at the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Ground. If today, the Dragon Whale Forbidden Ground, which was rather famous in the left bank's right bank, had been wreaked havoc by him. The dragon whale had been killed on the spot, but the berserk ape had calmly left. If one were to count carefully, more than 10 Heavenly Tao Realm experts had died at the hands of the berserk ape in the left bank's right bank over the past few years. Just the battle at the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Ground had killed several Heavenly Tao beasts. The galactic berserk ape had attacked repeatedly on the left bank's right bank. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to kill desolate supremacies. His targets were Heavenly Tao Realm existences. Again, furthermore, news of his battle results and terrifying growth had long spread to the left bank. This instantly raised the vigilance of many Heavenly Tao Realm experts in the left bank's right bank's most powerful forbidden grounds and stellar domains. Ignoring the remnant stellar domains, the berserk ape rarely sought them out. This was because the various treasured medicines he refined required the massive blood mist formed from the explosion of a ferocious beast's body. This matter was no longer a secret. The upper echelons of the left bank were already aware of it. Even more as for the galactic berserk ape's true identity, they had already heard of it. The berserk ape was not a galactic ferocious beast. He was actually a human expert from the primordial desolate forbidden ground. He had a bloodline similar to the remnant inhabitants of the primordial chaos void. But apart from his human bloodline, he also had the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape bloodline. The form of the galactic berserk ape was just a manifestation of the demonic ape's true body. Back on the right bank of the Milky Way several decades ago, the berserk ape was only a universe supremacy. From then on, he had been constantly hunting supremacy-level ferocious beasts. He was likely refining a treasure pill used to break through to the Universe Lord realm. Chapter 51:12. Not long after that, he successfully broke through to the realm of Universe Lords. From then on, the level of the ferocious beasts he hunted increased once again, reaching the realm of Universe Lords. In the following few decades, all of this constantly leveled up. Bao Yuan's cultivation level went from Universe Lord to Universe Supremacy, followed by Primordial Era Mighty Figure, followed by Primordial Era Supreme, and now, he had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm and had even reached the late stages of the Heavenly Tao realm. A simple probe would reveal that every time his cultivation level increased by a large realm, the cultivation level of the ferocious beasts he hunted would increase as well, after he had hunted and killed these ferocious beasts. For a period of time, once the ferocious ape refined the mysterious precious medicine that corresponded to its realm and swallowed it, its cultivation and strength would soar once again. breaking through to a new realm. This, 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 it was a virtuous cycle. Furthermore, the mysterious treasures of various grades he refined had heaven-defying effects. In just a few short decades, it allowed the Universe Night Realm Bao Yuan's cultivation level to increase to the late stages of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Once this spread, countless experts were tempted. It was useless for those with lower cultivation levels to covet it, but the Heavenly Dao Realm experts were interested. Because Bao Yuan was now at the late stages of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Previously, it was rumored that he had refined a supreme treasure pill that allowed him to break through to the Heavenly Dao Realm. Now the level of the target he hunted had increased once again, going from old freak desolate supremacy to a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Did this mean that he was currently preparing to refine a supreme treasure pill that surpassed the Heavenly Dao Realm? That's right. To any Heavenly Dao Realm expert, this was an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, Bao Yuan had the Farmer God Cauldron, the nine-colored Sea of Flames, the Sky-Fallen Bao, and a supreme divine power and treasure medicine refinement mystic technique that could raise one's combat strength by a large realm. All of this was enough to move one's heart. Therefore, over the past month, the Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the ferocious beast Forbidden Grounds on the left bank's right bank had secretly joined forces to search for him. Dang! Yixian arrived at the right section of the left bank. After understanding all of this, his heart was filled with murderous intent. After a short moment of consideration, he made a decision. He would not care about anything else for the time being. He would kill the most troublesome insect first. In the past month or so since Yixian disappeared from the left bank's right bank, the Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the left bank's right bank had already joined forces in secret. They were searching everywhere for Yixian. When he arrived at the right section of the left bank and understood the situation, Yixian was immediately filled with murderous intent. After a short moment of consideration, he made a decision. He would not care about the rest for the time being, but the most troublesome bug must be eliminated first. The worm that Yixian was referring to was the old fellow that the 10 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Land had mentioned when they surrounded Yixian. This insect was the strongest expert in the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone. The Demon Insect Forbidden Zone was located on the right bank of the Dragon Whale Forbidden Zone, not too far away. Since the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone was named after the demon insect, it was possible to infer some information. Because, as the space Zerg race typically lived in groups, the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone probably had more than one Heavenly Dao Realm Zerg expert. The space Zerg race had always been in existence that Yixian hated the most. This was because they were truly difficult to deal with. All of them had all sorts of special bloodline divine powers that were impossible to defend against. If Yixian were to be besieged, it would be fine if the other Heavenly Dao beasts came. But if one of them was from the space Zerg race, due to the strange frequency of the space Zerg race's various biological frequencies, it was very likely that Yixian would be trapped. The outcome was unthinkable. Therefore, the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone had to be destroyed first. In fact, according to the information he had, the demon insect happened to be one of the leading existences among the Heavenly Dao Realm beasts in the left bank's right bank that had secretly joined forces. His cultivation level was not weak either. It had reached the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, the same as the dragon whale that Yixian had killed. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. Compared to the dragon whale, this Zerg was definitely more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Yixian had to get rid of this huge problem no matter what. Resolve after making up his mind, he immediately rushed in the direction of the Dragon Whale Forbidden Zone. He arrived in the region 2 days later, but he did not head for it. Instead, he secretly infiltrated the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone. Dang, however, after entering, Yixian had already activated a perfect psyche concussion mystic technique. He concealed his body and converged his aura. Now, he was already at the peak of the Heavenly Dao Realm at the 9th stage Perfection Realm. When he used the perfect psyche concussion mystic technique at full strength, even a peak Heavenly Dao expert of the same cultivation level as him would not be able to tell anything. However, Yixian did not dare be careless. This was because he was entering a Zerg hive, the base camp of a large hive of space Zergs. There was even a powerful Zerg at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Due to the difference in bloodlines and species, these Zergs had all sorts of strange biological frequencies. They often had special powers that were unimaginable. The demon insect Forbidden Zone's environment was no different from other Zerg Forbidden Zones. The periphery of the stellar domain's interior was relatively empty, but deep in the stellar domain, there were large numbers of abandoned planets. These planets were the Zerg hives. Stare in the stellar domain's void beyond star. One could see space Zergs of all shapes and sizes everywhere. The situation was as Yi Xian had guessed. There were basically no other space beasts in the Zerg's territory. That's right. The existences in this forbidden zone were all Zergs. They came in different forms and had varying cultivation levels, but without exception, they were all Zergs. With so many insects gathered together, the air was filled with a special smell, causing Yi Xian to be extremely displeased. In addition, he could faintly catch some weak but complicated energy fluctuations in the air. This should be the arachnid frequency that was emitted from the bodies of the various space bugs. They used this method to transmit information to each other and communicate with each other. Yi Xian had activated the perfect psyche concussion mystic technique. Furthermore, with his powerful cultivation level at the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, the Zerg psyche concussion that permeated the demonic insect Forbidden Zone's void was temporarily unable to capture his aura. He did not extend his perception to probe the situation in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone. It was extremely likely that he would be exposed. With his present powerful cultivation level, other space beasts could be ignored. However, now he was hunting a powerful Zerg at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It even included other heavenly Dao realm Zerg experts in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone. He had to be careful. Soon Yi Xian darted out. As he powered his psyche concussion to maintain the perfect psyche concussion mystic technique, he silently traversed the massive demonic insect Forbidden Zone. Although this probing method took a lot of time and effort, it was effective. After 2 days, he had traversed the entire demonic insect Forbidden Zone and confirmed the combat strength structure in the Forbidden Zone. In the entire demonic insect Forbidden Zone, there were a total of 6 heavenly Dao realm space Zergs. One of them was the 8th stage heavenly Dao realm black demonic Zerg. What gave him a headache was that the 6 heavenly Dao Zergs were not together. Instead, they were scattered across different abandoned planets to build their nests. According to Yi Xian's previous plan, he planned on instantly conjuring a 9-colored sea of flames after locking onto the target's location. He would condense it into a fireball to trap the target and temporarily ignore it. With a swift strike, he would vanquish all the space Zergs in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone to prevent them from leaking any information. Then he would turn around and enter the 9-colored fireball, killing the target trapped in the fireball. That's right. Killing the space Zergs was the best way to deal with them. If there were no accidents, all the Zergs in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone would be wiped out. The gigantic space Zerg hive would be completely reduced to ashes. But now the situation was different. The 6 heavenly Dao Zergs were not together, so his previous plan was for naught. Unless he thought of a way to temporarily gather them while they were unprepared. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly shot to the right. Among the 6 heavenly Dao Zergs, one of them happened to be in that direction. Strangely, not only was this fellow's hive planet located at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, as though it was alienated, even the aura emanating from its body was different. It had the aura of both Zergs and ferocious beasts, as though it was a mixed blood descendant of the Zergs and other ferocious beasts. Even its cultivation level was the weakest, being only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Dao realm. In summary, this 1st stage Zerg with the ferocious beast bloodline was the most suitable target. Resolve after calming down, Yi Xian entered the nest planet and silently touched the cave where the 1st rank arachnid was hiding. Taking advantage of the arachnid's unpreparedness, the spiritual energy that enveloped his body suddenly soared and extended, enveloping the other party's body as well. The next instant, a trembling voice that was filled with endless fear was heard. "Your Excellency, please spare my life. This lowly goat-horned celestial." A dark glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as his aura locked onto the other party. He was surprised to see an Zerg that had shrunk to the size of about 10 feet prostrating on the ground, shivering. It looked like it was scared out of its wits. An indiscernible buzzing sound was heard as the mental strength that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly expanded and spread out, enveloping the only figure in the cave. Almost at the next instant, A trembling voice that was filled with endless fear was heard. "Your Excellency, please spare my life. This lowly goat-horned celestial." Yi Xian's aura instantly locked onto the other party. A dark glint flashed in his eyes as his gaze landed on an Zerg that had shrunk to the size of about 10 feet. This fellow was prostrating on the ground, shivering. It looked like it was scared out of its wits. Previously, when Yi Xian passed by the edge of the hive planet, he had sensed a trace of a ferocious beast's aura from this fellow who called himself Goat-Horned Celestial. It was extremely clear and there was no mistake about it. Thus, now that he had seen the other party with his own eyes, Yi Xian was certain of this matter. The first stage Heavenly Dao Realm Zerg expert had shrunk to a size about 10 feet wide. It was flat like a ladybug, but its head did not have the antennae of the starry sky ladybugs. On its tiny head were 2 goat horns. Furthermore, they were coiled goat horns that spun twice. For a celestial ladybug to have the goat horns of the Argali race on its head, it looked rather out of place. From the looks of it, this fellow's hive planet was located at the edge of the forbidden zone for demonic insects for a reason. His nondescript appearance, coupled with the fact that he was not a pure celestial insect, made it understandable that he was ostracized in the forbidden zone. This, from his present performance, it was clear that he had an extremely cowardly personality. This was likely related to the inferiority complex he was born with. This fellow was neither a ferocious beast nor a member of the insect clan. He was a mixed blood descendant of the ferocious beast clan and the insect clan, so he must have been disliked by both sides. Over time he had developed such a character. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expression on Yi Xian's face turned even more odd. He found it impossible to associate a powerful Heavenly Dao realm existence with the word inferiority complex. Yet, the fellow in front of him had such a perfect combination of traits and demeanor. There was nothing abrupt about it, rendering him speechless. Yi Xian had no intention of killing him to begin with. He immediately transmitted a voice transmission with his perception, explaining the reason for his visit. The reason why he chose the weakest void insectoid that was only at the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm was to allow it to summon the other 5 insectoids in the fiendish insect forbidden ground. Once they were gathered, he would suddenly take action. Surprisingly, he conjured a 9-colored sea of flames and condensed it into a fireball to seal it. Because, at this point, Yi Xian could even spare the life of this rank 1 arachnid, but he couldn't let it leave just like that. Instead, he would wait for the 5 arachnids to gather and seal them, then temporarily store the rank 1 arachnid in the Shenong cauldron. Yi Xian did not think much of a space Zerg at the first stage Heavenly Dao realm. With his peak Heavenly Dao realm cultivation at the perfected stage 9 realm, the other party was no longer a threat. And as long as he made such a promise, the other party would definitely believe him. At the Heavenly Dao realm, such matters were not easily joked about. It had to do with one's Dao heart. Any Heavenly Dao realm expert would not damage their Dao heart over such matters, affecting their future breakthroughs. At this moment, as the voice of his divine sense spread out, the goat horn immortal, who was trembling on the ground, was suddenly startled. Then he immediately raised his head, and there was a flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Immediately following that, the goat horn immortal's voice sounded. "Your Excellency, is what you said true? Not only will you not kill this lowly one, but you will also help me destroy those 5 fellows?" From the meaning of his words and the tone of his pleasant surprise, this old fellow clearly agreed with Yi Xian's words. He even felt like he was overjoyed. For a moment Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, was dumbfounded. He looked at him in a daze, speechless for a long time. For some reason, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the reason why the first-rank arachnid in front of him was so happy was mainly because Yi Xian expressed that he wanted to kill the other 5 Heavenly Dao arachnids in the demon insect forbidden area. While, "It's not that I will spare his life. Your Excellency, you don't know, but those 5 old fellows are nothing good." Yi Xian was stunned, as though he could not react in time. The goat horn immortal immediately explained. Although he did not say that he was crying, it was actually not much different. This fellow was indeed a mixed blood descendant left behind by the fusion of a starry sky argali and a starry sky ladybug. That was something from countless years ago. He had both the ferocious beast bloodline and the insect clan bloodline in his body, so he was indeed not favored by either of them. The reason he was left in the forbidden land of demonic insects seemed to be one of the 6 heavenly Dao insects guarding this place. But in fact he was under house arrest by the other 5 heavenly Dao insects. In the demonic insect forbidden ground, he had always been a joke. He had no real power at all. He did not even have any subordinates on the Zerg Nest star. This was something that Yi Xian had already noticed when he came in earlier. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the Goathorn Immortal did not hate those 5 fellows. He just did not have the opportunity before, but now that he suddenly had the opportunity to kill those 5 Zergs, he was naturally overjoyed. It was absolutely impossible for him to miss this opportunity. All the Zergs in the demonic insect forbidden ground did not treat him as one of their own. Naturally, he could not have any sense of belonging here. He just wanted to leave this place. Even if he was alone in the void, at least he would have freedom. At least he did not have to sullenly be under house arrest here and endure eternal ridicule. This kind of situation was too melodramatic. Yi Xian did not expect this at all, but it was definitely good news for him. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! A faint light shot out, and it expanded in the absence of wind in the area enveloped by the mental power. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a figure that was about 10 meters tall. It was his Black Fog clone. With a flash of light, the Black Fog clone stepped directly into the Goathorn Immortal's body. Its aura was perfectly concealed, and not a single trace was revealed. You'd better not play any tricks or else, my Black Fog clone will instantly kill you on the spot. Mao warned. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian issued a warning. He then extended his mental power that enveloped the Goathorn Immortal's body. Don't worry, I can't wait for those 5 old things to all die. The Goathorn Immortal nodded. After responding, he no longer hesitated and turned into a black light that blasted out of the star. Look, the direction he was heading in was clearly where the hive planet of the most powerful Class 8 insectoid in the demonic insect forbidden ground was located. Yi Xian did not hesitate either. He continued to conceal his figure and aura. He silently followed behind from a distance of about 50 million kilometers. The Black Fog clone transformed into a black beam of light and entered the Goathorn Immortal's body before disappearing. The last bit of worry in Yi Xian's heart silently dissipated. The Black Fog clone was the same as him. It was also at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the perfection stage of Class 9. Furthermore, the 9-colored sea of flames was now in the Black Fog clone's body. If the Goathorn Immortal made any strange movements, the Black Fog clone could instantly kill him with a thought. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I can't wait for those 5 old things to all die. The Goathorn Immortal was clearly aware of this. However, he did not have any other thoughts. Furthermore, he did not doubt Yi Xian's statement and promise, so he was completely unconcerned. Thus, after replying, he no longer hesitated. His figure flashed as he transformed into a black beam of light that shot out of the star. From the direction he was heading, it was clearly the hive planet of the most powerful Class 8 insectoid in the demonic insect forbidden ground. Yi Xian did not hesitate either. He maintained his 10-foot-tall ape form and continued concealing his figure and aura. He silently followed behind from a distance of about 50 million kilometers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, the Goathorn Immortal's figure rushed out of the hive planet. It was unknown what means he used to transmit a message, but soon, 4 of the other 5 heavenly Dao insectoids in the demonic insect forbidden ground rushed out of their respective hive planets. An extremely sharp sound tore through the air. These 4 heavenly Dao insectoids gathered from 4 different directions. Like the Goathorn Immortal, they all gathered towards the hive planet of the Class 8, Heavenly Dao Realm black demonic insect that had yet to appear. The speed of Dao Realm experts was very fast. In just a few seconds, the 4 figures had already gathered. They stopped at the edge of the hive planet of the Class 8, Heavenly Dao Realm black demonic insect. The Goathorn Immortal also stopped. The 5 of them seemed to be waiting for the appearance of the black demonic insect. And this old fellow was clearly inside the hive planet ahead. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered in the void around the hive planet. The closest one was only about 20 million kilometers away. In addition to the size of the planet, the 6 heavenly Dao insectoids in the demonic insect forbidden ground, including the Goathorn Immortal, had already gathered. Whoosh! It was also at this instant that an indiscernible sound tore through the air. A 9-colored beam of light shot out from the goat horn immortal's body and expanded rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, it had transformed into a majestic sea of flames that enveloped 1,000,000,000 kilometers of the void. This was only the beginning. As the majestic 9-colored sea of flames appeared, endless howling winds could be heard in the void. In less than half a second, the 9-colored sea of flames swept across the void, condensing into a gigantic 9-colored fireball in the blink of an eye. This gigantic fireball was 100 million kilometers in diameter. It enveloped the 4 heavenly Tao insectoids that had been attracted by the goat horn immortal, as well as the hive planet of the strongest black demonic insect. As for the goat horn immortal, he was immediately taken away from the fireball by the black fog avatar. In a flash he appeared in the void outside the fireball and shot towards Yixian. Whoosh! A cold beam flashed as Yixian suddenly waved his hand and instantly sucked the goat horn immortal into the Shenong cauldron in his body. He was temporarily trapped at the bottom of the central volcano. As for the black fog avatar, it transformed into a beam of light and entered Yixian's body, disappearing from sight. Chapter 51:13. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. However, in the huge 9-colored fireball in front of him, which enveloped the hive stars of the Class 8 black demon bugs, it was extremely quiet. Not a single sound came out. This was the result of Yixian's deliberate control. If it was just ordinary space beasts, there would be no need to do this. However, what was trapped in this huge 9-colored fireball were 5 powerful bug clan members of the Heaven Path. Because in order to prevent the arachnid frequencies of these 5 old fellows from being transmitted through the 9-colored flame ball and causing unnecessary accidents, Yixian had purposely strengthened the isolation of the 9-colored flame ball. Not to mention the arachnid frequencies and the power of divine sense, even sound was completely sealed inside. After confirming that the 9-colored fireball that had just formed in front of him was extremely stable and there was no abnormality, Yixian's heart suddenly relaxed, and his heart that was in his throat finally settled down. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes and he looked around. Screech! Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! At this time the earth-shattering screech was still ringing like a tide. In the hive stars within sight, a large number of space bugs were rushing out at this moment, and with endless fear, they fled in all directions. This kind of bug swarm scene was really spectacular. In the hundreds of billions of miles of void, various forms of space bugs could be seen everywhere. Some were big and some were small and some were strong and some were weak. Among them, the most powerful existences were dozens of desolate venerable realm space bugs. Boom! Rumble. At this moment, Yixian pushed the power in his body to the extreme, and an invisible pressure spread out, almost turning into a substance. The whole void resonated because of this, and the rumbling of thunder was earth-shattering. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. There was suspense. Just as he activated the power in his body and deliberately turned it into a powerful pressure, the entire demon insect forbidden grounds was like beans being fried in a pot. Suddenly, there was a series of densely packed popping sounds coming from within the huge demon insect forbidden grounds. These space bugs were the beans that were being fried, and the terrifying pressure of Yixian, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage Great Perfection realm, was the fire that was going to explode the beans. As far as the eye could see, countless bodies of the space bugs were exploding in the void. Different colors, but all of them had pungent body fluids of the bug clan. Like a heavy rain in the void, they raged everywhere. It was too much. It was tragic. In just one breath's time, all the space bugs below the level of Almighty Figure had died, and the number was immeasurable. This was the terrifying pressure of the peak of the heavenly Tao. Just the full force of the pressure was enough to cause one's body to explode in an instant unless one had the strength of a primordial Almighty Figure or above. The originally boisterous devil insect forbidden land quieted down in an instant. The earth-shattering howls from before were now so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Just now, almost all the space bugs that were densely packed like a tide just now were gone. All of them had exploded. In the entire void of the forbidden grounds, there were less than 200 figures that could be seen now. The 200 figures were all almighty figures and supreme figures of the primordial era. Among them, there were more than 100 almighty figures of the primordial era, and dozens of supreme figures of the primordial era. The former were seriously injured and dying, while the latter were still struggling to escape. In the blink of an eye, the originally boisterous devil insect forbidden land quieted down completely. The earth-shattering howls from before were now so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The space bugs, which were as dense as a tide a moment ago, had all exploded. Only less than 200 of them were still visible in the vast void of the forbidden area. Among them, more than 100 almighty figures of the primordial era were seriously injured and dying. Some had even lost the ability to move. Their bodies were suspended in the void, and they were dying. While there were about 60 to 70 supreme figures of the primordial era. After all, they were desolate supremacies. Although they were seriously injured, they were still struggling to escape. This was how it should be. As long as there was still a chance of survival, no one would give up. But in fact, even these dozens of desolate supremacies of the Bug Clan who were escaping in all directions knew that such an action was meaningless. Everything was in vain. Face against a peak heavenly path 9th stage great perfection, even if they were in their peak condition, and let them escape in advance. If Yi Xian was willing, he could catch up to them at any time, catch them and kill them. Not to mention that they were all seriously injured now. The reason why they were still escaping was partly because of their survival instinct and partly because they were lucky. Perhaps this powerful peak heavenly path great perfection was not interested in them at all, and would not chase after them. Perhaps, the dozens of desolate supremacies fled in different directions at the same time. In the end, if they were lucky, even if the other party chased after them, 3 to 5 of them would be able to escape. Although this chance was very slim, as long as there was a chance of survival, who would give up? Unfortunately, if it were other space beasts, it would be fine. With Yi Xian's current height, even if it was a desolate supremacy, he might not be interested in chasing after them. But the Space Bug Clan was different. The Bug Clan's biological frequency was extremely strange, and they were exceptionally good at transmitting messages. There were still 5 Bug Clan Heavenly Path Great Perfection in the 200 million kilometer diameter 9-colored flame sphere. It would take some time to return and kill them one by one. Yi Xian did not wish to be transmitted by the dozens of Bug Clan desolate supremacies before he left. If the news was leaked, it would attract the surrounding heavenly Dao realms to attack him. Therefore they had to stay behind. Not a single one of them could be left behind. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a shake of his shoulders, he instantly flew out. In a blink of an eye, he was behind an 8th stage desolate supremacy Bug Clan desolate supremacy. Without a word, he threw out a punch screech. Sensing the impending danger, the Bug Clan desolate supremacy's eyes turned bloodshot. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, but it could not change anything. He was destined to perish on the spot. Bam! Everything happened too quickly. As Yi Xian made his move, the porcelain hit its body solidly, and an earth-shattering boom was immediately heard. This barren supremacy of the insect clan did not even have the time to react. The giant fist that was so majestic that it made one want to point at it smashed down. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was tens of thousands of kilometers long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out. Tight following that, Yi Xian waved his hand as a gale whistled through the air. An invisible force whistled out and swept away the blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate sovereign from the insect clan into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron, and immediately began to condense the blood essence. He still had 35 level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pellets, and more than 150 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pellets. There was no need to refine desolate supreme treasure pellets and heavenly Dao treasure pellets in a short period of time. However, it was fine if it was in existence below the almighty level, but the almighty level and desolate supremacy level ferocious beasts and the insect tribe after their bodies exploded would definitely not be wasted. Namely, even if it wasn't used to refine treasured pills, it was still considered a top-notch resource for cultivation. Dang! However, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, the desolate supreme treasure pellet basically had no obvious effect, unless it was the ultimate desolate supreme blood essence that was refined from the explosion of a desolate supreme's body. Even more moreover, Yi Xian was not interested in the desolate supreme blood essence that was refined from the flesh of the insect clan. However, even if he did not consume it, he still had so many subordinates under him. It was fine to leave it for them to consume. Whoosh! Boom! Bang bang bang. Following that, Yixian pushed the energy in his body to the limit and wandered around. Every time he caught up to a desolate sovereign, he would immediately attack and punch out, causing the desolate sovereign to explode into a bloody mist. Following that, he waved his hand and used an invisible force to wrap up the blood mist that was scattered. He kept it into his body and sent it into the Shenong treasure cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. 7 more than 10 desolate sovereigns from the insect clan were all seriously injured and did not have the chance to escape. In just a short time they were all killed by Yixian. However, at this time, in the entire demon insect forbidden land, other than the countless disgusting insect liquid floating in the void, there were only more than 100 dying figures. This A group of heavily injured and dying insect clan members, all of whom were powerful figures from the demon insect forbidden land, were instantly injured under the terrifying pressure of Yixian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Way. They had lost their ability to move. Although they were terrified, there was nothing they could do. They could only float in the void and wait for death. Screech! Screech! Bang! Bang bang bang. Soon there was an earth-shattering screech filled with endless despair. Among the more than 100 insect clan powerful figures, about 1/3 of them chose to self-destruct. The loud rumbling sounds in the void rose and fell one after another. Right at this moment, Yixian didn't pay attention to him at all. His figure shot out and wandered around. When he encountered an almighty arachnid that had self-destructed, he directly waved his hand and absorbed the boundless blood mist that was spreading out from the explosion into his body. As for those insect clan powerful figures who did not self-destruct, he just added a punch. The result was the same. These insect clan powerful figures, regardless of their size, exploded under his punch. Immediately after, they were absorbed into Yixian's body and sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Farmer God's treasure cauldron. From there he began the blood essence condensation. This time it was even faster. In less than half an instance's time, Yixian finished everything. These more than 100 insect clan powerful figures, without exception, were all dead. Even the boundless blood mist formed after the explosion of the physical body was taken away by him. As a result, the number of blood essences of desolate supremacy in Yixian's hands rose to 76. As for the number of blood essences of powerful figures, since he originally had dozens left, Yixian now had more than 200 blood essences of powerful figures in his hands after killing more than 100 insect clan powerful figures. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a short period of time. From the time Yixian quietly sneaked into the demon insect forbidden ground until now, it had only been a little more than an incense's time. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire demon insect forbidden ground turned into a barren land. Apart from the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao figures who were still trapped by the 9-colored flame ball, and the goat horn immortal, the other countless insect clan members were all annihilated. 9. It was obvious how terrifying the combat power of a peak heavenly Tao in the realm of perfection was. This was clearly the rhythm of someone who could easily destroy an entire forbidden ground or star region with his own strength. Too tragic. From the time Yixian quietly sneaked into the demon insect forbidden ground until now, it had only been a little more than an incense's time, but the entire demon insect forbidden ground had been completely turned into a barren land during this period of time. Except, apart from the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao figures who were still trapped by the 9-colored flame ball, and the goat horn immortal, the other countless insect clan members were all annihilated. It was obvious how terrifying the combat power of a peak heavenly Tao in the realm of perfection was. At this level, he could easily destroy an entire ferocious beast forbidden ground, or the remnant star region with his own strength. The terror of his strength was simply unbelievable. No, this battle was obviously not over yet. It could even be said that what Yixian had dealt with so far was only a small part of the battle. The real important part was still to come. Moreover, although he had annihilated all the countless insect clan members in the demon insect forbidden ground, and none of them had escaped to send a message or the like, such an astonishing movement in the demon insect forbidden ground star region would most likely spread the news soon. At that time, the heavenly Tao experts in the ferocious beast forbidden ground, which was adjacent to the demon insect forbidden ground, would definitely come to investigate and find out what was going on. Therefore, there was not much time left for Yi Xian. He had to deal with the 5-insect clan Heavenly Dao trapped in the 9-colored flame ball as soon as possible. There would be changes if he delayed. Walala! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, the figure of the violent ape disappeared, and the strange sound of splashing water instantly came from the void where it originally stood. At this moment, the body of the violent ape, which was only about 10 feet tall, collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe void, exuding an endless bloody aura. Roar! Roar! Screech, then from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. A low roar and a violent howl instantly came. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. They were none other than the body of the demonic ape's flesh and blood, as well as its skeleton body and black fog body. The body of flesh and blood was identical to the violent ape from before. The only difference was that it was larger in size, spanning 60 million kilometers. As for the skeleton body, it did not have any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura. It was extremely ferocious. Black, the body of fog was a black fog, and even the pair of eyes were only 2 purple lights, making it look extremely strange. Everything took place in an instant, even though it took a long time to describe. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars had already condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the perfected Heavenly Dao realm. They were clearly 3 powerful peak Heavenly Dao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. This clearly wasn't the end. Roar! As the 3 blood sea avatars condensed, the body of the violent ape raised its head and roared angrily again. At that moment, Yi Xian directly activated the ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power, which was the Devil Ape True Body. As the angry roar sounded, the powers in the 3 blood sea avatars' bodies instantly surged. Its power. The momentum was like a raging river roaring. The limbs and bones of the 3 clones surged with endless ferocity, and there was even a surge of terrifying chi and blood that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear. In an instant it rapidly approached each other. In just half a second, the back had already fused. The true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape appeared in the void. The body of flesh and blood, the skeleton body, and the black fog body fused into one. Buzz. At the same time, the eyes of the skeleton body of the 3 devil ape true bodies emitted a blazing purplish gold beam. An extremely deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. Buzz. A mysterious aura spread out from his body like a raging river. The skeleton clone suddenly raised its left arm, and the empty palm of its left hand glowed with a golden light. 1. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. All of them were. They opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the 2 mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was the heaven-falling bow, the most powerful divine ability that had shocked the prehistoric era. Swoosh! Swoosh! With some hesitation, the body of the violent ape suddenly flipped its hands. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 fine rays of light shot out. The left hand of the body of the flesh and blood held one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the sky, while, in its right hand, it dragged the Shenong medicinal pestle that had transformed into a big-headed black club. It emitted an invisible, ferocious aura that was simply shocking. Previously, the 3 blood sea avatars were all at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage. Now, as they merged into one entity, the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape was the strongest form. However, the cultivation aura that emanated from the combined form of the devil ape was still only at the peak of the great perfection of the heavenly way of the 9th step. It did not break through a realm because of this. In fact, Yi Xian still did not know what the next realm after the heavenly Dao realm was. This time, he came to the left bank of the Milky Way again to enter some of the more powerful ferocious beasts' forbidden grounds and the remnant star domain. He wanted to find the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage and inquire about this matter. These peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage were basically ancient existences who had lived for countless years. They came from different worlds, and the worlds they once ruled were probably more powerful than the primeval world, which was favored by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be able to obtain the information he needed from them. And now, with the three Blood Sea avatars gathered into one, the combined Devil-Ape True Body's cultivation aura was only at the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage. However, there was a difference in strength between the same peak of the heavenly Tao. In the combined state, the Devil-Ape True Body with 3 heads and 6 arms might not be the most powerful existence among the peak of the heavenly Tao, but it was probably not far from it. In this form, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted even in the powerful left bank of the Milky Way. It was obvious that he did not feel any pressure in getting rid of the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao trapped in the 9-colored fireball, the strongest of whom was only at the 8th stage. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. It was just a matter of time. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to end everything as soon as possible and leave. Whoosh! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot toward the gigantic 9-colored fireball, with a diameter of 200 million miles in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, a weak ripple suddenly appeared in a part of the 9-colored fireball that was quietly standing in the void. The ray of light that the Devil-Ape True Body transformed into was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it passed through this ripple and rushed into the interior of the fireball. Whoosh! In the next moment, a weak ripple suddenly appeared in a part of the 9-colored fireball that was quietly standing in the void. The 3 Blood Sea avatars gathered and combined into the Devil-Ape True Body of Yi Xian. His entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot toward the gigantic 9-colored fireball, with a diameter of 200 million miles in front of him. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through this ripple and rushed into the interior of the fireball. Buzz! In the next moment, an incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rushed toward him like a tide. Even Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, trembled slightly. He felt as if his divine soul had been shaken, and his qi and blood had become restless. As a cold light flashed, he immediately focused his gaze. In his line of sight, in the vast void that had been completely sealed within the fireball, there were clearly ripples that were like thin scales. Layer upon layer, as if they were wrinkles, it was a shocking sight to behold. The 9-colored fireball had a diameter of 200 million miles, and the space inside the fireball was also the same. But now, in this 200 million mile void, 5 huge figures could be seen hovering in the air. These 5 figures were the 5 heavenly Tao insects of the demon insect Forbidden Land. Their original size might have been larger, but now, due to the limited space inside the fireball, the 5 heavenly Tao insects had all shrunk to about 1 million miles in size. But however, they were not gathered together. Instead, they were inside the flame wall of the fireball, occupying a pentagon. If a line was drawn between their bodies, it would clearly form a huge pentagram. The 5 heavenly Tao insects had different forms and bloodlines. Although they were the same size, only about 1 million miles in size, the cultivation auras they emitted were different. The strongest existence was a black demonic insect whose cultivation level had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the weakest one, it was completely green. It was a cosmic green hornless centipede. Its cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and it had just entered the middle stages. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the strongest was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to Yi Xian, they were more than just a little bit weaker. They were completely incapable of shaking him. However, the insect race was strange to begin with. Yi Xian had always hated insects, and it was precisely because of this that he had a headache over the various cosmic insect races. Now, the 5 heavenly Tao insects had clearly pushed the powers in their bodies to their limits. They had activated some sort of bloodline mystic technique, and their bodies were emitting invisible insect race frequencies. It would have been fine if it was just one of them. Although Yi Xian would feel a headache, he would not be affected in any way. His cultivation level had already reached an extremely high level, allowing him to ignore most attacks. But now the 5 insect race were joining forces. They were using all their powers to activate the mystic technique in their bloodline. the invisible insect race frequencies that were emitted stacked and gathered together. The might was naturally completely different. At that moment, as his body transformed into a beam of light and entered the nine-colored fireball, the invisible and powerful insect race frequencies surged over, enveloping Yi Xian's massive body. Instantly, his soul trembled as he felt a stabbing pain in his body. Raging Ape roared angrily as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately shrunk his body to about 50 kilometers. He immediately felt better. But this was not a solution either. Yi Xian could sense that the insect race frequencies in the pentagram were converging towards him. He who was inside seemed to become the only vent as he constantly suffered the crushing pressure of the terrifying insect race frequencies. While, moreover, the longer this suppression lasted, the more powerful it would be. Yi Xian had only entered the fireball for a short period of time, but his body had already been pierced through. If he allowed this situation to continue, even though his body wouldn't explode and he wouldn't die, he wouldn't be able to avoid being injured. The insect race was indeed strange. Now there were 5 Heavenly Dao Realm insect race experts joining forces to activate the insect race frequencies in their bloodline. Under the stacking of the insect race frequencies, even Yi Xian, who was at the perfected Heavenly Dao realm, found it difficult to withstand. Just this alone made it obvious. However, he was not worried. This was because the pentagram structure was fixed. It was not like other array formations that could undergo myriad changes. The 5 insect race Heavenly Dao probably never expected to encounter such a situation. There was actually a powerful being that required the 5 of them to work together to stimulate the insectoid wave frequency in their bloodline to barely make the other party fear them. That was why they had never practiced any joint attack formation before this. In fact, even if they were to join forces in a hurry, it would only cause Yi Xian some fear. Swoosh! Boom! Rumble! As his figure flashed, Yi Xian shrank to his true form of a demonic ape that was about 500,000 kilometers in size. He instantly appeared in front of the weakest cosmic green centipede. Without any hesitation, the ferocious ape raised its right arm and immediately smashed down with its big-headed black cudgel. Remains the bone avatar lowered its left arm as the supreme divine power, heaven-falling bow, vanished. Its right arm was clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed down on the cosmic green centipede's back. At that instant, the ferocious ape and the bone avatar attacked. The remaining black fog avatar's eyes flashed as it opened its mouth and roared. A formless psyche force with terrifying might roared out and arrived first. In a blink of an eye, it enveloped the cosmic green centipede's body. At that instant, the cosmic green centipede's body trembled. The blazing green light in its eyes suddenly dimmed at that moment. The ferocious ape's big-headed black cudgel smashed down on its head, while the bone avatar's punch landed on its back. Boom! Rumble! There was no suspense at all. The starry sky viper did not have the time to react at all. A terrifying and majestic force blasted into its body. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was over 1,000,000 kilometers long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Tight! Following that, the sound of a gale whistling through the air rang out. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the starry sky green mantis. Ching! It was instantly absorbed into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, where it immediately began to condense blood essence. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in an instant. In a flash, the cosmic green centipede had already died. The pentagram formation formed by the 5 heavenly law insectoids collapsed instantly, but the other 4 heavenly law insectoids were not affected. After each of them raised their heads and let out an incomparably shrill roar, their huge bodies that were 500,000 kilometers in size moved quickly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the previous pentagram formation turned into the current 4 symbols formation. The 4 heavenly law insectoids occupied the corners of the 4 symbols formation, and the insectoid waves emitted from their bodies did not stop at all. They were still pouring out invisibly. Roar! As time passed, the power of the invisible insectoid waves multiplied exponentially. The tingling feeling from Yi Xian's body became more intense, causing him to raise his head and let out a roar. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light. He shot toward another heavenly law insectoid. Chapter 51:14. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. With the starry sky green centipede killed, the pentagram formation formed by the 5 heavenly Dao Zergs instantly collapsed. However, the other 4 heavenly Dao insect race beings weren't affected in the slightest. Each of them raised their heads and let loose a shrill howl, upon which their gargantuan bodies instantly began to move. Their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the pentagram formation turned into the current 4 symbols formation. The 4 heavenly Dao Zergs occupied each corner of the 4 symbols formation. The Zerg frequencies that emanated from their bodies did not stop at all. They continued to invisibly pour out. Roar! As time passed, the invisible Zerg frequencies around the cage multiplied exponentially. The piercing pain from their bodies intensified as Yixian raised his head and let out an angry roar. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot towards another Zerg heavenly Dao. Boom! Rumble! Just like before, as the figure approached, Bao Yuan raised his right arm and smashed down with the big-headed black cudgel at the first moment. The skeleton avatar's right arm was clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed down on the starry sky green centipede's back. The remaining black fog avatar seemed to be planning on using his Psyche Mystic technique to launch an attack, so he did not do anything else. The Space Zerg's cultivation level wasn't weak, having reached the 5th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. His green eyes ignored the raging ape and the skeleton avatar. Instead, they were locked onto the black fog avatar that had yet to strike out with its fist. The death of the starry sky green centipede was witnessed by the 4 insect race heavenly Dao present. It could be said that the main reason why the starry sky green centipede was instantly destroyed was because of the terrifying and formless spiritual energy that the black fog avatar unleashed with a roar. First, the starry sky green centipede, the pentagram formation, had already fused the 5 Zerg heavenly Dao's powers into one. Otherwise, the strongest among them would only be at heavenly Dao stage 8. That was even if the Zerg had strange frequencies and astonishing powers. It was impossible for them to make a peak heavenly Dao like Yixian, who was at the perfected heavenly Dao stage 9, feel fear the moment they met. Since their powers were fused into one, their defense against attacks was naturally the same. That although this starry sky viper was only a level 4 heavenly wielder, when the powerful attacks of the violent ape and the skeleton clone landed on its body, it was equivalent to the 5 insect clan heavenly wielder bearing the power together. Therefore, the possibility of killing it in one hit was basically impossible. The reason for such an outcome was due to the mental power that the Black Fog clone unleashed back then. Essence godly power was the speciality of the demon dwellers. It was also shapeless and intangible. Just like the Bug Clans, Bug Clans, Bug Clans, Bug Clans, Bug Clan, Bug Clans, Bug Clan, Bug Clans, Bug Clan, Bug Clan, Bug Clans, Bug Clan, 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 Bug Clan. First, the green praying centipede had been distracted by the mental energy roared out by the Black Fog clone. It had temporarily cut off the connection between it and the other 4 insect clan heavenly Dao, which was why it had been instantly killed. It could be said that Yixian had tasted the sweetness of this attack. Now that he was attacking a second time, it was naturally the same. Could be said that he was following the same pattern. His second target was obviously prepared for this as well. The painful experience of the fall of the starry sky green praying mantis was still fresh in his mind. Naturally, he would not allow such a tragedy to happen again. Now that he was already on guard against the Black Fog doppelganger, he immediately took precautions. As the devil ape rushed closer, a low buzzing sound was heard. At the same time, a huge light shield appeared on this insect clan heavenly Dao's humongous body. This light shield was formed from the insect clan's wave frequency. He probably wanted to use it to defend against the Black Fog doppelganger's formless mental power so that it would not be like the starry sky green praying mantis earlier, where its connection with the other 3 insect clan heavenly Dao was instantly cut off and it had to bear the attacks of the violent ape and the skeleton clone alone, perishing on the spot. Roar! Seeing all this, the Black Fog doppelganger did not hesitate at all and immediately opened its mouth to roar. This time it did not just roar out a simple mental power. Instead, it used a mental power mystic technique. Clang. Initially, Yixian had obtained 4 types of mental power mystic techniques. The perfect shock and absolute shock were mental defense mystic techniques, and he had obtained 2 other mental power attack skills together with them. Split the Annihilation Spear and the Destructive Vortex. This time he activated the Destructive Vortex, one of the 2 mental power attack mystic techniques. At this moment, following the Black Fog Doppelganger's sudden roar, the purplish-black mental power source core that was suspended above the central domain in its mind began to spin wildly. Half of the mental power source core's mental power source core was instantly extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny, that was hard to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the Black Fog Doppelganger's mind and whizzed toward the second insect clan Heavenly Dao in front of it. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly filled the air. The tiny speck that was as small as a speck of dust but was actually formed by compressing nearly half of the mental power source core's mental power source core in Yixian's mind to the extreme. When it rushed toward the huge light shield above the insect clan Heavenly Dao in front of it, it suddenly exploded with a loud bang. First, in an instant, a vast amount of mental power source core was completely released after being compressed to the extreme. In less than half a second, it enveloped a huge space with a diameter of millions of miles around the insect clan. The boundless mental power source core collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. It was wild and violent, as if it was going to annihilate everything. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Screech. Sensing the impending danger, the insect clan Heavenly Dao's eyes were about to split open. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. However, it could not change anything at all. It was already destined to die on the spot. An incomparably crisp sound of silk tearing rang out. The huge insect clan Heavenly Dao's light shield that enveloped its entire body was completely shattered in an instant. Bam! There was no suspense in what happened next. Bao Yuan's big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed onto its head, and the skeleton clone's punch also landed on its back at the same time. This insect clan Heavenly Dao did not have time to react at all. A majestic and shocking power surged into its body, causing its entire body that was millions of miles wide to explode in an instant. It turned into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Whoosh! In an instant, the Black Fog clone suddenly waved its hand. Immediately, an invisible force surged out and turned into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, the insect clan Heavenly Dao's body exploded into a majestic blood mist that swept over. Collect? After entering the body, it was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation process. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 insect clan Heavenly Dao trapped within the 9-colored flame ball had already fallen. However, this was only the beginning. The remaining 3 insect clan Heavenly Dao were also unable to escape the fate of being killed. Brain, all of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the third target. Following Yixian's attack, 2 of the 5 arachnid Heavenly Daos trapped within the 9-colored flame ball had fallen in the blink of an eye. However, this was only the beginning. The remaining 3 were also unable to escape the fate of being killed. Brain, all of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he turned to look at the third target. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. The remaining 3 insect clan Heavenly Dao changed their positions again. The previous 4 symbols wave frequency formation turned into an iron triangle in the blink of an eye. The 3 Heavenly Dao insect clan members occupied the triangular positions. This was the 4 symbols transformation of 3 elements. However, during this process, the insect clan Heavenly Dao 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 insect clan did not stop for a moment. But trapped in this kind of wave frequency array, the wave frequency crushing force that one had to endure at every moment would increase with time. Because Yixian had been trapped in the wave frequency array for some time, the wave frequency crushing force would increase with time. Therefore 4, the wave frequency suppression he felt at this moment was not the slightest bit weaker than before. Instead, it had increased. The situation was not completely resolved. The only way was to destroy the tri-origin wave frequency grand formation before him, and cause it to completely collapse. You're reading on Novelful. Thanks. 3. The violent ape raised its head and let out a violent roar. Immediately afterwards, the true body of the three-headed, six-armed devil ape shook its shoulders and shot forward, heading straight for the third target. The insectoid's cultivation level was the same as the second target, at the Heavenly Tao Realm 5th stage. Therefore, when faced with the demonic ape's onslaught, the color in his face instantly drained. He immediately conjured the energy in his body, conjuring a pale blood-colored wave-frequency shield above his massive body that spanned 500,000 kilometers. Roar! After seeing all of this, the Black Fog avatar did not hesitate at all. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. The purplish-black spirit source core that was suspended above the central domain of the Sea of Consciousness in its mind also began to rotate crazily at this moment. Essence. All of the spirit source core was instantly extracted and compressed into a tiny that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the Sea of Consciousness and whizzed forward. Boom! A deafening sound shook the heavens. Such as the purplish-black speck, which was as small as a speck of dust, suddenly exploded when it reached the huge light shield above the insect clan's heavenly axiom. The boundless spiritual origin power, which could be said to be vast, was completely released at this moment after being condensed to the extreme. In less than half an instant, it enveloped a large space with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers around the insectoid. The boundless spirit source core collided with each other, forming a huge energy vortex that was violent, annihilating everything. As the pale blood-colored wave-frequency shield was blasted apart, the violent ape and the skeleton avatar attacked at the same time. The big-headed black stick and the skeleton avatar's giant fist punched out, respectively taking the head and body of the insectoid Heavenly Tao. Screech! Boom boom! Bam! There was no suspense in what happened next. This insectoid Heavenly Tao was simply unable to withstand such a terrifying power. Under the threat of life and death, he only had time to let out an incomparably shrill howl before his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Black at this moment, the fog avatar suddenly waved its hand. Standing at this moment, an invisible force surged out, turning into a howling gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the insect race's Heavenly Tao was swept over and absorbed into his body. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. Screech! Screech! Yixian, what exactly are you trying to do? The 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao doesn't necessarily mean that you are invincible. If you kill me, you will definitely bring about endless calamity. Seeing that Yixian had attacked 3 times in a short period of time after charging into the 9-colored flame ball, and each time it was a one-hit kill. In just a dozen breaths of time, he had already exterminated the 3 Heavenly Tao insectoids in the demon insect forbidden area. The remaining 2 old fellows were finally afraid. As the voice of the divine sense was heard, the 2 of them moved again, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived together. The 3 yuan wave-frequency killing array collapsed, and the invisible wave-frequency force that filled the air dissipated, causing Yixian to suddenly feel lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Wang! But almost in the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out once again. Looking over, after the figures gathered together, the last 2 remaining insectoid Heavenly Tao had once again activated the insectoid clan's wave-frequency force in their bodies. 2 an invisible wave-frequency light shield appeared at this moment. One was blood-red while the other was golden. In the blink of an eye, they stacked layer by layer and fused together perfectly, forming a 5 million mile-long blood-gold shield that completely enveloped the 2 of them. Obviously, these 2 old fellows had given up on attacking. Their wave-frequency killing array was weakened from the initial 5 lights to the 4 divisions, and then from the 4 divisions to the 3 yuan. In the end, it was defeated by Yixian in one blow. Now, although the insectoid clan's wave-frequency formation was fully activated again, forming the yin-yang wave-frequency formation, unlike the previous 5 lights, 4 divisions and 3 yuan, this yin-yang wave-frequency formation did not have any offensive ability. The only power it had was its defense. Only just from this point, it could be seen that the defensive ability of this yin-yang wave-frequency formation was definitely not ordinary. They had actually given up on the defensive power obtained after attacking. In addition, the yin and yang formation I that activated this yin-yang defense formation were two late-stage insectoid clan heavenly Dao. One was at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao, while the other was at the 7th level of the heavenly Dao. Its power could be imagined. Screech. Brain everything flashed through the black fog clone's mind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not hesitate at all. After raising his head and letting out a ruthless roar, he immediately activated the mental power in his body again this time. The Black Fog clone used the Annihilation Spear, one of the two mental attack secret techniques, which was more powerful. The Annihilation Spear extracted a large amount of mental power. Instead of turning into a mental vortex, it turned into an extremely tiny point that was like the tip of a spear, and it was ruthlessly stabbed out. Under this situation, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was on the smallest point. One could imagine how sharp and invincible this tiny point that turned into a battle spear was. At this moment, following the Black Fog clone's thought, the mental source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness unknowingly spun faster and faster along with the circulation of the mental power. In the end, a tiny mental bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental origin power shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy silk, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech. At this moment, sensing the threat, the two insect clan Heavenly Dao in the yin-yang defense formation trembled violently and raised their heads at the same time to let out a ruthless roar. Kacha-boom! Rumble. But, unfortunately this could not change anything at all. Almost in the next instant, like a thread, the mental bundle with the shadow of a battle spear behind it had already descended. After an incomparably crisp crack, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Kacha! Boom! Rumble! Followed by, as the Black Fog clone moved, almost in the next instant like a thread, the mental bundle with the shadow of a battle spear behind it had already descended. After an incomparably crisp crack, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, the energy light shield that enveloped the two of them had completely collapsed. Like blood-colored glass, it turned into countless fragments and scattered with a loud bang. The two insect clan Heavenly Dao clearly knew what the collapse of this shield meant. At this moment their bodies trembled violently, and at the same time, they raised their heads and let out a ruthless roar. Without hesitation they turned around and fled to the left and right. For example, now their bodies had shrunk to about 1,000,000 miles, and this internal space that was completely sealed by the 9-colored fireball had a radius of 200 million miles. Although they could not escape, there was still a considerable amount of space to move within the fireball for a short period of time. Although this was no different from a deathbed struggle, who would be willing to wait helplessly for death? Even if they had to die in the end, it would be better to delay it a little longer. Rumble with a thought. A low rumble that made one's heart palpitate instantly came from all directions. Looking over, the flame wall of the 9-colored fireball suddenly moved and was rapidly shrinking inwards. The final result of this was that the space inside the fireball would become smaller and smaller, and these two insect clan Heavenly Dao would have nowhere to escape to. They could either rush towards the flame wall and seek their own deaths, or face Yixian head-on and be suppressed by his terrifying battle power and die. Screech. Most of the time, when the time came, the eyes of these two insect clan Heavenly Dao were about to split open. They raised their heads and let out incomparably shrill screeches. Following that, a spiritual perception voice sounded. There was a hint of warning amidst the despair and determination. Clearly, they had not completely given up and still wanted to make a final struggle. Yixian, don't force us. At most we will self-destruct. You are also in this fireball. Although you are a peak Heavenly Dao at the 9th stage of perfection, we are also at the late stages of this realm. Once we self-destruct, you will definitely be injured. That's right. We have no enmity in the past, so why do we have to take this step? Why don't you leave? We promise that we will treat today's matter as if it never happened. Besides, my previous words were definitely not a bluff. Although I am only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, I have an elder in my clan who is a peak Heavenly Dao like you. Furthermore, he has been in this realm for countless years. He is definitely stronger than you. Once I die here, he will definitely seek you out to avenge me. Rumble. Boom. The screeches continued, but Yi Xian was completely unmoved. He had encountered such threats countless times. If Yi Xian was someone who could be intimidated by threats, he would have long perished countless times. There was no way he could have come this far and reached the heights he had today. As the screeching continued, the 9-colored fireball constantly shrank. The space inside was originally 200 million kilometers wide. But now, in just 3 short breaths, the entire fireball's diameter had shrunk by half. There was only 100 million kilometers left. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 insect clan Heavenly Dao finally lost all hope. You will regret it. Screech. Bang. Bang. Boom. 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 With a screech, the 2 insect clan Heavenly Dao simultaneously activated the power in their bodies to self-destruct. Terrifying and boundless energy instantly wreaked havoc, but it was confined within the fireball. One could imagine how powerful it was. Even Yi Xian did not dare to recklessly face it head-on. Although he would not die, he would definitely be injured. This at the next moment, as the 2 bug race Tiandao's gigantic bodies exploded, they turned into a crimson blood mist that spread out rapidly. A cold gleam flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes, and he immediately turned around and darted toward the flame wall behind him. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the 9-colored fireball and arrived at the forbidden space outside. Swoosh! What surprised him was that almost at the same time Yi Xian's figure charged out of the 9-colored fireball, an incomparably weak blood-colored light shot out from within the fireball. In the blink of an eye it disappeared into the horizon. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned. The blood-colored light just now was too fast. Even he could not react in time. Moreover, it was emitting a dense insect clan aura that could not be dispersed. If he was not mistaken, this should be some kind of bloodline secret technique of the rank 8 insect clan. It was activated at the cost of self-destruction, and its function should be to send a message. Just now, he had said that there was a clan elder with the same cultivation level as Yi Xian behind him. The blood-colored light that sent the message just now was probably heading straight for that existence. These insects are really troublesome. While muttering to himself, Bao Yuan turned around and entered the fireball again after 3 breaths. Although the energy aura in the interior space was still extremely turbulent, it was no longer a threat to him because Yi Xian had activated the 9-colored fireball to neutralize it. However, there was an incomparably dense smell of blood spreading in the void. It was the majestic blood and qi left behind by the self-destruction of the 2 insect clan Heavenly Dao bodies. Who? In the next moment, the black fog clone suddenly waved his hand, and immediately an invisible strength qi shot out, turning into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, it swept away the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the insect clan Heavenly Dao body. After entering his body, he directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron, where he began to condense the blood essence. Previously, he already had 13 Heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed all 5 of the Heavenly Dao insect clan S in the demon insect forbidden area, the number of Heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 18. This was not even counting the ones in the hands of the devouring treasure body. Huff! In the next moment, with a thought from him, a strange sound was heard. The huge 9-colored fireball that covered hundreds of billions of miles of space completely collapsed, turning into a 9-colored sea of flames that quickly condensed. In less than an instant, it had already turned into a weak point and entered Bao Yuan's body. Chapter 51:15. Walala. Swoosh. Immediately after calming down his excited heart, a dark light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. With a thought, the black fog avatar and the skeleton avatar instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. Same as in an instant, it condensed into a weak point and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. Since at this moment, everything came to an end, the 9-colored sea of flames retracted, and Yi Xian also withdrew from his 3-headed, 6-armed, strongest devil ape true form. Bao Yuan's body had also shrunk, and was now only about 3 feet tall. However, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was still at the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Looking around, there was a large amount of colorful insect liquid left in the entire star domain of the demonic insect forbidden grounds. Other than that, there was no sign of life anywhere else. Bang! In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the large forbidden area of the insect nest was completely destroyed by him alone, turning into a dead zone. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle prowess of the peak of the ninth stage Great Perfection Realm, Heavenly Tao, was. It seems that I have to deal with that insect that is also at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he finds the Magic Hall's forbidden area, it will be troublesome. As he muttered, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. His killing intent instantly reached its peak. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, such a large insect lair forbidden area had been completely destroyed by Yixian alone. The terrifying battle prowess of the peak Heavenly Tao realm of the ninth stage could be seen from this. As a result, Yixian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It seems that the insect that is also at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm has to be dealt with as soon as possible. As he muttered, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. His killing intent instantly reached its peak. Otherwise, if he finds the forbidden grounds of the Demon Hall, it will be really troublesome. Dang! However, he did not know where the existence behind the insect clan Heavenly Way was, but this matter was not urgent. The goat horn immortal was very likely to know, but this demon insect forbidden land was not a suitable place for interrogation. Calculating the time, it had been about the time it took to eat a meal. From the very beginning, Yixian had pushed his cultivation base to the limit, transforming it into a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire forbidden land of devil insects. When he had exterminated countless insect tribes, a shocking rumbling sound had been heard. Rua, if nothing out of the ordinary happened, the news of the shocking turn of events in the fiendish insect forbidden zone had already spread. The Heavenly Tao realm experts from the surrounding forbidden zones could descend at any moment. He had to leave as soon as possible. Shio! Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately activated the power in his body. With a faint sound of breaking air, his figure instantly disappeared. This time he did not use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body because the 3 interstellar coordinate points that he had imprinted in this primordial chaos void were all on the right bank of the Milky Way. One was near the giant source nest star that nurtured his strongest avatar, located in the left side of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The other was near the source nest base camp, located in the right side of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The last was right in front of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. It was the entrance area of the star vortex passage that led to the rising star forbidden land of the Great Wilderness World. But now that the Great Wilderness World had been swallowed by the endless turbulent void, it could be said to no longer exist. Therefore, this interstellar coordinate jump point had almost lost its meaning of existence. However, Yixian's current system title could only imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the same large plane of the void. In the primordial chaos void, these 3 opportunities had been used up. He had previously wondered if he could erase the interstellar coordinate jump point near the star vortex passage leading to the rising star forbidden land of the Great Wilderness World in the endless dark zone in front of the right bank, and then imprint a jump point in a suitable area on the left bank. Whether this was feasible or not, and whether the system approved it, was still unknown. While this time, when he left the demon insect forbidden land, the reason why he did not use the interstellar coordinate jump ability was that he had not finished his business in the left bank area. This time, his purpose was not as simple as destroying the demon insect forbidden land. Killing the 5 Heavenly Tao demon insects in the demon insect forbidden land was just a matter of convenience to avoid future troubles. The ultimate purpose of this trip was to inquire about the secrets of the major realms after the Heavenly Tao realm. He needed to find some ancient existences that had lived for a long time before he could obtain some information. Whoosh! Break! With a sound, Yixian's figure appeared and walked out of a void rift. Looking around, it was dark all around. He could not see the bright stars emitted by the Milky Way star field. This was the dark void in front of the left bank of the Milky Way. The left bank. The left bank was the same as the right bank. After leaving the Milky Way star field, it was also a vast and endless dark void. After Yixian left the demon insect forbidden land this time, the direction he teleported to was this dark void far away from the left bank. The resplendent starlight emitted by the Milky Way star region could no longer be seen. From this, it could be seen that this place was extremely far away from the left bank. However, Yixian didn't stop there. He continued to move forward. After 2 days, he finally saw a star in an incomparably remote area of space. It was not a source hive star, but an abandoned star without any signs of life. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. His powerful divine sense swept the entire abandoned star twice inside and out. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he shook his shoulders and rushed into the core of the abandoned star. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a light beam instantly shot out and turned into the goat horn immortal. This old guy had shrunk his body size to only about 10 feet. Now Yixian had returned to his human form and looked a few times smaller than him. Your Excellency, this is... After being stunned for a moment, the goat horn immortal's figure immediately flickered. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an old man. He was dressed in a brown robe and looked somewhat wretched. His eyes flickered. This is the endless dark void in front of the left bank, inside the core of an abandoned star. Seeing that the other party was very obedient and did not extend his divine sense to investigate without permission, Yixian nodded. He was rendered speechless by the cowardice of a heavenly Dao realm expert. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for the 5 old fogies in the Forbidden Devil insect grounds, I've done as you requested. I've killed all of them, including the rest of the insectoids in the Forbidden Devil insect grounds. None of them escaped. However, after that Class 8 Zerg self-destructed, perhaps because he used some kind of bloodline mystic technique, a blood-colored beam shot out from his body. The blood-colored beam's function is likely to be a transmission. Before he was killed, he mentioned that there was an elder in his race behind him. He was also at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the perfected Class 9 realm. Do you know anything about this person's background and background? Yixian had summoned him to inquire about this matter. Although he was not afraid of the peak heavenly Dao expert behind the Class 8 Zerg, he was worried that the person would seek out the Magic Hall's forbidden land in a fit of rage. If that were the case, his subordinates in the Magic Hall's forbidden land would definitely not be his match. Heavens! He was afraid that Pig Spirit, the Empyrean Beast, the Devouring Treasured Body, and Shi Wanjin, the 4 heavenly Dao realm experts, would be of no use. As for Yixian, he could not stay in the Magic Hall's forbidden land forever. Therefore, the best solution was to find that old fellow and finish him off first. Only then would he be at ease. I actually forgot about this matter. We're doomed. We've poked a big hole. That existence is very likely to break through the heavenly Dao realm and enter the primordial chaos Dao realm. The goat horn immortal clearly knew about the peak heavenly Dao expert behind the Class 8 Zerg. However, from his expression, this old fellow seemed to have forgotten about this matter. Now that he was reminded by Yixian, especially when he heard that the Class 8 Zerg had self-destructed to activate some kind of bloodline mystic technique before his death and sent out a blood-colored beam, his expression instantly changed. Instantly. His face turned deathly pale, and he almost fell to the ground in fright. Sir, you can't say that. I didn't ask you to kill the 5 of them. Hey, I was just thinking about it, Silver said. Left bank, right bank, demonic Zerg forbidden land. Selah. It had been 4 hours since Yixian left, but the entire void of the demonic Zerg forbidden land remained dead silent. The vast stellar domain had turned into a dead zone. There was no sign of life at all at that moment. In the void that was so silent that it left one shuddering, there were a few crisp ripping sounds. In different directions in the stellar domain, 6 void rifts appeared one after another. Crack. No figure walked out of the rifts, but there was an extremely powerful divine perception that extended out and swept through the massive demonic Zerg forbidden land. The 6 divine senses were extremely powerful, and were all at the heavenly Dao realm. There was not a single one at the early or middle stages of the heavenly Dao realm. All of them were at the late stage heavenly Dao realm. Divine the perception powers all exuded a thick aura of ferocious beasts. Clearly, the existences in the rifts were heavenly Dao ferocious beasts from other supreme forbidden lands. Soon after the 6 powerful divine consciousnesses scanned the area and obtained the results, a series of divine consciousnesses sounded from the 6 void cracks that continued to exist. All of them were shocked to the point of incomparable shock and monstrous fury. What happened? In just a few hours, the entire massive demonic Zerg forbidden land, has been completely reduced to a dead zone? Not only have all the Zerg in the Forbidden Land perished, even the 6 Zerg Heavenly Dao were the same. To do all of this in such a short period of time and leave so calmly, it requires at least 2 peak Heavenly Dao at the perfected Tier 9 realm to join forces. Perhaps there's only one person on the other side. To be able to capture the 9-colored Divine Flames aura in the void, there's no doubt that it was done by that ferocious ape. He has a sea of flames to seal his targets before killing them one by one. All it takes is 1 peak Heavenly Dao to do all of this. See, how long has it been? Has this ferocious ape already stepped into the perfected Tier 9 realm of the Heavenly Dao realm? After all, he was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm when he came to the Dragon Whale Forbidden Land. The speed of his growth is too astonishing. What's more serious is that this person already knows of our secret alliance and plans to attack him. His arrival in the demonic Zerg Forbidden Land is likely a warning, or even a provocation. Roar! Ruthless! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Towards the end, the 6 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts seemed to be enraged. Shocking roars and ruthless howls came from the void fissure before it closed silently. It was as if they had never been there. The entire demonic Zerg Forbidden Land fell into a deathly silence once again. At the same time, in the endless dark void ahead of the left bank of the Milky Way, in an extremely remote corner, there was a huge abandoned planet. At this moment there was a murmur that sounded like sleep talk. Although the voice wasn't loud, it was filled with endless anger and killing intent. Magic Hall Master Yixian? Cosmic Ferocious Ape? You actually dared to kill a descendant of this sovereign's clan. Originally, I had just broken through the Heavenly Dao realm, and stepped into the strongest realm of the primordial chaos Great Dao. This is a great blessing. Now that I've just broken through and haven't stabilized my cultivation, I've encountered such bad news. Clearly, you're deliberately causing trouble for this lord. This matter is definitely not over. Just you wait. This lord will come out of seclusion soon. When that time comes, you will fall. Ruthless. Similarly, in the endless dark void ahead of the left bank of the Milky Way, it was in another direction, in an extremely remote area far away. At that moment, Yixian and the Goat Horn Immortal were in the stellar core of an abandoned planet. As Yixian asked about the Zerg Heavenly Dao's elder, especially when he heard that he had activated a bloodline mystic technique by self-detonating before his death. Furthermore, he had used it to send out a transmission blood beam. The Goat Horn Immortal's body instantly trembled. I actually forgot about this matter. I'm doomed. I've poked a hole in the heart. That existence is very likely to break through the Heavenly Dao realm and step into the primordial chaos Great Dao realm. As he exclaimed, his face instantly turned pale. He nearly fell to the ground in fright. My lord, you can't say that. This lowly one didn't ask you to kill the 5 of them. This lowly one was only thinking about it. For a mighty Heavenly Dao realm expert to be so cowardly, even though he knew that he had such a temperament, the scene that unfolded before him still left Yixian dumbfounded. He nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. You! A few seconds later, Yixian opened his mouth. He originally wanted to reprimand him, but he stopped abruptly. He helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. This fellow was already so frightened, so what was the point of reprimanding him? It wouldn't be good if he fainted on the spot from fright. It looks like you know the origins and details of that old bastard. That's perfect. Tell me in detail in a while. After a sigh, Yixian suddenly changed the topic midway. A glint flashed in his eyes as he revealed a look of excitement. He immediately pressed. I heard you mention something about the primordial chaos Great Dao realm. Now tell me in detail. My lord, you come from the primordial great world, so you naturally know that in a great world like the primordial great world, the Heavenly Dao realm is the strongest existence. There are many great worlds like the primordial great world. Every primordial era begins, there will be many great worlds. Yixian seemed to be extremely interested in these matters. Goat Horn Immortal was stunned for a moment. After a slight pause, he tirelessly explained everything in detail. Every primordial era begins, there will be the birth of 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials. Great worlds like the primordial great world are the great worlds that these Chaos Fiend Celestials established outside the primordial void. Of course, there are only 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials, But the number of great worlds and small worlds in every epoch is far more than that. This can be seen from the large number of ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions that surround the two sides of the Milky Way. The strongest experts in these ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions were almost all heavenly Tao masters of a great world or small world. There are so many great and small worlds because some of them were established by Chaos Fiend Celestials. As for the small worlds, they were established by powerful Khanate ferocious beasts that developed the bloodline of Chaos Fiend Celestials. But whether it is the great worlds established by Chaos Fiend Celestials or the small worlds established by first-generation Khanate ferocious beasts, the Heavenly Tao realm is the limit. Above the Heavenly Tao is the Primordial realm. The Primordial realm is the highest realm in the primordial void that we are in now. In order to distinguish it from the Heavenly Tao realm, the Primordial realm is also known as the Great Tao realm. And the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials that are born at the beginning of every new epoch in the primordial void are Great Tao existences of the Primordial realm. These Chaos Fiend Celestials are also known as the Primordial Seeds. The primordial void starts a new primordial era time after time to nurture them. They are like seeds that are sown in the hopes of being born from them. Even in the primordial void, they do not exist. They belong to the legendary Supreme Chaos Realm experts. Primordial Great Tao? Supreme Chaos Realm? When the Goat Horn Immortal said that, Yixian's eyes shone brightly. His heart stirred as he subconsciously exclaimed previously. He was completely unaware of the great realms after the Heavenly Tao realm and was at a loss. But now he suddenly knew of the existence of two great realms. It was a pleasant surprise for him. No. According to the Goat Horn Immortal, the so-called Supreme Chaos Realm was only a legend even in the primordial void. In other words, Supreme Chaos Realm experts did not exist in the present primordial void. Therefore, the primordial Chaos Great Tao realm was the strongest realm in the primordial void. This was not good news because it meant that the so-called Great Tao realm was equivalent to the Heavenly Tao realm in the various small and large worlds in the primordial void. In the various small and large worlds, the Heavenly Tao realm was the limit. Therefore, Yixian's 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power was only effective at those below the Heavenly Tao realm. Regardless of his cultivation level, after activating the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation, he could only reach the Desolate Supremacy realm at most. He would not be able to step into the Heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, in the primordial void, the Great Tao realm was the limit. Here, regardless of Yixian's cultivation level, he could only reach the Heavenly Tao realm at most when using the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations. In the various small and large worlds like the primordial void were suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. There was no way to obtain the combat strength of the Heavenly Tao realm through mystic arts. And in the primordial void, there was the Great Tao's suppression. There was no way to obtain the combat strength of the Great Tao realm through mystic arts. In the eye in the primordial void, Yixian's cultivation level was at the Desolate Supremacy realm. After activating the bloodline divine power in his body, and using the 9th transformation, he already had the cultivation level of a Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. If his previous conjecture was correct, it meant that even if his cultivation level broke through another level, reaching the Desolate Supremacy realm at the peak of the Desolate Supremacy realm, or even breaking through again allowing his cultivation level to truly enter the Heavenly Tao realm, but under the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations, his cultivation level would still be the same as his current peak combat strength. He would only be at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was impossible for him to improve further and obtain the strength of the primordial chaos Great Tao. All of this flashed through his mind as he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. After entering the primordial void, he was no longer suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. The grievance he felt when facing the primeval heaven's eye in the primordial void would never appear again. However, he never expected that a similar situation would happen again in such a short period of time. However, the difference was that back in the primordial void, he was facing the Heavenly Tao's suppression. When he encountered a Heavenly Tao realm expert, he could only retreat in grievance. However, in the primordial void, he was facing the suppression of the Great Tao. The experts that could make him retreat in grievance had changed from the Heavenly Tao realm to the current primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Up until now, He had never heard of any existence in the primordial chaos Great Tao realm that was at the same level as the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials. However, the vast primordial chaos void was too deep. There might be few existences at that level, but it was definitely impossible for there to be none. For example, the Goat Horn Immortal had mentioned that the elder behind the fiendish insect Forbidden Zone's rank 8 insectoid had most likely stepped into the so-called primordial chaos Great Tao realm. What the F***ck? He originally thought that he could do whatever he wanted, but from the looks of it, he probably had to tuck his tail between his legs. Although he had never encountered an existence at the primordial chaos Great Tao realm, since the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials that were born in the primordial chaos void every epoch belonged to that level, it was obvious how terrifying the so-called primordial chaos Great Tao realm was. From the looks of it, the deduction and refinement of the pill formula for the level 31 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill after the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill should be put on the agenda. Now, he already knew that after the Heavenly Tao realm was the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Therefore, the level 31 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill should be called the Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. Since in the Primordial Chaos Void, no existence could use mystic arts or divine powers to forcefully break through the Great Tao's suppression and obtain the strength of the Primordial Chaos Great Tao ahead of time. Then, if he didn't want to be bullied, Yixian's only choice was to allow his true cultivation strength to officially step into that realm. First, with this in mind, he instantly had a direction. Regardless, he had to first allow his cultivation strength to officially step into the Heavenly Tao realm. Second then, he would seize the opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. At the same time, he would gather the Heavenly Tao Blood Essence and the other ingredients needed for the pill formula, before finally refining the level 31 Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. First, once his true cultivation strength reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he would be able to successfully step into the primordial chaos Great Tao realm after swallowing it. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but to truly accomplish it, it clearly wouldn't take a day or two. The difficulties and dangers involved would definitely be unimaginable. But to Yixian, at least the path ahead that was originally filled with confusion had now become clear, and he had a direction. Second, that was more than enough. After pondering for a while, his heart gradually became firm and he no longer had any doubts. His originally agitated emotions also slowly calmed down as he temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. As he thought about it, he quickly recalled the supreme chaos that the Goat Horn Immortal had mentioned. What he meant was that the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of every new epoch in the primordial chaos void were Great Tao-level existences in the primordial chaos realm. Second, apart from that, these 3,000 chaos demon gods were also known as the primordial chaos seeds. Every time the primordial chaos void started a new primordial chaos era, it would nurture them and spread them out like seeds in the hope that they would be born. Even in the primordial chaos void, they didn't exist and belonged to the legendary level of supreme chaos realm experts. These words allowed Yixian to have a clearer understanding of the so-called primordial chaos era. If the entire primordial chaos void was viewed as a life form, every epoch was equivalent to a reincarnation of this life form. And the reason why it reincarnated time and time again was to allow its life form to undergo a metamorphosis and upgrade. The ultimate goal of this metamorphosis and upgrade was the supreme chaos. The primordial chaos void wanted to evolve into a higher level chaos void. Second, at the beginning of every reincarnation, it would nurture 3,000 chaos demon gods that were like seeds in order to give birth to a supreme chaos realm expert. This kind of reincarnation should have happened countless times, but it failed every time. Among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were nurtured in every epoch, no one was able to successfully evolve into a supreme chaos realm existence. Therefore, its reincarnation cycle continued, and the key to evolving into a supreme chaos realm should be within the mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way galaxy. It was just a guess, but Yixian had a rough idea. Chapter 51:16. He did not harp on the matter after some thought. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was to allow his cultivation level to officially break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago, so he needed to temper himself with great battles to welcome the opportunity for another breakthrough. Thinking upon coming to this point, a cold glint flashed in Yixian's eyes as he muttered, "I'll call it heaven hunting." While tempering myself through bloody battles, I can also obtain Heavenly Tao Blood Essence. After understanding the two major realms after the Heavenly Tao realm, as well as understanding the truth behind the primordial chaos void's epical cycles, Yi Xian had at least a general guess. The perplexity in his heart vanished as his eyes turned resolute once again. Regarding all of this, he quickly stopped harping on it. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was for his cultivation level to officially break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago. To achieve another breakthrough in a short period of time, he needed to temper himself with great battles. He had to completely digest what he had gained from the previous breakthrough. Therefore, Yi Xian thought of a new plan. He named it Heaven Hunting, which meant that he would seek out Heavenly Tao realm experts to battle. He wanted to temper himself through bloody battles and at the same time, obtain Heavenly Tao Blood Essence. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. By the way, what's the origin of the existence behind the Class 8 insectoid you mentioned? Yi Xian retracted his distracting thoughts as he turned to look at Goat Horn Immortal. Do you know the exact details? I don't know the exact details. I don't even know what species of cosmic insectoid that senior insectoid is. Seeing Yi Xian ask about the matter again, Goat Horn Immortal did not dare hide anything. He immediately said, I've only heard him mention it once in a while. He said that there's a senior in his race backing him. He had long stepped into the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the perfected Class 9 realm countless years ago. Later, he left the fiendish insectoid forbidden zone alone in search of a place for seclusion. He attempted to break through to the primordial chaos Great Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm. When that Zerg senior left, there was only one Heavenly Tao realm existence in the entire forbidden zone. It was that old fellow at the 8th stage. Back then, this lowly one had just entered the primordial era and had yet to enter the forbidden zone. Therefore, this lowly one had never seen that person. As he spoke, a disappointed expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but there was vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Such as now, Goat Horn Immortal was already a first-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence. Back when he first entered the ranks of mighty figures in the primordial chaos, it was definitely an extremely long time ago. According to the cultivation speed of ordinary cosmos experts in the primordial chaos void, it was at least hundreds of thousands of years ago. In other words, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the elder behind the 8th rank insect clan was already an incomparably powerful peak Heavenly Tao expert. Moreover, he had already stepped into this realm for a long time, and was preparing to break through to the primordial Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao. That was definitely an extremely ancient existence. After hundreds of thousands of years, it was very likely that he had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao. However, it was also possible that this person had yet to break through. This was because the Forbidden Zone was his lair. Back then, he had left this place in search of a seclusion ground to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, if he had already broken through, he would likely return. Thought upon reaching this point, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. As long as that old fellow had yet to break through and was still in seclusion, there was no need to worry about his threat. Yi Xian had treasured pills of various grades and his cultivation speed was unprecedented. Perhaps, he might be able to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm before him. You can leave at any time now. However, I'm warning you. It's best you keep your mouth shut about everything regarding me. Don't spread the news. After putting the matter to the back of his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He looked at the Goat Horn Immortal again and warned, if not, I have my means of finding you and killing you no matter where you are. Back in the Forbidden Zone, he had promised to spare his life. Yi Xian was not one to go back on his word. Furthermore, this mixed blood Zerg was so timid. His cultivation level was only at the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. To Yi Xian, he really did not pose any threat. To go back on his word for an existence that did not pose a threat, it would damage his Tao heart. This was not a worthwhile matter. Yi Xian naturally knew how to make the right choice. Sir, are you chasing me away? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the Goat Horn Immortal's body trembled slightly. A look of panic instantly suffused his face. Chase away. Following that, he said, I have nowhere to go now, right? The entire forbidden zone has been wiped out. If I'm the only one traveling outside, I will instantly attract suspicion once I'm discovered. In order to deal with your excellency, those 5 old fogies have secretly formed an alliance with many old freaks on the left bank and right bank. If those old fogies know that I'm still alive, they will definitely pursue me relentlessly. I have nowhere to run or hide. Upon saying this, he suddenly thought of something as a glint flashed in his eyes. He continued, "By the way, Your Excellency, aren't you from the right bank? Why don't you let me hide in that cauldron of yours first? Why don't you release me after you return to the right bank? It's too far from the left bank to the right bank. With my present cultivation level and strength, it will take me at least 2 months. Along the way, I will pass through various forbidden zones on the left bank and right bank. It's very likely that I will encounter those old fogies at the Heavenly Tao realm. Your Excellency is at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, so you naturally have nothing to fear. However, I can't. I'm only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, and I've only just entered this realm. If I were to encounter them, I would probably be caught on the spot." At this point, the goat horn immortal no longer spoke. However, he looked at Yi Xian with a bitter expression. The look in his eyes was full of pleading. "You!" Seeing this fellow so terrified, Yi Xian was speechless. However, when he thought about it, the goat horn immortal was honest from the beginning to the end and was extremely cooperative with him. In addition, this old fellow was truly pitiful to the point of speechlessness. In any case, he would just casually bring him to the right bank and wouldn't delay him in any way. For a moment, Yi Xian really couldn't say anything to refuse. "I'll help you one more time." After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he reminded him, "However, I'll make it clear to you. I won't leave this place for the time being. There are still other things that I can't do. I have to finish everything before I return. Therefore, if you don't leave now, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the cauldron for quite some time." It's okay. Seeing Yi Xian agree, the goat horn immortal's face was full of joy. He waved his hand repeatedly. "That's the farmer god's treasure cauldron, and it's still in my lord's body. This is naturally the safest place." In other words, he seemed to have the intention of staying in the cauldron forever to seek protection. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Xiao! After sighing, Yi Xian waved his hand and put the goat horn immortal into the farmer god's treasure cauldron. Then his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. His next destination was the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. He wanted to see if the primeval heavens I was there. He wanted to see if his previous injuries had recovered after a few days. He silently snuck into the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. What he saw was dead silence. Instantly, Yi Xian was stunned. He suspected that he had come to the wrong place. In the end of the dark zone, in a parallel void that was connected to the primordial chaos void, a huge oval-shaped star stood there. It emitted an obscure but extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void, but it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void, but in fact it had nothing, not even a tiny speck of cosmic dust. And in this void there was a huge green eye that stood there like a star. It was the primeval heaven's eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space that he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos void. Usually, the primeval heaven's eye would be in seclusion here. And among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, led by the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, had the qualifications to enter this place. Only they knew the coordinates to enter. After returning from the endless dark void in front of the galaxy's right bank, the primeval heavens I immediately entered this place. Now more than 2 months had passed, and his injuries had only just fully recovered. Rip! Rip! At that moment, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. Void rifts appeared in the distant dark void. Immediately following that, figures rushed out of the rifts. They were of varying sizes, but even the smallest figure was millions of kilometers in size. In just a few seconds, 8 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 8 figures walked out from within. The 8 figures were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were none other than the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was among them. There were a total of 10 heavenly Tao generals under the desolate heaven Tao's green eye. But not long ago, the elite team sent by the green eye to the right bank's magic hall's forbidden zone was wiped out. Hitherto heavenly Tao generals, the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, had perished as a result. It was the same for the netherworld furnace. It no longer belonged to the primeval heaven's eye. With the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals summoned, the primeval heaven's eye that stood silently in the middle of the void trembled slightly. An extremely deep hum sounded as a faint azure light flashed. The gigantic azure vertical eye opened. This time I've suffered heavy losses. The gigantic vertical eye shimmered with an azure light as it surveyed the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals before continuing. Not only have the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast perished, even the netherworld furnace was lost. It can be said that, we went for wool but came home shorn. Around them, the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals of the desolate forbidden zone looked at each other in silence. They could sense the immense wrath of the primeval heaven's eye. It was completely unprecedented. I've already learned that not long ago, Magic Hall's Lord Yixian descended upon the dragon whale forbidden zone. That dragon whale at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already been killed by him. After a pause, the primeval heaven's eye's voice sounded once again. It was filled with endless indignation. Clearly, he is seeking revenge. What's even more unsettling is that in a short period of time, Yixian's cultivation level has broken through once again. He is now at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. With his way of doing things, the dragon whale forbidden zone is only his first stop. Following that, he will definitely visit my desolate forbidden zone. This is an opportunity, but at the same time it's also a trial for my desolate forbidden zone. If we aren't careful, all the ancient desolate beasts in the forbidden zone will be implicated. Go. Bring all the ancient desolate beasts in the forbidden zone, as well as those loyal warriors who have been following me since time immemorial, to this parallel void. This is our core strength. In the future, when the Milky Way stellar domain opens, they will most likely need to enter the Milky Way stellar domain to compete for providence. We cannot sacrifice them for nothing. As for the living beings in the 3 main cosmic planes, let them stay there. Weeping Soul, use your bloodline mystic art to seal their souls with Weeping Soul's might, sending them into a deep slumber. With that said, the primeval heavens I did not speak again. The gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star slowly closed. Desolate forbidden zone. Rip. Rip. Ching. The crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as 8 rifts appeared in the stellar domain's void within the forbidden zone. 8 extremely powerful ancient desolate beasts rushed out from within. All of them were existences at the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than the 8 heavenly Tao generals under the heavenly Tao green eye. Roar. Roar. Screech. Almost at the instant of their arrival, the 8 desolate beast generals had already transmitted via divine perception. In the abandoned planets in the depths of the desolate forbidden zone stellar domain, there were immediately earth-shattering roars and howls. Numerous ancient desolate beasts rushed out of the planets, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. All of them surged towards the 8 rifts. They were going to temporarily hide in the parallel space where the primeval heavens I was in seclusion. There were just too many desolate beasts. This scene lasted for 3 days before the 8 rifts in the void closed. The entire desolate forbidden zone, apart from the sea of battleships in the void to the left of the stellar domain and the countless experts in the battleships, was empty. Whoosh! At this moment, the weeping soul blood ape's figure silently appeared. With a flash of blood in its eyes, it instantly shot towards the endless sea of battleships on the left of the stellar domain. Look! When they saw this scene, an uproar instantly sounded in this endless sea of battleships, revealing a wisp of endless shock and fear. The mighty figures and desolate supremacy realm elders of the 9 races of the second universe, the Blood Wrm clan, the Azure Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, were currently gathered in a stellar fortress with a diameter of a million meters. But now their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. There was also a strong fluctuation coming from another stellar fortress's main control cabin. The hundreds of desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures gathered here were all from the first universe's plane. They were the foundation of the original first universe's slave races. And now, as if realizing that something bad was about to befall them, those desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures shuddered violently, a look of despair appearing on their faces, except for, moreover, on the everlasting star of the third universe's human faction, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human race's technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivators faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were all gathered together. If, counting the elders of various ranks of the original 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, there were hundreds of ancient mighty figures and ancient paragons gathered here from the third universe. But now, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to befall them. Whoosh, as countless ancient beasts in the entire great desolate forbidden land migrated away, the figure of the weeping soul blood ape also appeared quietly. With a flash of bloody light in its eyes, it immediately blasted toward the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the star field. No one knew what that scene meant, but it was clearly not a good thing. Brain, as those thoughts flashed through their minds, there was an uproar in the endless sea of battleships, revealing endless shock and fear. Everyone present, some of them had looks of horror on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to descend. Screech! In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul blood ape's figure had already shot over, hovering above the endless sea of battleships. Without hesitation or nonsense, a dark light flashed in its eyes, and it immediately raised its head to let out a terrifying roar. It was the weeping soul sound that was produced when it activated the bloodline secret technique in its body. The sound wave was formless, but it had the mysterious power of weeping soul that directly affected the soul. And now, the one who used the bloodline secret technique was a heavenly Tao elite, so its power was even more obvious. In an instant, a formless sound wave swept out, spreading towards the endless sea of battleships beneath the weeping soul blood ape. Part 1: The mighty figures and desolate supremacy elders of the 9 races from the 2 universes, the Blood Wuarm race, the Azure Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Inji race, the Barbarian Ox race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colored Python race, the Covetous Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race, trembled violently as their eyes filled with despair. Heavens, is that weeping soul blood ape going to attack us? Our previous guess was right. The heavenly Tao is heartless. We have always been pigs and dogs reared by it. It doesn't care about us at all. This is a heavenly Tao realm expert. To think that he would attack ants beneath the heavenly Tao like us. Why is there a need to do this? Roar. I can't accept this. At the same time, the hundreds of desolate supremacies and mighty figures from the primordial era who were slaves of the first universe also had burning eyes as they roared incessantly. Bullsh *T, the will of the heavenly Tao. He has already been bedeviled. Otherwise, as the mighty heavenly Tao, why would he kill and plunder the lives of those under him? It's useless. No matter how harsh the words are, they are only venting their anger. Against a heavenly Tao realm expert, our struggles are futile. Roar. If I don't die, I will definitely slay the heavens in the future. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased. On the imperishable star of the human faction in the 3 universes, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human faction in the technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivation faction in the Sky Absolute Palace that resembled an energy vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, were all exclaiming in shock. It's here. This moment has finally come. Thinking back to the past really feels like a joke. Since when have we fallen to such an unbearable state? Even the memories in our heads are mocking ourselves. I regret it, I really regret it. It turns out that the way of the heavens of the primordial world that we follow has always regarded us as ants, as dogs, and not as humans. Rumble. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As those roars and howls filled with endless unwillingness echoed, countless beings of the present age closed their eyes in the endless sea of battleships. Their bodies slowly collapsed, and the life aura in their bodies seemed to freeze. It was the might of the weeping soul blood ape's weeping soul. Their souls had been sealed. and they were no different from the living dead, not even comparable to walking corpses. These endless beings of the present age from the three main celestial planes had indeed been abandoned by the primeval heaven's eye, leaving them here as bait to attract Yixian's arrival. But then there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The imperishable 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, Temple of Glory, and the hundreds of desolate supremacies and the former slaves of the first universe. There were also the desolate supremacies and the desolate supremacies of the 9 great races from the second universe, the Blood Wyrm tribe, the Blue Rock tribe, the Battle Lion tribe, the Inji tribe, the Raging Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colored Python tribe, the Ravenous Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe. All of them were being pulled by an invisible force, charging out of the endless sea of battleships. Whoosh! There was a crisp sound of cloth tearing, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The imperishable 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the other colossal entities, along with the desolate supremacies and the various races of the 3 main celestial planes who had fallen into a deep sleep, all of them entered the crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Look, they still had some value to be used. The primeval heavens I had left some of the elites behind, so that they could be of use in the future. In the blink of an eye, the vast wild forbidden grounds had fallen completely into a dead silence. There was not a single trace of life in the abandoned planets, and not a single ancient desolate beast could be seen. In the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the starfield, although there were countless living beings of the present age, all of them were lying limp on the ground. Although there was a trace of life in them, it was as if their souls had been extinguished. There was not a single trace of life in them, and there was not even the slightest bit of feeling. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the goat horn immortal was once again taken into the Shenong treasure cauldron space within the cauldron by Yixian. Then his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. According to his plan, his next destination was the wild forbidden grounds. He wanted to see if the primeval heaven's eye was there, and if his previous injuries had recovered. When the road was tight, and after a full 7 days, Yixian quietly sneaked into the wild forbidden grounds. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall. But he had already activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. His body was hidden, and all of his chi was restrained. Even the peak heavenly Tao who was of the same cultivation level as him would not be able to see any clues. However, after entering the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds, the scene that appeared in front of him instantly stunned Yixian on the spot. He almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Old man, it seems that you have been prepared. Perhaps this is another trap. While muttering softly, Yixian's divine sense swept across the entire wild forbidden grounds. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately turned around and rushed out of the forbidden grounds star domain. He had no intention of attacking the countless living beings in this sea of battleships. They had indeed been abandoned, but with Yixian's current cultivation level, he also didn't care about them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Whoosh! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly emerged from the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Chapter 51:17. In the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, in the void close to the right bank's boundary, the primordial universe's forbidden land was just 100 billion kilometers away. At that moment the void was dead silent. There were no signs of activity, but in fact there was an undercurrent. There were at least 30 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts lurking in the void that was parallel to the void's invisible ravine. These 30+ heavenly Tao ferocious beasts all came from the top forbidden lands on the left bank's right bank. Among them were the 6 fellows that had come to the demonic insect forbidden land not long ago after Yixian left. They silently left after a probe with their perception. After Longjing and primeval heavens I were plotted against by Yixian and nearly perished under the primordial chaos heavenly punishment, they returned to the left bank and secretly spread the news. These 30+ heavenly Tao realm experts had already contacted each other and secretly formed an alliance. Bang! Back then, this alliance still had Dragon Whale in it, so Primeval Heavens I did not join. Not long ago, he was nearly plotted against by Yi Xian, so he had already formed a grudge with Dragon Whale. It was impossible for the two of them to appear in the same alliance at the same time. There was no way for them to coexist peacefully. The temporary Right Bank Heavenly Dao Alliance also included the 5 Heavenly Dao Realm Zergs from the demonic insect Forbidden Land apart from the Goat Horn Immortal. Dang! Now, be it Dragon Whale or the 5 Heavenly Dao Realm Zergs, they had all perished. And the existence that had killed them was the only target the Alliance was searching for. It wanted to capture alive Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian. Furthermore, ever since Dragon Whale perished, Primeval Heavens I had taken the initiative to seek out the Heavenly Dao Alliance and requested to join it. After all, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Although he wasn't considered one of the strongest in the Alliance, he was still one of the top existences. Furthermore, Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian came from the primordial Great World. Everyone believed that Primeval Heavens I knew him best. Dang! Furthermore, with Dragon Whale perishing, there was naturally no need to reject Primeval Heavens I. After entering this alliance, the Great Desolate Heavenly Dao's green eyes had indeed contributed. He made a suggestion, indicating that after the Demon Palace Master Yi Xian killed the Dragon Whale, with his usual style, he would definitely descend upon the Great Desolate Forbidden Area and take revenge. This matter was acknowledged by the other 30-odd Heavenly Law ferocious beasts in the alliance. Then Primeval Heavens I took the initiative to suggest that they could use the Chaos Forbidden Land as bait to lure the Master of the Magic Hall over. However, the battle could not take place in the Chaos Forbidden Land because his trusted subordinates had only temporarily left. Sway after that, including the Great Desolate Heavenly Dao Green Eye. These 30-odd Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts laid in ambush in the void 100 billion kilometers away from the edge of the Great Desolate Forbidden Area. They escaped into the parallel void and quietly waited for the arrival of the Devil Hall's master, Yi Xian. When Yi Xian came, he directly tore through the void, so the more than 30 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts hiding in the void 100 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land did not sense him. However, as soon as he entered the Chaos Forbidden Land, Primeval Heavens I instantly knew of his arrival. He immediately sent a message secretly, informing the other Heavenly Law alliances to prepare. Once the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, walked out of the Chaos Forbidden Land, they would immediately move. Swish! It was also at this time that Yi Xian, who realized that something was wrong after entering the Chaos Forbidden Land, immediately retreated from the Forbidden Land Star Zone. His figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the Chaos Forbidden Land. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Swish! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly floated out of the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Hiss! Swish! Roar! Ruthless! As the mysterious black and gold sun slowly rose, there was a large number of strange sounds coming from the void. There was the extremely crisp sound of ripping silk, as well as the extremely sharp sound of the void tearing apart. There were also large numbers of frenzied roars and ruthless howls. Instantly, the empty void that was dead silent a moment ago was filled with clamorous noises, including the Primeval Heavens I. More than 30 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts that were hibernating in the parallel void appeared at that moment without exception. But the Primeval Heavens I came alone. The 8 Heavenly Dao Realm ferocious beast generals under him did not come. They were likely hibernating in the parallel void where he was in seclusion. After all, they were the last of the Primeval Heavens I's strength. They could not be easily lost. Now, there were more than 30 powerful Heavenly Dao Realm existences here. They were basically at the mid-stage or late-stage Heavenly Dao Realm. There was even a peak Heavenly Dao Realm perfected stage 9. Whether the 8 ferocious beast generals from the Primeval Desolate's Forbidden Ground came or not was of little significance. The only peak Heavenly Dao beast in the alliance was the black gold sun that was slowly rising. It was emitting endless black gold light that enveloped 1 trillion kilometers of the void. It was in fact a 3-legged golden crow. 3-legged golden crows were a type of Khanate realm ferocious beast. They were of the fire attribute and were extremely powerful existences among Khanate realm ferocious beasts. This three-legged golden crow came from the Golden Crow Forbidden Ground on the left bank of the galaxy. Not only was it a peak heavenly Tao at the perfected stage 9 realm, it was also one of the top existences among the many peak heavenly Tao on the left bank. It was no trifling matter. In the left bank of the Milky Way, not to mention the remnant star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era, there were dozens of existences whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Path of the Heavens at the peak of the Great Path of the Heavens. But this three-legged golden crow's combat strength was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Bao including the Golden Crow Forbidden Ground that he oversaw, it was also ranked 10th among all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds on the left bank. It should be known that the demonic insect forbidden ground was only ranked around 50th to 60th in the top 100 like the desolation forbidden ground. This was because the most powerful peak insect in the demonic insect forbidden ground had left countless years ago. As there had been no news of it, it did not enter the ranks of the top 100. Although this three-legged golden crow was not as powerful as the peak insect that had left countless years ago, it had also entered the perfected stage 9 heavenly Tao realm long ago. It was originally the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before that great world completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in that great world. Right because of this, he was invited by more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao experts in the alliance to join them and fight against Yixian as a leading figure. Because Yixian's 9-colored sea of flames could only be resisted by him, who had devoured countless stars and had even turned his body into a scorching black gold sun. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval Heaven's Eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. The void in a radius of 500 billion kilometers instantly turned chaotic as a deep buzzing sound entered one's ears. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval Heaven's Eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. Within a radius of 500 billion kilometers, the vast void instantly fell into complete chaos. A deep buzzing sound sounded at a very fast frequency. It was truly shocking. Yixian's heart sank to the bottom of a valley, as his expression turned extremely gloomy. With more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts pushing their cultivation levels to their limits, it was enough to cause the void to fall into complete chaos. Not only was teleportation impossible, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yixian's system could no longer be activated. Back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground on the left bank's right bank, primeval Heaven's Eye had gathered hundreds of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, as well as more than 10 heavenly Tao realm existences. They had used such a method to trap Yixian. Finally, it was Yixian's might. With his lightning-fast means, he slew 3 heavenly Tao beasts in a short period of time. It shocked everyone, causing a large number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies to retreat in fear. As a result, the formless suppression in the void decreased in number. Finally, he managed to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system. After activating it, he successfully escaped. Back in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Ground, after Yixian killed the Dragon Whale, the 10 heavenly Tao beasts that were guarding the 9-colored fireball had the opportunity to reproduce the scene that happened in the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. No, they did not know much about Yixian and had never interacted with him. Everything they heard was hearsay, and they did not have a deep understanding of him. Therefore, they did not guard against Yixian's mysterious divine power that allowed him to escape without leaving a trace. This resulted in them missing the opportunity, allowing Yixian to escape once again. However, the same situation was not likely to happen again today. On the one hand, the primeval Heaven's Eye had already appeared. He knew Yixian very well, and he even had the painful experience of the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. Therefore, the moment Yixian appeared, these 30-odd powerful heavenly Tao beasts immediately activated all the cultivation in their bodies. They turned into formless suppression and stacked layers of suppression, causing the void to fall into complete chaos. But, moreover, the primeval Heaven's Eye must have explained the reason for doing so to the other heavenly Tao beasts that were allied with him. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they would definitely not activate all the power in their bodies and withdraw the formless suppression that was spreading out. Even more moreover, back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, including the primeval heaven's eye, there were only a total of 12 or 13 heavenly Tao beasts. Now the number of beasts that appeared here had more than doubled, reaching a total of 33. Among them, there was even a three-legged golden crow whose cultivation and strength were on par with Yi Xian's current peak, who had reached the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage heavenly Tao. This directly caused the void to fall into complete chaos after the formless suppression that was spreading out from their bodies overlapped, reaching an astonishing distance of 100 million miles. The situation was critical and serious, and compared to the time in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, it was several times more dangerous. To Yi Xian this time he might really have to fight to the death to have a chance of breaking out. Whoosh! As he moved, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air, and a nine-colored ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's body. It expanded rapidly against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a vast and majestic sea of flames. The endless howling of the wind could be heard in the void, and in less than half a breath, this nine-colored sea of flames swept out and condensed into a huge nine-colored fireball. The diameter of the fireball was not very large, only less than 100 million miles. It protected Yi Xian's body, and he was temporarily safe. For example, today, although Yi Xian's peak battle strength had reached the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage heavenly Tao, he still did not dare to let his guard down in the face of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. This was especially so when the void was already in complete chaos under the terrifying suppression, and he could not activate the interstellar coordinates attached to the system in his body to leave. Since he could not leave, he had to ensure that he was safe. Otherwise, if he was not careful and was injured, the situation would become more and more dangerous when faced with the continuous attacks of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. It was as if he had fallen into a vicious cycle, and finally fell into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. At this time, as Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the nine-colored sea of flames, condensing it into a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 million miles to protect himself, the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the surrounding void immediately became restless. Except for a few of them, almost all of them had never seen Yi Xian before. Everything about him was just hearsay. Since it was hearsay, then they would naturally have reservations about certain things. It was rumored that Yi Xian had too many treasures, powerful abilities, and heaven-defying secret techniques. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to believe that all of these were concentrated in one person. But now, seeing the Shenong nine-colored flame with their own eyes, at least this matter was confirmed. Moreover, the Shenong nine-colored flame was closely related to the Shenong cauldron. Since the nine-colored flame was here, the rumor that the Shenong cauldron was in Yi Xian's hands could be confirmed. Just these 2 points were enough to move these greedy heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Roar! Shenong nine-colored flame? In that case, the Shenong cauldron is indeed in your hands. As the commotion started, a domineering roar came from the huge black golden sun in the distance, followed by the voice of the divine sense. It was low and deep, and it revealed a wisp of invisible pressure that made one's heart palpitate. It seems that the rumors related to you in the outside world should not be too different from what they say. Shenong cauldron, the legendary nine-colored divine flame, and the supreme ability, the heaven-falling bow, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by a large realm and has no time limit, including the mysterious escape technique that allows him to escape without leaving a trace. Oh right, it is said that you also have the heavenly Tao treasure medicine, the innate 5 elements medicine catalyst, and even the primordial treasure medicine that is helpful for the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. It is said that you are already refining it. A series of low spiritual sense voices rang out from the great golden black sun hanging high in the dark night sky, and a commotion instantly broke out in the surrounding void. All of these actually appeared on you alone. I have to say, Baoyun, you are really heaven-defying. At this point, the voice of the three-legged golden crow in the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this fireball formed by the nine-colored divine flame will not be able to protect you. At least, in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. After the last sentence was said, the three-legged golden crow let out an earth-shattering roar. From the black gold sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless black flame storm rolled and roared. You're reading on Novelful. All of this has actually happened to you alone. I have to say, Bao Yuan, you really are heaven-defying. Unfortunately, just this ball of flames condensed from the 9-colored divine flames is probably unable to protect you. As he spoke. At this point, the voice of the three-legged golden crow in the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. At least in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. Before the last sentence fell, the three-legged golden crow let out a shocking roar. From the great black golden wheel that hung high in the dark night sky, a majestic and boundless storm of black flames rolled over with a roar. It was simply too great. It was too hot, and its power was incomparably strong. The scene in the void was simply shocking. A black flame tide with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles poured out from the black gold sun in the distance like a furious river bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the 9-colored fireball that enveloped Yixian's figure. Although the 9-colored flames of Shenong were stunning, the black flame river that poured out from the black gold sun was equally extraordinary. This was the world-destroying black flame. The black gold sun was the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before the great world of the Golden Crow completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow swallowed all the stars in the great world. Then they condensed into the world-destroying black flame, turning the three-legged golden crow's body into this black gold sun. Although the world-destroying black flame could not be compared to the 9-colored flames of Shenong in other aspects. For example, the 9-colored flames of Shenong could be used to refine supreme treasured medicines. However, the world-destroying black flame only had the power to destroy. It could not be used to refine treasured medicines and the like. However, it was precisely because its power was only limited to destruction that the flames could be used to destroy the world. Therefore, when used to attack, the world-destroying black flame of the black gold sun was definitely not weaker than the 9-colored flames of Shenong. In addition, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly Tao of the great circle of the 9th stage. In fact, its cultivation in this realm was even more stable than that of Yixian. Therefore, now that he had activated the black gold great sun with all his might, the black river of flames that poured out like a raging river instantly destroyed the 9-colored ball of flames that enveloped Yixian's body. Boom! Rumble. Whoosh! In the next moment, the black flame river formed by the world-destroying black flame collided with the 9-colored flames of Shenong that had condensed into a fireball. Although the power of the flame seemed to be equal, with neither side suppressing the other, the huge fireball was destroyed, and Yixian's figure was revealed. Void in the air. After the fireball collapsed, the 9-colored flames and the world-destroying black flame sputtered in all directions. The terrifying scene was simply terrifying. Such a scene caught Yixian off guard. The originally unfavorable situation instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Since he couldn't even count on the protection of the 9-colored fireball, the only choice left for him to escape this dangerous situation was to carve out a bloody path for himself. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. An incomparably cold voice immediately spread out through his divine sense, which could be heard clearly in the void within 1,000,000,000,000 miles. You want to fight? Then let's fight. This lord will accompany you to the end. Walala. As soon as the voice fell, Yixian no longer hesitated. With a thought, the figure of Bao Yuan disappeared, and the void where he originally stood was suddenly filled with the strange sound of splashing water. His figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless sense of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost at the same time, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and screeches. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. One was exactly the same as the previous Bao Yuan, but its size was larger, reaching 60 million miles. One had no flesh and blood, only a purple gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The last one was a cloud of black fog, and even a pair of eyes were only two clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. It was the physical body of the demonic ape, as well as the skeletal body and the black fog body. Faced with the inevitable battle, Yixian did not hold back. He immediately condensed the three Blood Sea avatars. The cultivation auras that emanated from the avatars were all at the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than three powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. It made the heavenly Tao beasts that were gathered in the void gasp. Even the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion miles away emitted sounds of admiration. Clearly, it was tempted by Yixian's Blood Sea mystic technique. Roar! Screech! Screech! As their figures materialized, the three Blood Sea avatars immediately raised their heads and let out a furious roar. At that moment, Yixian activated the final form of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine power, which was the demonic ape true body. The powers in the three Blood Sea avatars instantly surged, as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless murderous intent. Companion as a terrifying lifeblood force surged out of them, the three Blood Sea avatars gathered together, fusing their backs together. The three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true body appeared in the void hum. Without any hesitation, the skeleton's eyes emitted a scorching purple-gold beam as a deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. The mysterious aura was like a raging river as it emanated from his body. The skeleton avatar suddenly raised its left arm, and its empty left palm emitted a golden beam. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. It was none other than the supreme divine power that shook the primordial world, the heaven-falling bow.